Hi there, time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.
Welcome back to Fantasy Now Plus, your place for fantasy football. And tonight, and for the next 24 hours, your place for raising money for kids and their families with the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We are live here for the next, again, 24 hours. We've got a great lineup of guests. We have 27 guests coming on over the next 24 hours for various hours of the day to talk about various different things about fantasy football. We've got some college football. Josh and I are going to be playing later tonight at I think 2 a.m. Eastern. We've got Dynasty Talk. We've got trivia. We've got Jeopardy. So be sure to stick around for the entire for parts of the stream or the entire stream. That's fine too. But we will be here all night and all day tomorrow until 8 p.m. Eastern Saturday, which is tomorrow. So this is a big thing here we're going to be doing. I have two guests coming on here in just a moment, so we'll bring them in just a second. But happy to be here. If you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe at Fantasy Now Plus on YouTube and follow us everywhere on social media, Blue Sky, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all the things. We are on there all the time. We currently have 2 shows going throughout the week. And then once we get to the season, we will have 8 shows every day of the week. We'll have a show for the season for you guys in the fantasy content. So that's big time. Yeah, there's going to be a lot going on. So without further ado, we are going to bring in my guest here. Actually, first, sorry, we are brought to you by the FinTalk Sports Network. So be sure to also follow them if you're on Instagram or YouTube. I mean, you could be sure to follow them as well. So where they will talk about Dolphins and a lot of other things, wrestling, a lot of different things. So now, without further ado, let me bring in my 2 guests here. You might know them from our Friday Studs and Suds show, where they talk about fantasy football, studs of the week, and most importantly, their beer. So, Jeff, Pudge, how are you guys doing today?
I'll let you go ahead.
Oh, I'm doing great. I took a little nap after the 3 o'clock show, and all set to go this next 5 hours with you.
I'm glad you are on the next 5 hours. You are the other insane one. I would have to say you're spending, 9 hours with me over the next 24 hours. So I really appreciate that. That's like a third of the show, a little bit more than a third of the entire stream, which, guys, we're crazy.
Glad you appreciate me. My wife doesn't, but that's great.
Josh, I will see you at 2. Get ready. Get ready. He said he's going to drop 60 points on me tonight. So, tonight. Yeah.
Hutch,
how you doing,
who's
man?
he using?
I don't know.
Oh,
He's going to pick based off who I pick.
Well, that's to be determined. My night's going great. We're just ready to rock and roll. Started at 3 p.m. Ready to rock now until whenever Jeff really kicks me off here. So I'll hang out as long as Jeff will allow me to.
I am not controlling this.
You guys might notice me just looking away like this. If you don't know anything about me, you don't follow me on Blue Sky for whatever reason, and or any of that. Pacers Knicks is on right now, like it's starting. So I might be paying attention a little bit to that. I might be like, oh God. So if you catch me in a jump scare or like probably watching the game. Sorry. I will we'll see what happens here for the next 24 hours, but
we will cover. We
yeah,
will cover.
so, yeah, if you guys ask me a question, you just see me doing
This
you know what's going on. So
gotcha.
and then a couple more housekeeping things. I have dogs. They love me. I can't help it. So they might try to pop up in the stream at some point. We don't know. It's fine. It's fine. I'm
My
already
kids
tired.
might make an appearance. I don't know. They're like dogs sometimes. You never know what they're gonna do. So they may or may not jump on here.
We just talked last week on Studs and Suds about how you juggle real life with fantasy, and sometimes you just have to do what you have to do.
Sometimes you do. You are absolutely correct. You will also notice if you're on this stream and watching, you might notice me do some live producing. Again, I am usually the producer of the show, not the host of the show. So, yeah, which is currently what I'm doing because I forgot one little thing here. And oh, look at that. We have a timer at the bottom with how much money we've raised.
There she
So
is.
we've raised currently $460 for Extra Life, which is an incredible amount already. Somebody donated $125 earlier today, which incredible. We have a goal of $2,000 for the next 24 hours. I really, really hope that somebody's going to force me to increase that goal at some point today. And by today, I mean tomorrow. It would be great today. So, guys, why are we here? That's the big question. That's why. Why are we doing this 24 hours? Why am I insane and going to be on front of my computer for 24 hours? We are here again to raise money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization that supports the Children's Miracle Network hospitals, which are all over the country. Here in Indianapolis, it's the Riley Children's Hospital. I don't know what hospitals are in your guys' areas, but there are hospitals everywhere. We are doing the general fund for all of the network hospitals. So every dollar actually goes directly for research, for helping pay hospital bills, stays, all of the things that are needed to run a hospital for kids that are in need. So I got involved about 3 years ago with my parents' podcast. They do a 24-hour live stream as well for board games, which is in 2 weeks, which I have to produce. So this is just like a practice run. But my dad was a part of the Children's Miracle Network when he was a kid. We have one of my best friends, his daughter was part of the network as well. So this is a big organization for me that I like to support as much as possible. So part of this, I created a best ball charity league 3 years ago. This will be in our third year now. At first, I just wanted a 24-person league, and then people are like, "Do charity," and I'm like, "Okay." And then so we raised like $200 that year. Last year we raised a little over 1,000, and then this year hopefully 2,000. So if you have not heard of Super League, Charity Best Ball League, a little bit different. There are fab waivers, so you can make changes to your roster. You can pick up and drop players. There are no trades. There are crazy scoring. I get crazy every year. There is a special rule that will be announced once the drafts have concluded, which is going to be fun. Nobody knows it except for me and I think Josh. And that's if Josh remembers. So if you have not registered, link is in the description of this video. You can go in and register today at FantasyNowPlus.com/about. It's going to be fun. You're both in it, so appreciate it.
Same division.
Yeah, you guys are too. Have you guys looked at the scoring at all for Super League?
Doesn't matter. I'll still beat Jeff.
That's probably true.
Well, I mean, you might beat him in your division, but it doesn't mean you're going to beat everybody. We got some heavy hitters in this year. I don't know if you've looked at some of the people, but
yeah,
there are some heavy hitters from all over the Fantasy Now realm. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let's see if this will actually work.
It is definitely an impressive roster. I don't remember what division. So I don't remember the name of the division we're in or who's in our particular division. But I was perusing it earlier, and there are definitely a who's who list. So this is going to be a phenomenal contest. Like you said, even if you win your division, you're not guaranteed to win the whole thing. So
yeah,
It's a good way to test your metal.
we have some good people come in. Last year specifically, we had 84 people play last year, and some pretty good names that I thought would do really well, finished in like the 70s, and did not do as well as I thought they would, which just shows you. I mean, people know their stuff here. So let's see if I can do this correctly.
Well,
okay, and we're gonna
the fantasy nobody was in it last. The fantasy nobody was in it last year and did very poorly. So I'm hoping to have a better showing this time around. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, it was not. It was not a good year.
Here's our scoring settings. We have a lot of different rules here. You can catch all of this at FantasyNowPlus.com. You can go to Super League and then go to League Rules. This will all be here, including the draft information, which doesn't start till July 28th. So a little bit of a later draft than normal, but get your Scott Fish Bowl stuff out of the way. Then we'll draft the real stuff. So scoring here, I decided that passing was going to be a good stat. Everybody likes points. So yeah, we're going to get 6 points for passing touchdowns, which just makes everything insane. A 50-plus yard pass touchdown is going to be an additional 5 points. So that's an 11-point touchdown right there, which will be crazy. There's passing yards bonuses for 300 to 400 yards and 400 plus. And then also 5 points if you complete more than 25 completions. So a lot of passing. But that doesn't mean that's it. So rushing also has a pretty big one. I mean, again, 6-point touchdowns. You also get 0.25 for a rushing first down. You get an additional 55 points for a 50-plus yarder. So you get it's another 11-point touchdown if you break one away. Again, same thing with the bonuses for the yards. And if you get 20-plus carries, it's 3 points. Receiving here is another big one. I'm starting to get all my leagues like mixed up in scoring, but again, similar things. 50-plus yard touchdowns are another 5 points. So if you stack a wide receiver that makes big plays with their quarterback, that's a 22-point touchdown plus the reception plus the yardage. That's a big swing on some of those big guys.
You don't have to choose either. It is best ball.
Correct.
So when these guys light it up and they're on your roster, it's going to be wheels up for your team.
Yeah.
Big time.
So it could be a lot of fun. It could also be rather frustrating. But yeah, I did add kickers this year. And it's all going to be, there are bonuses for 5 points. If you make a 60-plus yarder, it's already an automatic 10 points for a 60-plus yarder, plus a point for every yard after 30 yards. So,
Justin, kickers are not people.
I know.
They're not real.
I also hate kickers. Holy crap, I just looked at the Pacers score. It's 14-9. It was 14-6. So, I mean, just thinking about this, a 60-yard field goal here in Super League. You're looking at the 10 points and bonuses. You get the 3 points from the field goal made. So that's 13 points. Plus 0.1 for every yard, which will be another, can't do math, 6 points right there. So we're looking at a 19-point field goal for a 60-plus yarder.
Good thing Justin Tucker's out of the league. Because that guy could win you a week.
60 yarders though. 60 yarders they've become commonplace in the NFL. Remember when a 60 yarder was a feat? I mean, we're kicking them all the time.
You better get that kicker then, because that's a 19-point play.
Agreed.
I mean, I do love the fact that the NFL went away from the 3-yard extra point. It's a much tougher time now that they have to kick further away. When it was almost automatic, it was almost like Tecmo Bowl. You guys ever play Tecmo Bowl where you just kick the extra point and it's automatic?
I'm not that old, bud.
Justin.
What?
Come on, man. Andre Rison. Oh, man. Jim Kelly. Do you even know who Jim Kelly is?
I do know Jim Kelly. Yeah. He's the Bill, right? Yeah.
Yeah, never won. Never. Hey,
Lost
he's
4
just like
Super
the other
Bowls.
Bill.
Yeah.
He's just like the other Bill.
Well, at least he got to the Super Bowl. I mean, Josh Allen's never out there yet. So
man,
you're talking about Tecmo Bowl here. I'm old enough to remember when we folded a piece of paper into a triangle and slid it across the table to score touchdowns.
I have done that. That was fun.
Yeah.
So that's the scoring for Super League. Once we get into the playoffs, we're going to take the top 50 teams and put them into the playoffs. There's some math. Hopefully the math is mathing and correct. But I did look at last year. So if you get 18 wins, you automatically get a playoff bid. And then any team with 22 losses will automatically be eliminated. That does happen. Ask Sean. He was eliminated. And I think Jeff was too. And then
Sean.
Again, there will be a special scoring rule to be announced that will matter for the playoffs in week 13. Remember that, week 13.
Wow.
So there are still bye weeks in week 14 and 13. And then Super Week 2 is what we're going to call it. So there's like 3 preliminary rounds: Super Week 1, 2, and 3, where the top 25 will play. Again, same thing, but we'll take the top 25 teams. Special scoring rule to be announced after the draft. And then the bottom 10 teams will be eliminated to bring it to the top 15. Then the top 10 for the Super League semifinals. And then the Super League finals will be the top 5. And again, still using that special scoring rule to be announced post drafts. So that's going to be the fun thing. I can't tell if I want to hint at what the rule will be throughout the stream. So if you're paying attention, you can put all of them together. Maybe you might know. But
if your name starts with J, you already start with negative 10 points. I love it. Josh, Justin, Jeff.
Jeff, it was a really great time when you had a co-host on Friday afternoon.
Hey, he was talking about being kicked out. So hey,
I think we might have to find you another co-host. No, I kid. So yeah, be sure to check out Super League. It's going to be a lot of fun. Just looking at teams here. We've got, again, some heavy hitters. We also have availability. So if you are not registered, you should go register for Super League because it will be a lot of fun. Yeah, there's a lot of Fantasy Now Plus people there, but I may have told them that I will come for them if they didn't register. Maybe. I can't confirm, cannot deny. Neither can these two because they were great and registered early. But yeah, you got guys like Jeff Bell from Football Guys, Nathan from PFF. You got the player profiler guy on here. There are people all over the industry. Ryan Weiss from Football Guys. Yeah. Seth Keller, who will be on later.
Yeah, Janky
from
PFF.
Yeah. So a lot of people. We want more though. We want all of you on here as well. So be sure to check that out. It will be a lot of fun. Promise.
Now, before you continue, Justin, would you throw up your little meter again, time your clock and meter again, as far as donations are concerned?
Yep, I'm getting there.
Yeah. My first question for you is, how is that real time updated, or is that?
Yep,
okay.
That is real time. It's really small. I wish it was bigger. Let's see. I wish it was bigger, but those are our latest donations here. But yeah, so that is a real-time meter being updated. So we have been live for almost 20 minutes now.
So here's what I'd like to do.
Okay.
Between now and 10 p.m., that's my first 2 hourly segments. I will be here with you, and that's when Pudge is here. I will, for every $2 donated, I will throw in $1 up to $1,000, up to the $1,000 in that meter. So that's $540, which means if $540 is donated, I'm throwing in $270. Get those donations in now. This is an excellent cause. Justin's been on this for 2 years. Let's do this and get that meter up. So again, I'm matching every $2 with one up to the meter at 1,000. So I'll throw in 270 if you get that to 1,000 by 10 p.m.
Let's go.
You heard him. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hold on. Let me just make a little banner here. Pudge, tell me about fantasy football. What's your experience right now?
My experience is, oh, geez, awesome. I've met so many people through fantasy football. First of all, Jeff and I weren't always the best of friends. Fantasy football has actually gave me one of my mentors and best friends, Mr. Jeffrey Crisp here. So that, okay, go ahead.
No, go. You continue, and then I just want to make a correction on the scroll. So,
so Jeff and I, about 12? How many years ago was this? 2009. 2009 is when I met Mr. Crisp, and fantasy football has actually really gave me one of my best friends in the world. So I could never be mad at fantasy football for all the wins and losses, and mostly losses, but it gave me one of my best buddies, and it's actually helped me win humbly. I've learned to be a little more humble in my winnings, and covet my trophies a little more, because the first time I won the trophy, I actually lost it for almost a year. One of my friends had taken it out of my apartment. He was actually in our league and hid it from me for almost 330 days. So fantasy football to me is pretty fun stuff. We have a lot of fun with it, and it's been around for a long time, and it's only getting more popular. So I love it.
For a respond, I just wanted to say, when you had to scroll down there, I just wanted to clarify once again, that's up to $1,000 on the meter. So
yeah.
If that suddenly goes to 20K, I mean, while we all appreciate those, I have to buy beer. Craft beer is not inexpensive. So.
Up to 1K.
The 1K on the meter, yeah. So, yeah, I would love to do a lot more than that, but hey, let's get those in there, and I'll be more than happy to do that. I was sweating that out when I saw that, because I just was waiting for it.
It just starts. Somebody donates $1,000 immediately. Like,
yep. Oops.
And that was the night Jeff stopped talking to me. I just realized I forgot to do something Sean specifically asked me to do, and that's post on social media, because he is currently driving to Utah. So,
why?
Yeah. What?
Utah?
Yeah, he's got a family thing.
Because Utah is just Utah. They got the Jazz there.
And the stream is the stream.
Chalupa Batman.
What was the name of the hockey team that used to be? Hey, Zach, how you doing?
What's up, Zach? Zach will be on later tonight too. Or I'm sorry, in the morning at 4 a.m. to talk about The Last of Us. So I'm super stoked to talk to him, because he has never played the game before, and I've played the games many, many times. So I'm stoked to talk about the differences between the game and the TV show, and just how he has liked this season so far, and where it's going, and what he thinks is going to happen next, and all the things. So if you're up at 4 a.m., come talk to me and Zach. We might even talk about cocktails and stuff. We don't know. He's got to go to work. But
Pedro Pascal. Let's go.
All right.
All right, well, yeah.
Let's. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was literally just trying to look at my notes to find something to talk about, but you have.
What's
something.
fantasy football mean to you, Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, no, I was just responding. First of all, I appreciate it, Pudge. Yeah, Pudge and I have known each other for quite a few years. It was a friendship, that was born out of, we know a lot of the same people. And when he came back from the Navy, that's how I met him shortly after his return. We instantly recognized that we were diehard Lions fans as well as fantasy football fans. And it's been our experiences with fantasy football. And we've talked about this on other shows and stuff like that, but it's been our experience on fantasy football that led us to create our league in 2012. That kind of changed the way that I approach fantasy football, especially the way that I commission leagues. We don't need to go into all that right now, but I mean, that was born of the discussions that Pudge and I had on numerous occasions. So, we share our love of beer, we share our love of fantasy, we share our love of football, but we also, have a lot of other things in our lives, but fantasy kind of keeps us. It was the catalyst to us becoming great friends, and I'll always appreciate fantasy and the Detroit Lions for doing that for us.
In fantasy for me, is just the camaraderie of it all. I started fantasy football back when I was in college. I think was my first official year. It was 2010, 15 years ago, which I feel like is not a lot of time in comparison to a lot of the other people that have been playing fantasy since the days of writing it down on a piece of paper and submitting it or whatever, which we will have those to talk about tomorrow, actually, Jeff. When we have Mitch come on, which is our current reigning champ for Super League. He will be on tomorrow to talk about the old days of fantasy football. But ever since then, I had a league that it was just me and my dad, and it was a 14 team league where we both had two teams, and I didn't know what fantasy football was. And then I joined I was in scouts, and I worked at a scout camp, and we did a league between camps and stuff, which was cool. And that really got me into it. And then you create your family league, your home league. And then I only had maybe 2 leagues for the longest time. And then I got involved in podcasting. I met Josh and got involved in a work league and started doing that. And now here I am with way too many leagues. And I talk about it every day of my life. So I'm sure my wife is probably tired of me talking about fantasy football, but it keeps me sane. And as parents would say, it keeps them away from the drugs and off the streets. So I think really, the community it brings to you is really cool. We would never be here if it weren't for fantasy football. I would not know either of you. I met Jeff last year at Scott Fish Bowl, which was cool. I think Jeff, you bought me a beer so you can make my next pick, I think. I
offered to pay your entire tab if you drafted Sky Moore. You said you were going to, and then you refused. You and I sat next to each other, and we kind of tried to get each other to draft people.
You know what? I think that was a good call on my end.
I would say so.
I did make it to the second round of the playoffs, so that was, I think I won out on that deal. But it's cool. I would have never met guys like Josh who would have met all of you guys because of that. So fantasy football has been a big part of my life, and now that you see the check come in January, and your wife is like, you know what, maybe this fantasy football thing is panning out for you. Yes. Finally she sees the light. Now, if only that, $600 turned into once a week or something like that, then it'd be great.
Agreed.
It could, but it could also turn into a negative 600.
You only play in leagues you're gonna win, man. Like I told somebody, I was like, it's only gambling if you're gonna it's not gambling if you're going to win or the outcome of things. So
you can't spot the sucker in the table in the first whatever minutes. You are the sucker.
One of my favorite movies ever is Two for the Money with Al Pacino and Matthew McConaughey. And if you've never seen it, it's about sports betting and it's awesome. I implore you to watch it. It is amazing.
That was what was that?
Two for the Money.
Two for the Money. Okay.
It's great. It's it is a great sports betting movie. So
is that very, very young Matthew McConaughey in that?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, he looks so young.
Yes, sir.
2005. You know, my wife laughs at me. There's only a few movies that I've actually seen before I went to college, I think. Like, and I have this weird thing. It's like I can't watch something that's like pre 2010 unless it is like a cult classic. Like The Replacements is a good one that like I will rewatch all the time. It's such a great movie. There's probably several others, but all the Disney movies like I've seen, you know, but yeah, I don't know. It's the production value for me. I think I'm really, I don't know. Maybe I'm a snob.
I was the same way. When I was growing up, I would not watch a movie from like the 70s or 80s. It wasn't good movie quality to me. So
not like they're black and white movies. I mean, it's
damn near. I liked Godfather and Scarface and those the classics, but other than that, like I wasn't a very big 70s and 80s and movies guy either. I did watch a lot of movies in the military. We have a lot of downtime for certain hours, so you better fill it. And that's where I got my movie game way up.
This makes me really think of a game that we can play right now.
Ooh.
But I have to finish setting it up. So keep talking about movies and movies that you like, because I'll finish setting this up. I feel like this is going to be a lot of this stream is you guys talk. I'm going to do this thing over here, and then we're going to do it. Because what else am I going to do for another 23 and a half hours?
That's fine. Well, first I want to, while you're doing that, I'm going to comment on what you were talking about as far as the community. I am really new to the community, and I hardly know anyone. My first real exposure was going to the Scott Fish Bowl draft last year in Cleveland. Then I was there to just kind of hang out and, just absorb everything. And then I went to and drafted down in Cincinnati before coordinating the Michigan live draft. And that was, just meeting the people and how friendly everybody is. And it was an amazing experience. And then Pudge and I went down to the Fantasy Football Expo last year, again, first time. And I'll be honest, I was just kind of taking everything in, and I wasn't approaching people as much as I should have. And that's going to be something that's going to be different this year. I'm going to try to introduce myself to everyone and, and try to make more connections. There are several people there I'll know, but others I've seen them online. I've read or heard their stuff, but I've not met them. So that's one thing that I really want to do, because this is an incredible community. The fact that everybody can get together for these charitable events, whether it be Scott Fish Bowl or whether it be, the Super League, or it's just an amazing testament to how incredible the people are in the fantasy community. And for me, it was just such a revelation, because, it was such a revelation is not the word I'm looking for, but for me, I was so awestruck by how everyone can be so kind to one another. And that was something, and how everyone bands together and supports one another. Kind of reminds me a way a lot of the brewers would get together. A lot of brewers, even though they may be in competition with each other, they never faced or they never looked at it that way. They would always be there to support each other and help each other. They'd help each other brew. And those are the kinds of things that I know a couple of brewers myself, and I've heard these stories and had the opportunity to talk to a lot of different brewers. And it's the same here in fantasy. People will support each other. People, there's somebody isn't saying, oh, wow, there's another show, you know, we need to kick them off or we need to make sure they don't succeed. Everybody is supportive, even at the Fantasy Football Expo where you had, panels that were talking about how to, how to improve your podcast or how to improve your presence in social media or on the internet. And I just found that fascinating and wonderful. And that's why I'm really happy to be a part of this community, even if I'm just a very small sliver. I hope, I continue to meet more people and that network for me continues to grow.
Yeah, I you are right. And then something that I really appreciate about this community is, just how charitable people are. I mean, you talk about Scott Fishbowl, that's like, I think they're nearing 5,000 participants and it's all for charity. I mean, it's not like this money's going into a pocket or like the winner gets, $5 million or anything like that. It's all of this money that's going to Fantasy Cares to support their to support Toys for Tots and all of that. So everybody is raising money. Businesses are donating for these live drafts to then for people to buy tickets and do raffles and stuff like that. So this is a fantastic community. It's probably one of my favorite communities I've ever been involved with. It's very cool. So with that, you guys ready for our game?
Sure.
I can only share one screen at a time. It's really crazy. I need to get a second computer up here. We are going to play the sports movie draft.
Oh boy, here we go.
We're gonna draft our favorite sports movies of all time. 5 rounds. We'll start with Pudge, and then actually we'll go Jeff first, and then me. This will be a snake draft. So we'll start with Pudge, Jeff, Justin. I'll get 2 around the corner here, then Jeff, Pudge, so on and so forth. So I know you've been thinking about it, obviously. Pudge.
I get the 101?
Put you on the clock. You get the 101.
Yes.
Oh, wait. I gotta do something fun. Sports movie draft. Yay.
Oh, man. We get the air horn and everything. I am a pancake eating, I won't say the rest of the quote, but draft day with Kevin Costner.
Okay.
I watch it every single
A lot of people say that's a terrible movie, but yeah, I agree with you. I actually do watch that. I think this might be the first year I haven't watched it on the actual day of the draft. It's a tradition, I mean, it's literally just you gotta watch draft day
at 12:01 a.m. I start draft day.
Yeah. How is Allie? I think it's Allie, right? How does Allie do everything? I mean, she's the attorney, she's the salary cap, she's the office manager.
Jennifer Garner she's a great woman and she can do everything. Okay.
And that's okay. There we go. There's the answer. All right. Well, draft day is behind
unrealistic
us.
Movie, by the way. I'm just going to say this movie happened in 2013. So the Seahawks had the first overall pick. They already have Russell Wilson, in real life. Now we're gonna go get Bo Callahan. Give me a break. Come on.
Bo knows.
And that's the year they won the Super Bowl too. It's just oh my God.
It's fun to watch because you always want to be that GM that's trying to swing those unrealistic deals and hey, you just lost all your money at the track and now you're chasing it and getting it back. That's kind of the feel. It's oh, I just gave away everything and now I need to somehow recoup it. And by the way, I also come out a winner. So it's worth the watch. I watch it. I have watched it numerous times. I'll be very honest with you, but am I going to say that it is a cinematic classic? I cannot do that.
I do appreciate the fact that they make the Jaguars GM really stupid, and I, living in Indianapolis, really appreciate that.
It had
and he's,
Arian
like, the
Foster.
kid, the young shot, and like that's now a thing. Like he is the young kid GM now.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic. Jeff, who you got?
All right. Well, for me, I mean, there's a lot of good movies. The movie that I'm just gonna have to go with it is Bull Durham. That is a movie that it's before your 2010 deadline.
It's a baseball movie.
What is Bull Durham?
Bull Durham, Durham. Yep.
Yep.
I don't know what year it came out. It has Kevin Costner
Costner again
in it, and it's I've read some of the criticism. I just think that's an incredible movie. I've watched that movie so many times. But it's going to be a little grainy, and the video quality is not going to be up to Justin's standards. So
this isn't even about my standards anymore. This is about the fact that this movie is 4 years older than I am.
Yeah.
Bull Durham is a pretty good movie.
That's the one I'm going with.
Okay. I'm gonna go with, I already talked about it, The Replacements. I actually love this movie. It's such a great movie. The year that in 2014 we went to Italy and actually got some of our luggage stolen, which included our passports. So we had to go get replacement passports from the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And so for that year, and I think for several years after that in my family league, I named my fantasy team The Replacements and just had pictures of passports. And it actually was a joke because my cousin, who is like partially like legally blind, I joked, I was like, Scott's name should be The Blind Side because, he's blind. And then he was like, well, your name should be The Replacements because you got your passport stolen. I was like, actually, that's a really good idea. But yeah, no, this is such a good movie. It's got a lot of great people in it. Shane Falco 101 in every fantasy league.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And his girlfriend.
And then I'm back on the clock. Oh god, I didn't think about my second movie here. What was that movie? I feel like I shouldn't put it down because I can't even remember it. But actually, I have another one, but I think I can get it in the third round. The movie where it's like the pitcher who is trying to get recognized and he's starting in the minor leagues, then he works his way up to the major leagues.
Major League?
Was it Major League? I mean, that would make sense, right? I mean, maybe I shouldn't have put it. I definitely
Major League's got Charlie Sheen in it.
No, this is definitely not it. I'm gonna go with a different one. Angels in the Outfield.
Oh.
That was a classic for me when I
Is that
was
the one
growing up.
with
I think it's got Danny Glover in it.
Yes, it has Danny Glover in it.
Danny Glover. Who was
He's the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Back to the Future guy.
Oh yes, it has him too.
Yeah. I can't remember his name.
The kid goes like this in the outfield and the Angels come. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
a good
forgot
one.
it has Matthew McConaughey in it also. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Tony Danza, William Deere.
Oh wow.
It's got a lot of big names in it actually. Okay, Jeff, you are on the clock here.
I've got two of them here that
Don't you steal it, Jeff. Don't you steal it.
Sniper. Do it.
I am going to go with I feel like I'm going to draft these movies like I draft my fantasy football teams, but I'm going to go with Friday Night Lights, the movie, not the series.
Dang it. I should have went with that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine.
That Billy Bob Thornton is incredible in that movie. I just think that movie, you've seen a lot of representations of high school programs in movies, and I just thought that one was pretty solid.
Booby Miles.
So,
Booby Miles is
you want to win,
baddest
put
man
Booby
on
in.
the planet. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Pudge, you're
I go back to back here.
We're not doing a third round reversal, so it's fine. You get back to back.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yes. Field of Dreams.
That's the movie I was thinking of. I knew it. Damn, that's fine.
So we have 3 Kevin Costner movies on there in the first 6 picks.
Oh yes, baby. Dude, Field of Dreams is amazing. It's that was growing up. If you build it, they will come. I mean, it had James Earl Jones, Kevin Costner, Ray Liotta. I mean, it was an all-star cast. And then my second one here is going to be A League of Their Own. More baseball movies. Sorry, guys, but A League of Their Own is amazing.
That was.
There's no crying in baseball. There's no crying in baseball.
Evan does at least agree with your second round pick. Does not agree with your first round pick. So. Okay, Jeff, you are on the clock.
I was going to take A League of Their Own. So
that's when I thought he was going to take in the second round.
I feel confident that my picks aren't going to get stolen anymore because I think mine date me pretty young. So
I have a few here. One is really, really old.
Well, then you can.
And that's why that's why I don't need to take that right now. Should I throw another Kevin Costner movie in there?
Dude,
sure, why not? Tin Cup.
Yes, golf.
What? Tin Cup?
Yep.
Tin Cup. It's a golf movie.
Okay.
Justin,
that's probably not third.
We've got to get you some. We've got to get you some.
He needs some serious binge watching.
Oh man!
You care to elaborate, like why it's a good movie? Or?
Oh, Tin Cup. It's just funny. It's the person in the movie reminds me a lot of Pudge years ago. I mean, he was hot-headed, and if he didn't do something, he would keep doing it just to piss people off. And yeah, I agree. Except for you're not supposed to be giving away. See, now people know who to pick here. No, I agree with you. Those are both also great movies. Caddyshack is incredible, and again, another movie Justin wouldn't know existed.
Actually, I was gonna pick Happy Gilmore right here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
You came out with the golf movie. I was like, oh, I have to do Happy Gilmore now. I actually know Happy Gilmore. Thank you. Thanks to my wife, actually. Yeah, she introduced me to Happy Gilmore, but it's a great movie. Him getting into a fight with oh god,
Bob Barker.
Yeah, with Bob Barker is amazing, and they're coming out with Happy Gilmore 2 this July. Actually, I don't know if you've seen that, but yeah, there will be Happy Gilmore 2. My fourth round pick is going to be Space Jam.
That's a good one.
Oh, where's the crickets at?
You don't like that?
I mean,
it's in control of the
Space Jam, like I grew up with Space Jam, and I'm talking about Space Jam 1 with Michael Jordan in it.
Yes.
That was a phenomenal movie. I have it on Blu-ray. It
had Patrick Ewing. It was.
Yeah, it is my childhood, and I saw a video of one of the Knicks players at the end of the game, Miles Bridges. He was on the court sitting down and kind of just gave up the ball, and you could see it, the life exit him. And I was just like, dang, I didn't realize the Monstars were in New York last night too. It looked like they just stole his talent. It was great. But
yeah.
No, it's a great movie. It has a million great basketball players in it. It's got Bugs Bunny and all that too. So great movie.
Well, I could very easily take Caddyshack here, but I am since it's already been put out there. But I'm going to go with Major League.
That's good. It is a good movie.
All right. So we've had 3 football movies so far. The rest have been baseball and golf. Pudge, what do you got?
No, one basketball. You have Space Jam in there, so.
Right.
I'm gonna steal another basketball movie. White Men Can't Jump. Growing up, that was the best movie. It had Rosie Perez in it, Woody Harrelson, Wesley Snipes. I mean, it was a pretty risque but still family oriented movie. It was pretty good. Also dating me back to the 80s.
All right, Jeff.
Oh, I get one more, don't I?
Pudge.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
Pudge.
I'll sneak it. I mean, Jeff, if you wanna trade, I'll trade you something.
No trade necessary.
Or we got a no
trade?
trade clause. Is this
Yeah.
the Brock Purdy no trade clause? Okay.
I have like 5 more movies I could probably pick right now, but we'll
You
see.
can add more rounds.
We can keep adding rounds. We'll keep it at 5. Maybe we'll continue it later.
I'm torn right now because I don't know if I want to go with Burt Reynolds' version or if I want to go with Adam Sandler's version. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
The Longest Yard. The Longest Yard.
You have to choose one.
And I'll go for our sake. I will go with Adam Sandler's version because the second one did have Burt Reynolds in it as well. You don't like that one?
It was a good movie.
Okay. All right.
It was
At
all right.
least you knew
I think I like the Burt Reynolds one a little bit more, but yeah, it was all right.
Shocker.
All right, Justin, do you have a crying soundtrack on there or whatever? Because I'm going to go with Rudy.
That's the closest thing I can get to you.
Yeah, that works.
Rudy.
Okay, well, you guys have taken 2 of my movies that I could have put on here. You know, dang, there's a lot of good ones here. I feel like I don't want this to go undrafted, so you guys can take them. I could go with like Remember the Titans, Coach Carter, which is actually filmed in at Butler University, by the way, if you didn't know that.
No.
But I'm gonna go with Dodgeball. Again,
You might have won the draft right there.
Couldn't go undrafted. Dodgeball is such a great movie. It's
if you
underrated.
can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a
Dodge a
ball.
ball. Yeah. So that is the favorite sports movie draft. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We will probably might bring that back. We don't know.
That's a bold move.
Bold
Justin.
strategy, Cotton. Bold
Sure.
strategy. Let's see how it plays out for him.
This whole stream is a bold strategy here. Let's see how this pays out for me. So we're still only at $460 again. If you weren't here on the stream earlier, Jeff said he was going to donate all his money in his bank account. He is matching until 10 p.m. For every $2 you spend.
That may be true.
He will donate $1 up until we hit $1,000. So guys, get out there and donate money.
Donate.
This is definitely the time to do it right now while you're awake.
I'm just
Friday
gonna
night.
spend it on beer, so come on.
I mean, if you're going out to the bar right now anyway, like just give us like $10. Like that's a beer. I mean, it's like a cocktail, whatever. Give us $10. That's a door cover. Like that's the cover for, yeah. So
that 10 becomes 15. So yes.
Yeah, that 10 becomes 15, and that $15 goes and helps support families that need it more than you do in a hospital. I mean, that's why we're here. Actually, you know what, guys? You know what I really want to do? I'm going to play a video. Maybe this will get people to donate. So I'm going to play this video from Nolan. It's about a minute. So here you go.
Hi, my name's Nolan, and I'm 7 years old.
Okay, already. I'm rolling.
This is a picture of the Justice League that I'm working on. I like karate, and this is a kit called Power Roundhouse.
Wow. Nolan is a pretty extraordinary kid. He loves to read, he loves to draw. He has always enjoyed superheroes, and I think some of that started when he was in the hospital when we were trying to figure out how to explain what a prosthetic eye is to a 3-4-year-old. So we talked about his superhero eye, and when he got chemotherapy, his medication that gave him superpowers, which it did. He really got excited about superheroes and becoming a superhero himself, and has always loved superheroes since then.
Nolan is my superhero. If we were gonna pick superheroes, Nolan might be my 101 at this point. Yeah, so it's kids like that, it's families like that need the help, and that's why we're here raising money to get people to do that. So it looks like we're taking a beer break. Do you, Pudge? Do you already have one?
Yeah.
He party foul. He was drinking at the very beginning of the.
That is the most not piss water beer that I've seen you drink.
Special occasions call for special times.
He had that on the show today, and yeah, Samuel Adams is technically a craft brewery, so that's.
It's about as crafty as I get.
I do really appreciate the fact that we went from watching a 7-year-old talk about his story to now we're gonna go get beer. Jeff, do you want to go get yours and then I'll go get mine, and then we can. Pudge and I will talk. Pudge,
I already have my beer.
Oh, well, Jeff stole it. Oh, Jeff already has his beer. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't open it. This is I don't know how to pronounce this.
Let me go get mine first.
Brehan Brewhouse.
We'll throw us on for a minute.
Oh no, I see. I'm not leaving the screen. I will be right back.
This is one I should have had on our episode last week, Pudge, because this is from Ireland. So
see,
it is a red ale.
Missed opportunities.
Yeah, I didn't have the beer until the day after. So, but I love red ales, and
well, there's a lot of redheads in Ireland.
Yeah, that I really have my blue screen, or excuse me, my green screen doesn't.
Oh, you don't just have a giant banner behind you?
It's radioactive. Look at that.
Oh, that's sweetness.
I don't know what this is going to do to me, but
cheers.
Cheers. And while Justin is gone, after watching that little clip again, this is an excellent opportunity to donate to the Children's Miracle Network. Again, I am matching every $2 with $1 for every $2 donated until 10 o'clock, up to $1,000 on that meter. So please take $270 out of my pocket and let's donate it. Go to. I
couldn't go for a better.
Kind of lost how we're. Really? Is it? They donate at FantasyNowPlus.com. I apologize. I don't know that.
It is. You can go to FantasyNowPlus.com, and on that tab is the Extra Life. On that Extra Life tab, that is where you can donate.
All right. Well, I may not know what the heck's going on, but I do know that I'm matching those donations. So please, get on the website and donate to a very, very worthwhile cause.
And we've made it 1 hour in. 23
we are 1 hour in.
Yes.
And we never finished our draft. So just as a couple, the one movie I was going to draft was Raging Bull. Now that is an old movie.
What?
I mean, Raging Bull. It's a boxing movie from like back in 1910 or whatever.
Robert De Niro, and he was like 19.
I know he was very young, and that explains how old the movie is. And it's been a long, long time since I've seen that movie, but that is an incredible movie, even though it's got terrible 1960s or 70s quality film.
It's black and white, isn't it?
I don't remember. It's been that long.
So
I think it is black and white. You're right.
Yeah. You know, Justin hasn't seen it.
It has been a long time since I've seen it.
black and white. No. So I was listening in. You can donate. There's a link in the description of this video. You can go to extralife.org/participant/FantasyNow Plus, or just click the link in the description, and it'll take you directly to the donation page where you can then make a donation. So be sure to hit that up.
Thanks for clarifying.
Champagne.
By the way, Raging Bull was 1980.
Oh, so maybe it wasn't
still
black
in
and
high
white.
school then.
Who was?
I said my dad was still in high school then.
Jeff wasn't.
Actually, I was. I was still in high school.
So
anyway,
what was that beer? I'm sorry, I
this
didn't.
is the beer with the $1 million flavor. This is Champagne Velvet. It is from Upland Brewery. This is probably one of my favorite Upland Brewery beers, which is another Indiana beer. So this is now a 2 for 2 of Indiana beers that I've had with you guys. So yeah, the head is gone. It had a nice little head, but
is that a cider? Oh, it's a champagne.
Yeah, it's champagne. Yeah. This is a premium Pilsner. Say what you want about a Pilsner. I actually really feel like I'm boring saying I really like Pilsners.
No. True quality Pilsners and lagers are incredible. You know, they're not, especially a lager is not easy to brew, and a lot of craft brewers get it wrong. But when you catch one, they are incredible. I'm not talking about the macro brew stuff. I'm talking about
there is a lager I really like that you probably both have never heard of, called Narragansett.
Yeah, that's the brewery, right? Or is that the beer?
It's the brewery. It's the beer. And brewery, I think too. But Pudge would actually like this. It's a very cheap beer. It's very light. You can get a 6-pack for $6. It's fantastic.
Sounds like hams.
And they come in the tall boys, so it's even better that way too. And this is a beer that is brewed, like, it's from Rhode Island. There's a town in Rhode Island called Narragansett. I actually used to live off of Narragansett Boulevard when I lived in Rhode Island. So it's a beer. There's this place called Harry's Burger Bar.
I feel like this is on Family Guy.
Narragansett is, yeah.
It's called Nantucket.
That's Pawtucket Brewery. So there's this place called Harry's Burger and Bar or whatever. Shout out. Love it. Best burgers ever. They make smash burgers. It's great. They serve their burgers like sliders. So you get 2 sliders per order. You can get 2 orders of burgers, 2 orders of fries, and 2 beers for like $20.
My nickname's Pudge, so
it's the best burger.
Bring
best
on the
fries,
burgers and the beer.
Everything you will ever have in your life. Promise you that. If you ever make it to Rhode Island, go to Harry's. It's so good. So one of the reasons why I wanted to move back to Rhode Island was specifically for that restaurant. So, but it's also one of those beers that, like, you drink one and you're like, I'm really feeling it. Like, it makes you feel.
Oh, so it's like a PBR. It's like a Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, that is the closest thing I can compare it to. So if I ever I want an Narragansett, but like I have to go to a very specific liquor store to get it because nobody carries it here, I just go get Pabst instead. If I'm in a big
don't be trashing on PBR there, bud.
PBR is great. PBR is
what are you talking? It's amazing.
This is my favorite weekend for PBR too. I almost picked up PBR because I'm in Indy, of course. What's this weekend? The Indy 500.
Yeah.
And nothing speaks to me like the Indy 500 and a cold PBR. It's a great time.
All right, so go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
All right, so I do drink Busch Lights, Bud Light, doesn't really matter. But if I'm really looking for some taste, I choose PBR all the time, because that's a pilsner that actually you can taste, and it's not terrible. It's not just like every other beer. It sets itself apart from the rest of the blue collar beer.
Well, it's funny because my father used to drink that a long time ago, and it kind of fell out of favor. It got kind of a following in colleges not too long back, and it's interesting that you have a beer that the recipe, they don't have a brewery, they don't have any facilities of any kind. I believe Miller Brewing Company, they actually brew the beer for them and distribute the beer for them. It's their recipe, their company, but they don't do any of the work. It's all Miller Brewing that does that. At least that used to be the case. Don't know about today, but any of our beer people out there, or maybe we can ask JT when he's on there. I know he knows.
Ooh, that's a great question. That's actually a great call. JT,
yeah, but
know that.
Yeah, but it used to be.
Okay.
It was just a recipe in an office building or something like that, and Miller did everything else. But
correct me if I'm wrong, but Pabst got the blue ribbon because of the Chicago fires, correct? And they sent over beer tied with a blue ribbon because all their breweries burned down. And that is how Pabst Blue Ribbon was born.
We may have to ask JT that one too, because I mean, it may be true. I don't know. I've never heard the story, but
that's the story I was told. So
I love talking about beer. This is great. But we do have another segment we have to get to. We are in the 9:00 hour of our 24-hour live stream. We are 1 hour and 7 minutes in. I don't have the meter down there because I'm about to bring in somebody here. But be sure to donate. There's a link in the description. We are here raising money for the Children's Miracle Network. If you are just joining us, currently we're at $460 raised out of our $2,000 goal. Jeff here for the next 53 minutes will donate $1 for every $2 that you donate up until we hit our $1,000 marker. But we have another guest. His name is Evan. He is also part of FantasyNow Plus.
Hey.
Oh, I don't like that. We're gonna switch you guys back to where you were. I get used to Pudge being on one side and Jeff on the other, and that was weird. You guys switching. So, Evan, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Great.
You saw I saw most of the movie draft, and I have a lot of questions for how some of those movies got picked over others. My gosh.
Bring it. Let's hear it.
Some of this?
Well, I'm surprised that nobody mentioned North Dallas 40. Like, that's a highly forgotten but underrated football movie.
Oh, that was not the right.
Yeah, that's a good one as well.
Sorry, what?
Honestly, you said forgotten. I had forgotten it.
That's what I mean. People don't remember it, but it's so before its time.
Yeah, you're right.
North Dallas 40?
Yeah.
God, I feel very young on this show already.
I'm an old soul. What can I say?
So
I've never seen
we
it.
are here for
And I've seen a lot of movies. I'm gonna have I gotta put that on the list.
I was trying to remember what year that came out. 1979.
I told you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna play it.
This is Jeopardy!
I forgot how long this was. All right, so we are here to play football Jeopardy. I think it's fantasy football Jeopardy. So we have 3 contestants here: Jeff, Pudge, and Evan. Welcome to the show. I know 2 of you have been here for a while. So let me just rename these here: Jeff, Pudge, and Evan. Oh no, that was wrong. Okay, so I got 5 categories. I know apparently Jeopardy is 6. I watched this after I made the board. It's whatever. Fantasy football basics, 2024 NFL season recap, fantasy football strategy. Oh, Oh no. NFL team trivia and tough NFL draft decisions. And before we get going, Evan, I love your polo. I have mine over here somewhere behind my green screen, I think, or behind my bookcase. I mean, it'll be on later once I take the blazer off. Hello, Mini Pudge.
Damien, say hello.
Hello.
Hi, Damien.
Damien can't hear it, can he?
No, he can't. Yeah.
Pudge, I feel like you are Adam Schefter during COVID. Do you guys remember when no, I'm sorry, Ian Rappaport, he was talking in the middle, like actually like doing news and stuff and like talking about football, and his kid is just like sitting on his lap, just like.
Yep.
Do any of you guys remember that at all?
Oh
I
yeah,
don't.
definitely.
Okay, so again, we have the 5 categories.
Okay, go ahead.
Rules of the game. I think I told all of you guys you're gonna need a piece of paper and writing utensil at some point at the very end of the game when we do Final Jeopardy. There will be a daily double question in here when I randomly decide to choose daily double, but we will play that. But does everybody know the rules of Jeopardy?
How do we buzz in without buzzers?
Just yell your name. First one to say their name will that I hear will get to answer the question. So you will pick a category and a number. We will show it on screen. Whoever says their name first gets to answer the question. If they get it wrong, they lose those points. And if they get it right, then we go on and so forth. But if you pick the question, you might not be the first one to answer. Anybody can answer it. Sound good? Everybody know the rules? The winner will get a solid high five from Justin. Virtually. All right. Evan, you're the new one on the show.
All right.
You pick first.
All right. NFL team trivia for 100.
Team trivia for 100. This player has the most Super Bowl wins.
Evan.
Pudge.
Evan.
Tom Brady.
Play. Do it. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You also have to answer in the form of a question.
Yes, I forgot that part. Ah.
I didn't say I'll give you the point. But
Yay.
yes, it is Tom Brady. Evan, you are still on the board.
All right. NFL team trivia for 200.
NFL team trivia for 200. This team was formerly known as the Oilers.
Evan.
Jeff.
Who are the Houston Oilers?
No, it's who,
Oh.
I forgot
Sorry.
to give it to somebody else.
Oh.
You have negative 200, and we won't even move.
Yes.
You're
And
lucky.
I could have negative 270 in my wallet if you start donating now. Please donate.
That is very true. If you donate now,
That part.
your daily double.
Do I pick again?
Yeah, Evan, you're on the board again.
All right. NFL team trivia for 300.
Going right down the board. The only NFL
Evan.
team that Evan.
Who are the Cleveland Browns?
This is gonna be difficult. I need a producer. Okay. Next
Yeah.
up, Evan, you're still on the board.
Fantasy football strategy for 100.
Fantasy football strategy. Oh, right there. Okay. This draft strategy involves taking running backs with your first 2 picks. Pudge. Did you say it?
Oh, what?
Wait.
No.
Anybody? Anybody?
Go ahead. Oh.
Nobody? We're looking for what is running back. Evan, you're still on the board.
Okay.
Fantasy football strategy for 200.
This is the name of a player who consistently scores
Evan.
double-digit points. Evan.
Who is a stud?
Trying to remember the answer. No, who's a high floor player? Evan, you're still on the board.
All right. Fantasy football strategy for 300.
This strategy involves drafting backups to your own players.
Jeff,
Jeff.
what is handcuffing?
Yes, that is what is handcuffing. Jeff, you're on the board.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. Um,
How was he on the board? He had negative 200.
But
it was a
he
300
got
point
the
question.
question right.
300.
Boo.
Boo.
You would do really good at this midnight math session. You won't be
At 11 p.m.
or 11 p.m. Fantasy football strategy for 400.
This offensive position is often Evan.
What is the tight end?
Oh no,
Pudge.
right.
Jeff.
It was
Oh!
right. It was
But his
right.
defense-
I hit the wrong button.
What?
I hit the wrong button. What are tight ends? Evan, you're back on the. You're
Woo!
back.
Tricked me for a
What
second.
happened to kickers? Why wasn't that kickers? Okay, moving on.
They're
Offensive
special
position.
teams. They're not offense.
Offensive position.
2024 NFL season recap for 100.
Ooh.
This QB led the league in passing yards in 2024.
Jeff.
Evan.
Who is Lamar Jackson?
Jeff. Who is
Jeff.
Joe Burrow?
It was Joe Burrow. You got to remember, he had a lot of yards with Jamar Chase.
Damien.
Jeff, you are now on.
2024 NFL season recap for 200.
This player led all running backs in total fantasy points in 2024. Pudge.
Saquon Barkley. Who is Saquon Barkley?
Pudge, you are now on the board to pick.
I will go tough NFL draft decisions for 500.
Ooh, we're going big right away. Okay. These two franchises have drafted more and number one overall picks than
Pudge.
any other. Pudge.
Who are the Detroit Lions and Cleveland Browns?
Nobody?
I'll pass.
Pass.
Who are the Indianapolis Colts and Los Angeles Chargers? They have both had 6 number one overall picks.
Did you know that,
Trade 'em
Justin?
all. The Rams trade them all. How can they? Okay.
Wow.
Well, okay. You didn't say that they kept them.
No, they've drafted number one overall 6 times.
Oh, really? Okay.
Jared Goff.
I sadly did know that, unfortunately.
Who picks?
They used to suck.
It's
Pudge.
still me.
Pudge is back on.
What am I? Negative 300. Let's go NFL team trivia for 500.
Which team drafted
Evan.
Drew Brees in the
Jeff.
Evan?
Who are the San Diego Chargers?
Yeah.
I appreciate you actually adding the San Diego Chargers to that.
Because they belong there, dang it.
Yes.
Evan, you're back on the board.
We'll finish off NFL team trivia for 400.
Evans never been to Qualcomm Stadium.
This is
I know
the
that
daily
sound.
double. This means this is worth 800 points and could be negative 800 points.
Oh, so I don't get to pick the amount?
No, the team that plays in the loudest outdoor stadium in the NFL.
Who are the Seattle Seahawks?
Jeff. Oh, we can't.
Jeff.
It was a daily double. We can't say it.
Oh, you
we?
can.
Okay. Okay. Who are the Kansas
Pudge.
City Chiefs?
Yep.
And the tides have turned very quickly. Jeff, you're on the board.
Fantasy football strategy for 500.
0 running back drafters tend to target these players
Jeff.
early instead. Jeff.
Wide receiver. Who are wide receivers?
Gotta get that question in there, man. All right, Jeff.
NFL recap, 2024 NFL season recap for 300.
This rookie wide receiver broke out with over 1,250 yards. Evan.
Who is Lad McConkey?
Pudge.
Pudge.
Who is Malik Neighbors? Oh,
Jeff.
I know who he is.
Jeff.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Wrong. You didn't answer the question.
Who is Brian?
Too late.
With Brian Thomas Jr. You've done it 3 times. I had to do it now. I think it is Jeff on the board.
Exclamation point,
-600.
pound sign, ampersand.
2024
2024 NFL season recap for 400.
The surprise team that made the playoffs after being bottom 5 the year before.
Evan.
Evan.
Who are the Los Angeles Chargers?
They didn't make the playoffs, did they?
Yeah, I thought they lost in first.
Did they make the playoffs last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they did.
Yeah. Come on. What's the answer? Or is it, or which sound effect rather?
I pass. I don't know anyway. If it's not them, I pass.
I gotta go back sure because I definitely forgot that they made the play. Okay, I'll give it to you.
I was gonna say, was I the only one who remembered?
Well, the other one was the Washington Commanders.
That's another good one, yeah.
The only thing is, I don't remember where the 2023
Commander.
bottom
5.
Check my work here. Did they finish bottom 5? The Chargers did. They finished 5th. Okay, you're correct. Okay.
Yay! I win by default.
Yeah. So, did I give you points already?
No.
No, I didn't.
Let's give them double points. Who cares?
All I get is an air high five anyway.
Evan, you're back on the board.
This is the guy that's 600 in the hole.
Let's finish off 2024 NFL season recap for 500.
I just want to remind Pudge that he has to have points to be able to spend points at the end of the game. This tight end finished top 3 in fantasy football for the position despite missing 2 games. We're looking for who is George Kittle. Finished 3rd, missing 2 games. Evan, you're on the board.
Lose 500 points.
Tough NFL draft decisions for 100.
This non-Power 5 school produced a first-round wide receiver in 2023, taken by the Ravens.
Pudge.
Tylan
Wallace. Who is Tylan Wallace?
This
Power
non-Power 5 school.
Oh.
A first-round wide receiver in 2023, taken by the Ravens. We're looking for who is Boston College. They took Zay Flowers. All right, Evan, I believe you're still on the board.
Yes, tough NFL draft decisions for 200.
In 2018, this team drafted Josh Rosen 10th overall. Evan.
Who are the Arizona Cardinals?
This is really difficult. I have to push a button to make the sound. I have to hit the space bar. I have to. This is my idea. Evan, you're on the board.
Rated them.
Tough NFL draft decisions for 300.
This team drafted both Bo Jackson and Evan.
Who are the Las Vegas Raiders for present day?
Pudge.
Who
are the Oakland Raiders?
Yeah, it's the who are. Well,
wait, it says Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
Did I have to mention the Oakland part?
I mean,
we have controversy. Controversy.
Where are the judges for that one? My gosh.
I'll give you both points for that.
All right, yay.
But because Pudge is so far behind, we'll give the board to Pudge.
Sympathy points.
It's my rules. But you're on the board.
Fantasy football basics for 400 to get me out of the hole.
Hopefully to get you out of the hole. Most common number of teams in the standard fantasy. Evan.
What are 12 teams?
What is 12? It's fine. Evan.
Tough NFL draft decisions for 400.
This wide receiver was taken ahead of Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, and Jerry Jeudy in 2020 in the 2020 draft.
Evan.
Who
is Jalen Reagor?
Here's a hint. He's no longer in the league.
What?
We're looking for who is Henry Ruggs III. He was taken first. I had to throw in, I think, Jerry Jeudy in there so that it wasn't going to be Jalen Reagor. Yeah. Pudge, you're on the board.
We'll go I thought that was Evan, but we'll go.
Oh, you are right. Evan, you're on the board.
Fantasy football basics for 100. Is that let out a gross
This
belch?
position typically scores the most points in standard fantasy formats.
Jeff,
Jeff,
what is quarterback?
what is quarterback? Jeff, you're on the board.
What is a quarterback?
Nobody knows.
Someone who is only a quarter of the way back, which is in front of the halfback, which is in front of the fullback.
Oh my
The
god.
fullback. Isn't it amazing that fullbacks though are always in front of the halfback? But anyway, moving on. Fantasy
Nowadays,
football basics
yeah.
for 200.
For 200. This is the term for the NFL
Evan.
week when Evan.
What is a bye week?
I just have to tell you guys, I did my board wrong on the sounds. The correct answer is pink, which looks like red, and the wrong answer is blue, which should be correct. I mentally I did not do this correct.
I'm having fun, and it's all for a good cause.
It's all for an Air 5 anyway in the end,
Yes.
which is probably going to go to Jeff, but we'll see.
Evan, you're on the board.
Fantasy football basics for 300.
This is the fantasy term for a player projected to exceed expectations. Evan.
What is a ceiling?
I think you're wrong. I have to remember my answers now. If you're right, I will give you the points, obviously. Anybody else? Nobody?
Pudge.
Nobody? Oh, Pudge?
What is a flyer?
Oh, dang, you should have just not answered.
I gotta get. I can't get
Dig
any.
that hole.
Sleeper.
Dig that hole.
This is a sleeper.
Oh, negative points isn't how you win. Oh, okay.
Evan, you're still on for 500. The last question is the process where players not on teams are claimed.
Pudge.
Guilty. Pudge.
What is a waiver?
What is a waiver? I'm gonna give you double points just so you can have some points to spend. Sympathy points here. Okay, and now we are into Final Jeopardy. I gotta take that off the screen here. Yeah, what is the waiver wire?
No.
Okay, so Jeff, you have 1,300 points. Pudge, you now have 300 points. And if I can, and Evan, you have 400 points. Now, you guys will have to write down what you're bidding on your piece of paper. And then I have the final question, if I can figure out where I put the final question.
So I have a so in other words,
Jeff.
Evan, hey, I'm thinking about whether I'm going to go full on Cliff Clavin here. If anyone saw that episode of Cheers,
I didn't,
So,
but
Evan-
you bid what you need to bid, man.
we'll do this.
Or Norm. Norm's dead.
All right, everybody got their bid.
Yep.
I'm not even writing it down.
The question is, this player holds the record for the highest single season fantasy points total in standard PPR scoring formats set during the 2006 NFL season. And I will put this in a banner and I will put it on the screen.
My answer.
This player
on
holds the record for the
page.
highest single season fantasy points total in standard PPR scoring formats set during the 2006 NFL season. You have 30 seconds.
2006. I'll stick with my answer. It's wrong, but I'll stick with it.
Turn up. Turn up. Justin, is that a Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We will start with Jeff. Jeff, what was your answer?
I'm way wrong, but I'm going to go with. You can't probably read that, but the Daniel and Tomlinson for. Oh, yeah, that's not doing. Anyway, I bid 0 and I said Tomlinson.
Jeff bid $0 and put LaDainian Tomlinson. Pudge, who did you put? LT for 300. Okay. And Evan, who did you put? Or
We all got LaDainian Tomlinson
for $400.
I'll take my zero.
Jeff, you have $1,300. Pudge, you have, I can't even click on that screen. Not $800. You have $600. The answer was LT. So Evan had 800. Jeff still had 1,300. So he did win. You were smart to bid $0, even though you all picked LT. Yes, LT had a lot of yards. Oh, I'm sorry. You all got it wrong. Who is LaDainian Tomlinson?
That's what I wrote. I can prove it.
Jeff, did you write who is LaDainian Tomlinson?
I did.
Yeah,
So take zero. So take zero away from me.
So only Evan got the question right. He scored 481.1 fantasy points in PPR that season with 1,815 rushing yards, 508 receiving yards, and 31 total touchdowns. It was a very historic season. Yeah, that was an incredible season by LT.
Was that the same season? Was that the same season that Sean Alexander also went off?
I think that was the next season.
Maybe it was the next season. Yeah.
I'm only remembering this because I think LT was on the Madden cover one year, and then Sean Alexander
was on the next year. Yep.
Yeah. God, I forgot about Sean Alexander.
What about Peyton Hillis?
Okay.
Wow. You get a cover and
same thing. I mean, he was on the cover of Madden, and then nothing.
That was it.
How many people do you think he ruined in fantasy football?
A lot.
Oh,
a lot. Especially dynasty leagues. I mean, how many people went out and drafted him after his big year, and then he just? It's kind of like, in a way, like David Johnson. Like, remember when David Johnson was the 101 in fantasy football, and then he had like one more relevant year after that.
And then the Cardinals ruined him.
Yeah.
He was originally with the Titans. Who was he originally with?
He got traded to the Texans.
Or Texans, okay.
Yeah, that was part of the whole
DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, there was some draft capital that got given up too, but with how irrelevant that capital was, it was basically Hopkins for Johnson straight up. It was one of the worst trades the Texans ever did.
Was it though?
Well, they bounced back by getting rid of Watson for a king's ransom from the Browns, but Johnson only lasted like one season with the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hopkins never. I mean, he's still in the league, but he hasn't done anything since the Texans.
He was decent with the Cardinals. I mean, he's now old and beyond his prime, but he's still getting them checks.
Well, right. I mean, so is he just went to the Steelers.
Robert
Woods. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, there's that. I mean,
he's probably going to be the wide receiver 2 on that depth chart. That's how depleted they are.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're going to run so well.
Hey! Who's anonymous?
Do you see that?
Whoa!
Let's do the 50.
There we go. That makes
the
puts
check
us
is in the mail.
$560 total so far, and then plus Jeff's $50. So that
well, thank you, Anonymous, for donating. I am more than happy to provide my 50 as I stated I would. So keep it coming. Let's get some more out there.
They were coming out in the 11th hour at 9:34 p.m. Eastern time. And again, if you are new to the stream, until 10 p.m. Eastern, Jeff is giving $1 for every $2 you give. So half your donation up to we had $1,000.
$1,000.
I am going to interrupt you right there because I won Jeopardy and I got my $1,300 from Jeopardy. Fake dollars. I am going to extend it now to 11 o'clock.
Ooh, till 11 p.m.
Get those in there.
That's big time right there. Jeff is very generous tonight.
Well, it's a good thing I let Jeff win.
Thank you, Evan. I appreciate it. Evan was doing it for charity. Good job.
$560. We are a little over an hour and a half into the stream. If you're just joining us, this is Fantasy Now Plus. We are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization that supports the Children's Miracle Network hospitals, and every dollar that we raise goes directly to care, whether that's immediate services, that's preventative services, research, like lab equipment, administrative fees, doctor fees, stuff like that. So that all helps support those families that are in probably the worst time of their lives, just having a child, or their kid is sick, they have cancer, so whatever. This is helping all of those players. In fact, okay, Jeff, we'll see you in here in a little bit. Oh, gotta get Evan back in here. There we go.
There we go.
So yeah, definitely go out, donate. Every dollar is definitely appreciated, whether it's $1 adds up. If everybody donated $1, we could hit 2,000 easily. So definitely go out there and donate what you can. You don't have to donate $100 to see Jeff pay 50. You can donate $1, make Jeff pay 50 cents. Make it annoying. And for those of you watching basketball right now, the Pacers are currently leading the New York Knicks. I don't know the score; just went to commercial, but we're about at halftime. So, yeah, Evan, what's been up, man?
Nothing much. I am now off of work for the next couple of weeks because I had to burn some PTO that I didn't get to use in Europe this year because I couldn't afford to go. So I'm legit mad that I don't have the money to go this year. First world problems. That's I feel like such a jerk for feeling angry about it because I live right here in Chicago. I'm not far from Lower Wacker Drive, which is the it's like an underground tunnel road where they filmed a lot of the chase scenes in the Batman movies. There are lots of people that don't even have homes. They have homeless encampments set up, tents set up underneath Lower Wacker Drive, and a lot of these people not only don't have stable shelter, they don't even know necessarily when their next meal is coming. And here I am completely complaining about not getting to go to a certain place that is super expensive to even travel to in the first place. So
yeah, I definitely feel that. I'm off the next week because I had to burn PTO. Our fiscal year ends May 31st, and you have to spend all your time off, or else you lose it. Summer rolls over. So I have taken today and all of next week off, and it's Memorial Day week. So I have a 10-day vacation. Unlike Evan, fortunately, I do get to go to Italy in October. So sorry.
I knew that already, at least, and that's great that you and your wife get to go.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Me and my wife and mother-in-law are going to Italy for 2 weeks or 12 days or something like that. So it'll be fun. We got some comments here. Cap, what is up? Cap is a longtime listener here. All right, we got questions, guys. What do you feel about Devon Achane stock?
Let's all answer this one by one.
The Dolphins fan, so and if you didn't see that at the bottom there, we got a $10 Reddit fantasy football donation. Thank you. I think that's
awesome. Thank you.
Reddit. So thanks for that donation. That's much appreciated. Now Jeff is up to $55. Which actually, Jeff, I think you already have donated $55, but we won't count that part of this deal, right?
Right. Nope.
He's frozen. I don't even know what he's saying.
Cap's coming at us with all the questions. Let's get to this one first.
First question from Cap for Life. What do we feel about Devon Achane stock?
You want to go first, Pudge?
I'll go first on this one. Long story short, I am staying away from the Dolphins this year. I don't know what's going on with them. He's already undersized. His rookie year showed that he can't necessarily handle the full load all the time. He's going to have those best ball weeks, but for me, Achane is not a top 10 guy for me. And this is just redraft. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
dynasty at
I would
all.
agree there. Redraft, I'm very cautious. I know he had a healthy season last year, but I'm still it's Mike McDaniel's offense. They got Jalen Wright there still too. They've got a offense that is more focused towards the passing game than the running game. I'm cautiously optimistic. I like Achan, I really do, but I don't know how much I like him that much to draft him in like the top 3 rounds. Evan, what do you think?
Achan, I think, will fall off a little bit. I don't see him finishing top 5 this year, but I think he can definitely finish top 10. The Dolphins struggled mightily even in their bread and butter passing game, especially when Tua got hurt again with that scary concussion that we thought was going to be the end of his career at first. But so the Dolphins only added Jalen Wright, Alexander Madison, and then Ollie Gordon in I think it was the 7th round. Jalen Wright does not look good at all out there, and I don't know if he's going to be able to be a sufficient NFL running back. So Achan, as far as I'm concerned, with no more Raheem Mostert, he's the bell cow. I think he's going to continue getting 70% of the snaps in good games where they have to run the ball a lot, and I can't see why Achan won't be the guy.
Talk to me about JSN. JSN had a breakout year last year, top 12 wide receiver after having a bad season. I have been comparing Rome Odunze to hopefully the glow up that JSN had this year. Somebody that didn't have a good rookie season like Odunze, and then had a glow up with Geno Smith, obviously, in his year 2. I'm a little worried about him with Sam Darnold. Like, Sam Darnold did great last year, but how much of Sam Darnold doing great was because of Justin Jefferson? Like, give him the top wide receiver in the entire league. Yeah, Sam Darnold's going to look great. So what do you guys feel about JSN right now this year with especially, I mean, Sam Darnold coming in, it's not Geno Smith, it's a new quarterback. Do you guys have that much confidence in Sam Darnold to give JSN a good year?
So,
Yeah.
go
ahead.
Jeff, go ahead.
No, you
go ahead, Crisp.
Nope. Okay, I'll go. So I think JSN is going to have a phenomenal season. I think Sam Darnold was able to prove that he could get the ball to the to the stud receivers in Minnesota when he's there. I don't know if Darnold will replicate what he was able to do in Minnesota, but it should be enough for JSN to continue to put up the stats that he has. There's not. I'm trying to remember who's next on the depth chart for Seattle. It's
Cooper Kupp.
Thank you. And so I mean, is Cooper Kupp really going to steal that or take that many targets away from JSN? I think JSN is going to be the number one person by a long shot, and I think I would easily take him in a redraft league. I'm easily taking him in the first 3 rounds or so, 2 rounds, and in a dynasty, if it's a startup, I certainly want him. I certainly want him early.
Yeah, I think he's going to look a lot like a fellow Ohio State wide receiver named Garrett Wilson. It's Sam Darnold, it's Garrett Wilson, it's JSN. They're all interchangeable. Darnold had Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson. I mean, he had a cast over there in Minnesota. Not to mention Kevin O'Connell is the QB whisperer. Everybody thought he was going into it, but the only reason I have JSN as ranked as a top 12 is because he's going to get force fed, just like Garrett Wilson was his year. I see him with 150 targets and at least 1,100 yards next year. Touchdowns will not be the same thing. They are going to regress, but I don't see him being outside of the top 12 guys.
Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba, what I don't think a lot of people realized last year was that he was the top target getter in that Seattle offense. Even though DK Metcalf missed 3 games, including their bye week, he was far and ahead of the rest of the guys, and Tyler Lockett really fell off too. I mean, they drafted JSN to replace Lockett at some point because they knew that Lockett didn't have much longer to go in his prime. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a phenomenal slot receiver, and they brought in Cooper Kupp, and a lot of people are going, "Oh my God, 2 slot receivers, stay away!" But no. Jackson Smith and Jigba was drafted specifically to be the guy for this team. Cooper Kupp is getting up there in age, and yeah, he's had some time off to heal up from ankle injuries and whatnot, but he's definitely going to be a distant, well, actually I shouldn't say definitely, but he will be a distant second in targets now that DK Metcalf has gone to the Steelers and now that Lockett has gone to the Titans. Yeah, this is JSN's team. He's going to be great in the slot. Cooper Kupp will do fine too. They'll figure out how to get both guys the ball. Sam Darnold proved that he can do great with an elite wide receiver like Justin Jefferson. No need to panic. Period.
Yeah.
Well,
All right,
Evan and Jeff and Justin. One more thing. They've got 3 slot wide receivers.
Who's the third?
Elijah Arroyo. That guy is
tight
a tight end.
Yeah.
He's a tight end, but he's going to line up in the slot. I think he's going to be the big slot for that team. And I don't know how him and Cooper Kupp are going to pull anything away from JSN. JSN's going to get all that. I don't see Cooper Kupp or Elijah feeding into or eating into JSN's target share at all.
Let's rapid fire some of these questions. I'm gonna throw a question up here. I'll ask one of you guys. Do I double down in running back this season? I'm gonna answer this one because I have personal. I'm assuming you mean like go running back. I would not. There's plenty of running backs, especially in redraft, that you can get in later rounds that will do well. Unless you're getting like you're at 12 and you take Jahmyr Gibbs and Saquon Barkley. But I would find another position. Next question. Last year I got McBride in the 5th. Do I pull the same strategy at tight end or this coming draft? Let's go with Evan.
If you want to do the same strategy with tight end, yeah, I would say that you'd be fine to do that because most drafts tend to punt at tight end if it is not a tight end premium league. You can absolutely get a solid tight end in the 5th round. Most tight ends don't go that early in your typical vanilla league. So, yeah, if you get McBride that late, hey, kudos to you. I'd be very surprised if you went that late in your leagues this year.
Next question. Will Puka have the full load? I can just imagine. Jeff.
I think so. I think, Stafford likes to get the ball around, and I absolutely, I'll go on record. Pudge is well aware of this. I am a huge Matthew Stafford fan. Always have been since 2009. That Cleveland game, he won me over after that. But I think Stafford. They say a great quarterback, makes others great, and all we have to do is look at Kenny Golladay to know that Matthew Stafford was able to elevate a very mediocre wide receiver. But going back to Puka, I think he's, he has the same relationship with Puka that he had with Cooper Kupp, and I think he's going to continue to target him whenever and however often as he can. So, I don't foresee any change necessarily in Puka's load.
So we have a comment about the JSN talk. It's exactly why I asked about JSN because of Arroyo specifically. This next question, will Puka be the workhorse or will it be Williams? I'm assuming Kyron Williams, who plays a different position, and Puka, we don't usually call wide receivers workhorses, but I'm going to assume maybe Puka is the ultimate target on the Rams after they brought in Devontae Adams. Pudge, will Puka be the workhorse?
Yeah, Puka's their long-term asset there. Devontae Adams got force-fed from his buddy Aaron Rodgers. All 3 of us, Evan, Jeff, and I, are NFC North fanatics, so we're not too fond of Mr. Adams and Mr. Rodgers, I'm assuming. So when we see those 2 split up, yes, exactly. I know that Devontae Adams was force-fed by both of his former quarterbacks, Derek Carr and Aaron Rodgers. But I don't see Stafford hyper targeting him like he was the last 3 seasons with Las Vegas and New York. I really think that Puka, if healthy, will be a top 3 guy.
All right.
If healthy.
I'm gonna answer this question, but I'm gonna ask for reinforcements after it. Do you guys think JT is still a top running back 10 draft worthy? Yes. The answer is yes. JT by far is still a top 10 running back in the league. Even last year, he finished.
Look at his last 6 games.
2 different quarterbacks. He finished as RB12, and he missed 3 games. So he was a starting running back in fantasy football, not just RB2. He was an RB1 on your fantasy team by missing 3 games last year. He is that good. I have been going on record. Richardson will be a different quarterback this year. He has to win the job. He has to play better, or his career is pretty much over at 22 years old. That's the part everybody forgets about, is that he is 22 years old. And he's going into year 3. He's only played 15 games. And if you look at his career stats versus other quarterbacks' career stats in their first 15 games, he is one of 3 players to score both 10 rushing touchdowns and 10 passing touchdowns in his first 10 career games. Jeff hates this answer by me, apparently, because he had to leave. But he is one of 3 quarterbacks to do that. The others were Cam Newton and Josh Allen. Nobody says those are bad quarterbacks, but because of that, I think Jonathan Taylor's the running game is going to be better because the passing game will also be good enough to get them down the field. Reinforcements. Anybody have any objections to what I just said?
I wouldn't call it an objection. I'm more or less concerned about that Colts offense, and I'm scared that Taylor will not be able to reach top 10 status again because of the offense being this messy, with Shane Steichen being a horrendous head coach. So I know Taylor can do it, though. He is talented to get there, but I'm scared he won't get there because the Colts suck. I mean, no offense, Justin, but the offense is a mess.
I could say the same thing about the Bears, but they got a new head coach, so I can't say that anymore.
It was last year. I can give you that.
It was. No, I still do believe in Shane Steichen and being able to get the job done. If he can't get the job done this year, I mean, we all saw the Jim Irsay news earlier this week. Unfortunately, he passed away. His 3 daughters have now taken over. They have all had part ownership for the last a while.
Since 2007.
Yeah,
I covered it. I covered it today. Yeah.
So, if the Colts don't turn it around this year, I could see major changes to the entire organization happening. So, everybody's going to want to be playing for that. So,
his eldest daughter actually took over in 2014 when he was in rehab.
She's the principal owner now, I think, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Next question. I'm intrigued with Leggett in Carolina. What do you guys think? Jeff, if you don't lose your connection, you get to answer this one.
I mean, he was kind of a disappointment from what I recall last year. I want to avoid Carolina. And I mean, depending on where he goes, I'm not sure where his ADP is right now. Depending on where he goes, I may take a shot at him. I know I had a chance to get him several times in a few best ball leagues for Fantasy Care Eliminators, and I passed on him, and apparently everybody else was as well. So Carolina scares me, and so in other words, if he's there late and I can get him, maybe, but I'm definitely not reaching for him, and he's not somebody I'm targeting intentionally.
He is being drafted 175 overall, which is wide receiver 71.
So yeah, there you go.
And that's in that's half PPR.
Are we still doing rapid fire here?
I mean, yes. Oh, 156 overall in PPR format. Pudge, you get 10 seconds.
All right. Last year, when he was miscast as the X, he totally pooed the bed. At the end of the year, he was filling in. He was miscast. This year, they brought in Ted McMillan. They are going to throw him out there as the big X, and Leggett, I think, is going to surprise a lot of people.
That's I already showed that one. And which team do you guys feel the most or has the most fantasy value? We will go round by round here. Evan, we'll start with you, and you guys keep answering. I will.
So I'm assuming, Cap, you're talking about the actual NFL team with the most fantasy value. I don't agree with looking at it that way because you're going after players, not whole NFL team. So I would say don't look at actual NFL teams for the most fantasy value. Just get the best players you can.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I'll go ahead. Yes, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think you're looking at what teams necessarily have the most value. You're looking at different players. I mean, obviously, some teams have considerably stronger rosters than others, but you're not going to be drafting. You shouldn't be drafting numerous players from the same team anyway. I know someone, Pudge, somebody who, drafted all Chicago Bears. It was an experiment, and that failed miserably. When the Bears did well, he won, but other than that, he was losing a lot. So, I mean, there are teams that I think the one thing I did say a couple weeks back is I think a team like the Las Vegas Raiders are going to produce more fantasy players than what they have in the past. But I have to agree with Evan. That is, when you're approaching a draft, the number of players on a team, quite frankly, is irrelevant.
Sorry. Go ahead, Pudge.
When you're looking at fantasy value, look at pace of play. If you go after teams with high paces of play, if you are going after teams that are scoring a lot of points, but diversify your rosters. Don't go after one full squad. Don't go after all the Lions. Don't go after all the Kansas City Chiefs. You want to diversify your rosters, but look for those teams that have a very fast pace of play. I know it's not very it's not the best, but Kyler Murray has a very fast pace of play, and that's why he's been so good while he's healthy. It's not because he's a great passer. It's not because he's the best runner. It's because he has the most plays that he plays.
I'll add one thing onto that as well. I agree with what everybody said so far, diversifying your portfolio. My home redraft league, this has it was 10-team PPR. I drafted a bunch of Detroit Lions last year, and I totally did not mean to because a bunch of guys just fell my way. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, and David Montgomery. I got all four in the draft. I don't know how the heck that happened, but it did. I didn't end up keeping Laporta. I think I traded him, but I got to play the Gibbs and Monty combo, and it was fantastic all year long. I wouldn't do it again, but it happened to work out that year, and I won the championship. So, first time as a commissioner I ever won one of my own leagues in 10 years. So, that's a new accomplishment for me.
And excellent that the Lions came through for you, Bears fan. But my last comment on that, one asterisk on this whole thing is there's a different approach when you're talking about best ball. If you're just talking about regular dynasty or redraft, that's a different story. If you're talking about best ball, getting those stacks, especially quarterback, wide receiver stacks, quarterback, tight end stacks, that's a different story. Then you may want to load up, and then this question may have a different, maybe applied differently. But in most leagues, other than best ball, you don't want to do that.
The only thing I'm going to add on all your things, I'm assuming we're talking about redraft, because I will assume that for all time. That's what we talk about during in-season stuff. Dynasty redraft during the season is the same thing. Team positions, team running back is a thing. You could do that, but not many leagues do that. The only thing that I would do, and I've done, is that, if you draft 2 of the same team, you're looking at stacking them. So like thinking Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown. You're looking at, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, stuff like that. When you have an elite wide receiver, an elite quarterback on the same team, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, I can just keep going with those. Those are the only 2 times I ever will have the same player. Now, if you go out and get, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chase Brown, Joe Burrow, then we're looking at problems because you're competing for the same points, technically, because you could be getting 30 points with a wide receiver while T. Higgins is getting 10 points because Jamar Chase is getting 40 points. So it does hurt you there. So yeah, you never want to like stack the entire team, but you can stack some players. Now, running backs, running backs and quarterbacks doesn't make a lot of sense unless they are a receiving back. Specifically, like they're getting 10 receptions from their quarterback. That's the only time I would ever stack a running back with a quarterback. But stacks do exist. That is something you should think about. But to answer the question on the most fantasy value this year, I see it as either the Eagles, obviously, with Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, Saquon Barkley. That lineup is loaded. The Bears are very close to that too if they can figure out their offense with Ben Johnson. After that,
there's a couple stacks I'd stay away from this year, and that's Kelsey and Mahomes.
Yeah.
And the other tight end stack, Andrews and Lamar. I would stay away from those 2 this year. I know a lot of people stacked those last year.
Yeah. So, Cap, I see you have a million other questions. We're gonna answer them. We're gonna answer every single one of your questions. We are going to take a 2-minute break here. I'm gonna show another video here, and then Evan, I think you're done for the night. Maybe Pudge too. So
I'm off unless you want me to stay on.
I don't care. We have another guest coming on. I'm only gonna throw 4 people on the screen at once. So.
I'll come back at a later time then.
Pudge, Evan, I really appreciated you both on the stream tonight. Evan, I can't wait to see you again tomorrow. Evan is back on. If you liked Evan's commentary, he will be back on. Don't tell me at 3 p.m. He'll be on from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Saturday. That's Eastern time, where he will play another round of Jeopardy and also talk about current rookie ADP. So I'm going to play a video, and Evan, Pudge, see you guys. I'll see you. Pudge, just text me when you see only me and Jeff on or something. But
Will do.
Have a good one, guys, and we will be right back.
No matter where you are, whether shopping at a store or online, dancing with your classmates, or gaming with your friends, everyone has a chance to positively change children's health by supporting their local children's hospital. You can help change kids' health and change the future for all of us. Register at extra-life.org.
Oh no, I got rid of everybody.
I broke it.
Welcome back. Derek, how are you doing, man? It's been a long time since I've last seen you.
It has. How are you? Your hair has grown so much.
I know.
Since I last
See,
saw you.
remember that one time in the group chat when I was like, Derek, your hair is not even that long. Like, mine's longer than yours. And you're like, no. And you sent a picture and it was long. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So I actually have hair back here now. Can you see that? Like, I used to have this as a bald fade. It's getting kind of long now. And I decided that I'm actually gonna start like growing it out until I can figure out what I'm gonna do style wise.
I am happy to have inspired that. I will take all of the credit.
I don't want to say that you were the reason why I did it, but you were kind of the reason. I was like, dang, do I have really short hair? And I was like, I'm getting older. Maybe I should try to like do stuff before I lose it and become like Jeff. And I have noticed that the longer my hair gets, the more my wife starts pointing out the gray hairs in the side. I'm like, I'd rather go gray than bald, I guess.
We were at my daughter's soccer game 2 weeks ago, and my wife looks over at me and points out my first gray hair growing in my sideburn, which I was like, Man, that's like a big moment. I was kind of excited in a weird
Yeah, I have
way.
like 3 or 4 on both sides. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I guess if I'm gonna go gray, I'd rather go gray right here than up here. I have no reason to go gray. I don't even have kids. Like,
There's a lot going on. You have
it's fine.
You
you
have
have the
dogs.
Pacers series going on right now. That's
I
plenty to
so
make
I
someone
was
go
telling
gray.
I was yeah, we've talked about this. I have it right there. Like, I'm watching it on this side here. Currently, if you are keeping up on the Pacers score, it is currently 88-85. Pacers leading the charge with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Knicks it's been going back and forth. I think the Knicks have been up by 1 or 2 most of the game. But our next guest, Seth, actually is a Knicks fan, so I can't wait to lose
Nice.
Jeff for like 5 minutes while we talk about the conclusion of game 2. But Jeff, Derek, we have more questions. Cap is hopefully still around. Let's see. He might be around. He might have left. I don't know. Let's see. Which surprise fantasy defense intrigues you? I don't play defenses, so sorry, bud.
It's probably been 2 or 3 years since I've played a defense.
Yeah.
In a surprise fantasy defense. God, I gotta know these things. I'm starting to play IDP now.
Well, who was the top defense last year? Was it Philly?
Braun, probably. I mean, yeah, Philly, right? It has to be. Let's like defense.
Let's.
Oh, I only have IDP on this. Quick.
You're doing IDP now?
I've started to do a couple leagues with IDP.
Is that Travis Hunter inspired?
Well, I
no.
mean, depending on the scoring model, I mean, it was the Broncos, the Vikings, the Eagles. If I've got this right.
So I've set up a sleeper league that is only for the stats. It has nobody in it, and it's just standard scoring, which is beautiful for these exact reasons.
Yeah, the problem is I'm looking at so many different leagues with unique scoring. It's hard to tell.
Yeah,
this particular dynasty league.
Yeah, that is the hard part, is that people go to their leagues and they're like, well, that's extra points, and defense is not showing, unfortunately, it seems like. That's why, because I'm searching Puka as a defense. That was weird. So we are looking at the Denver Broncos were 190. Minnesota Vikings had 171. So that was last year.
I mean, that was a surprise last year. So and the Broncos got better on defense.
They did.
I feel like. So that, I feel like they're gonna be back up there.
Maybe
again.
Seattle's been doing some good things with their defense with the draft. I honestly can't tell you. I'm
if
sorry.
Dallas can get healthy, I think they'll bounce back. I mean, they have a pretty good pass rush.
It's the Chargers.
I mean, for me, the surprise is a league that has a league team defense. Is
bing, 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 bing. Leagues that play team defense, that's the surprise. Go to IDP or something. But no, Derek, are you in my starter from the bottom league?
No, is that the one where you just drafted rookies last year?
Last year, yeah, and then we added rookies. So Sean last year in the draft, maybe post draft, traded me his first round pick this year for Jacob Cowing. He was the worst team in the league.
Well, yeah.
I finished third. So now I have Travis Hunter. I took Travis Hunter 101 because he can play both offense and defense. And in a league where you only have 2 years of players, that's pretty big. So
yeah, I wonder, if he plays a lot both ways and is racking up a ton of points, I wonder if IDP leagues are going to start treating him the way that Shohei Ohtani's treated in fantasy baseball, where it's like split, like Travis Hunter defender, Travis Hunter wide receiver.
That would be so messed up. I've been
thinking a lot about this. I don't think that's going to happen, because DBs don't score a lot in IDP typically in most scoring settings anyway.
Yeah, I mean that is fair.
True.
I mean, but he can get the interceptions at least, which do get you points. It's going to be interesting, I think, with him. He could be a cheat code. He could also fail miserably. He is like projected to be the top player in a lot of my leagues. He's currently projected to be the top player in all fantasy football, which is incredible as a rookie. So
Yeah.
Next one up here.
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, with the draft capital that the Jaguars gave up to get him, like they were buying 2 players essentially. He has to be 2 players for that trade to make sense.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. I always stack. Go ahead, Jeff.
I guess I just wanted to comment real quick. Do we really believe that in the end he is going to play that much on both offense and defense? I mean, the last player to really do that was what, Deion Sanders? I mean, do we really expect? I mean, maybe at first, but do we see him eventually leaning one or actually having more predominant plays one side of the ball than the other? I don't know.
Deion comparison.
That was not a
Deion
reaction here.
And Deion was kind of like a gadget player, you know, like he wasn't like a full-time wide receiver either. So it seems unthinkable that someone in today's NFL could do it full time.
I feel like he is going to be the reverse Deion. I think with how much he is playing on the offensive side of the field ball right now in camp, and this could be just to test him out and on that side. Many people, many GMs, many execs said that he will probably be a defensive focused player. Like they see him more as a corner than a wide receiver, but the Jags apparently see him more as a wide receiver, which when he got drafted by the Jags, I hate it just being in Indianapolis, but also like him and Brian Thomas Jr. could be very good together.
And
I mean, Trevor Lawrence is not like a bad quarterback by any means. So like he could be very good. I kind of see him as a reverse Deion Sanders, where he primarily is a wide receiver that comes in for defensive plays too.
And Trevor Lawrence is younger than Tyler Shuck, so by like a week and a half. So they have a young, might as well be a rookie quarterback with a whole new coaching staff.
Cam Ward is older than Anthony Richardson.
Everyone's older than Anthony Richardson.
No, Drake May is not older than Anthony Richardson, but yes, everyone else is. Actually, Drake May is younger than all of the rookie quarterbacks this year too. So.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What was the question? The question popped up. I feel like we right past it.
I always stack. I won a championship with Tyreek and Kelsey back, and I mean, but that was also like 4 years ago. So Cap, keep listening to Fantasy Now Plus. To subscribe already. I know you're subscribed to the Finstock Sports Network. Be sure to subscribe to Fantasy Now Plus also, because we are not only providing daily videos during the season to help you win leagues, but we got the shorts in there. We got short-term videos. You might not have 50 minutes to watch a video. You might have 5 minutes. We're putting the 5-minute videos out there too. So be sure to follow us both places. Subscribe to both so you get all the updates, because we will have the content. Derek, I don't know if you know this about us. You were there from like day one of discussions of Fantasy Now. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the cards because life did get busy. But we're doing 8 shows a week.
That's more than there are days. If my
that
math's
is. We have
correct.
2
That's
Wednesday shows.
analytics.
We have an afternoon show and we have an evening show. And crazy enough, Josh and I are only doing 3 shows.
Hey, that's pretty good.
So,
that beats
Jeff here with Pudge is on our Friday show. They're talking about beer and studs, called Studs and Suds. I guess I shouldn't have started with the end of the week, but so every Monday, Josh will be on by himself at 9:00 in the morning to talk about what happened over the weekend. It's our Monday reaction show. Every Tuesday, you got me and maybe somebody else to do waivers, our weekly waiver wire show at noon. Wednesdays, you got Josh and I back for the Wednesday start sit showdown. Wednesday night, you got Topher, which I think you might know know of Topher. He's been on our show before.
Maybe, yeah.
Topher K44 or whatever. Him and Michael Flores, who's been in Discord forever, I feel like now. They will be our weekly ranking show on Wednesday nights. Thursdays, we've got a DFS show with Sean and Evan, who was just on. And then Fridays, we got the Studs and Suds show with Jeff and Pudge, the 2 studs there are. And then Saturday, we have our... Oh, God, we're really testing my knowledge here. Saturday, we are talking about Dynasty Saturdays, Dynasty in 30. 30-minute show with Evan and Will Urian. And then Sundays, it's my show called Bites and Insights, where I will be in my kitchen cooking food and talking about fantasy football.
Oh, that's awesome. Before, during games? What time of day
Before.
on Sunday?
So
Before?
I'm thinking like
lunch,
11:30 start time.
you're an
Right
hour
once
behind,
the injury list comes out, we'll be able to talk start sits with all the current injury news. And I'll make game day food.
That's a great idea. That's a
nobody does that. Nobody does that. Tell me one show that does that.
No, you're like the Rachel Ray of fantasy football.
Don't call me Rachel Ray. What?
I've already called you.
That was all Derek has. So yeah, no, we're gonna have a lot of content this season. It's gonna be insane. Awesome. We currently have 2 shows. We're gonna be picking up a 3rd show here in about 2-3 weeks once somebody is done with their soccer season, and we'll be up to 3, and then we'll get to 4, and we'll slowly just start adding our shows on.
Nice. And you're doing somehow less or fewer shows than you did last year, if I'm right? You were doing every day.
So I mean, we did 3 shows. We did a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday show.
Okay.
I'm still doing 3, but kind of
so it's the same. Well, that's
Josh is doing 3 also. That little sucker's only doing 2. I just realized that. Okay. He's going to be on that waiver show with me now. I just realized he cut a day on his schedule. Like that.
That's awesome, though. You guys are doing some great stuff over there. I'll be following along. Yeah, like I got very burnt out at the end of last year, and like I have two young kids, and I just had to kind of
and you're producing movies and shorts.
Well, yeah,
directing, and
trying to
filming, and
yeah. So it's but yeah, I will be following along with you guys playing fantasy. I was in. I think you remember. I think I was in 40 leagues last year.
Yeah, way too many.
And I've cut that way down. So, trying to get to a normal relationship with fantasy football a little bit, but
normal. Wait, normal?
Yeah, no. Yeah. But so yeah, that's what's going on over here. And speaking of normal relationships with fantasy football, you're doing this for how long? 24 straight hours?
Yeah. You talk about normal. I'll talk about my own life on a different day. We are currently 2 hours and 17 minutes into a 24-hour stream. That's a very great segue, actually, because I was just about to talk about why we're on. So down there at the bottom, you can see those are the latest donations. If you can zoom in there. We are raising money for the Children's Miracle Network through a charity called Extra Life. Extra Life is founded on gamers raising money for kids that are in need. So every dollar that is raised will actually go directly to the families that need it. The families, the hospital networks, everything with part of the Children's Miracle Network. So that goes to research, that goes to labs, funding, administrative fees, doctor fees, all the things that medical bills, everything that is needed to save lives. This is exactly where that money goes. I think the stat I think was like 37 million families are served every year. No, that's way too many. Not way too. I don't know what I'm saying.
We got what you mean.
A lot of families are served. A lot of money is raised every single year through Extra Life. It's again a great. I'm trying to find it now. I'm like dedicated to finding this number here. I know I have it somewhere. I'm just gotta scroll back far enough. A lot of. Oh my God, I almost found it. Here we go. 38. Oh, I was pretty close. 38 million patient visits every year, and patient visits for 12 million kids every year. So 38 million visits for 12 million kids. Extra Life helps raise money for that. They raise millions for this every year. So it's a great organization. I've been involved with it for about 3 years now, raising money every year. So it's a very personal organization for me. My dad was part of the Children's Miracle Network when he was a kid. I have my best friend, best man at my wedding. His daughter was part of the Children's Miracle Network when she was born. So this is a personal foundation for me. It's something that like I really do support. So we are 2 hours and 20 minutes out of 24 hours, and it's a lot. And the fun thing is, for the next 40 minutes, Jeff will donate $1 for every $2 that is raised. Currently, since Jeff said that, he now is up to $55, and he is donating until we hit $1,000. That stipulation, or 11 o'clock, whichever one comes faster. Hopefully, the $1,000. So yeah, we had a.
Let's make it midnight.
Oh, he keeps adding an hour. I love it. Jeff is so generous. So now until midnight, if you donate, for every $2 you donate, Jeff will match that with $1 or half match it. So we're in a half matching hour here until midnight, or once we hit that $1,000 marker. So now, Jeff, does your donation include into the 1,000, or once we hit 1,000 in donations?
No, once you hit 1,000 in donations, then mine.
That's
so again, if there's, I think we were at 460s, or I can't remember what it was, 460. So
540.
So once we get to 1,000,
270.
I will do 270.
So Derek, open up this pocket.
Yeah. I have to compete with that, I guess.
So Derek, we'll see how much money you can raise this hour by soliciting all your friends and family and telling them to get over here. But
yeah,
Pudge got $110. Well, Pudge didn't, but you know. It's been a good time so far. Yeah, so let's talk about football. NFL.
Let's
so we got a Lions fan here. We got a Commanders fan here, who both of you guys had fantastic seasons last year.
Did you
probably way above
Commanders fan?
Cowboys fan.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You live in the DC area.
I was like, am I the Lions fan?
I remember talking, I remember going, man, you finally have a good team in your area, but you're still a Cowboys fan. So
I'm still a Cowboy. Yeah. And I'm more of an NFL fan. I'm Rob Lowe wearing the NFL hat at the game. That's kind of my identity in football. But yeah, Cowboys fan. But hey, the Commanders are a lot of fun, and it's cool for this area to have a team that's doing well. So
and a new stadium coming soon,
and a new stadium coming soon, right in town, so we don't have to schlep out to Landover.
Are you in? You're not in DC, are you?
I'm in a suburb in Maryland, but the other side of the city for where the stadium is now, if that makes sense. So yeah, it just being downtown will make a lot more sense for people, and kind of, I don't know, make it give them more of an identity like they had, in the early 90s, that time.
Yeah. I mean, you know how I felt about Jaden Daniels going into last year's draft over Caleb Williams. I'd have preferred him to be a Bear over Caleb Williams. Can you imagine Ben Johnson with Jaden Daniels?
Can you imagine Ben Johnson with Caleb Williams? I'm pretty excited.
That is true. That's pretty. And meanwhile, Jeff is just like, I hate you guys for stealing Ben Johnson away.
I have my own opinions about Ben Johnson. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, for Chicago Bears fans, I hope I'm wrong. For Ben Johnson, I hope I'm wrong. I've just seen way too many phenomenal offensive coordinators who go to the next level and then fail. And I'm not saying Ben Johnson is going to fail, but so much of what characterized the Detroit locker room and the Detroit team, was cultivated by Dan Campbell. And, and again, when you had an offensive mind who was creative like he was, how's he going to do with defense? How's he going to do with other facets of the game? He may do really well, I'm hoping, but I'm not ready to anoint Ben Johnson the next great NFL coach. I'll wait and see, because we've seen way too many times where great coordinators fail when they become head coaches. Jim Schwartz is a great defensive coordinator, a horrible head coach.
Well, I mean, we're talking about offensive coordinators here. Just in recent past, I mean, what has Shane Steichen done in the NFL yet? Great offensive coordinator for the Eagles. What did Matt Nagy? Well, I'm not going to count Matt Nagy. Never mind. Brian Callahan went from the Bengals to the Titans, and the Titans ended up with the first overall pick. Like, but again, I keep telling people, you go from having Joe Burrow, Peyton Manning, Phillip Rivers, like some of the best quarterbacks in the league, to Will Levis. What do you expect? I mean, so
true.
I'm not out on Brian Callahan yet, but like, what's he gonna do with Cam Ward now? So it's we see this all the time. Offense coordinators get hot, they go to a team to become the head coach, to install the chemistry and to install everything. But we're seeing these offense coordinators coming from organizations that already have that chemistry, that they have that history, they have that culture already built because of the head coach, not the offense coordinator. They have to go and install their own culture, their own everything. But like you said, what are they going to do with the defense? Do they have the defensive coordinator to really sustain that? And there goes Jeff again. So it's just us now.
Nice.
So yeah, it's interesting here. The Pacers are up 8 points with 3 minutes and 23 seconds. As an Indiana Pacer fan, 8 points is not enough.
We saw that a couple nights ago. 8
if
points is,
you're any other team,
if
the
they don't have
the
Aaron
Pacers,
Nesmith, though.
8 points is 0 points. I mean,
Yeah.
basically a tie game. So, but the Pacers could finish this out game 2, and go up 2-0.
Exactly what they did to the Cavs.
It's exactly what they did to the Cavs. I would love another Cavs series.
Yeah.
Pacers haven't been in the finals since 2000 when they eliminated the New York Knicks. So
with Rick Smits and Reggie Miller. That's the first NBA finals I can remember watching.
Same, actually.
That's that one. That's funny.
And
go back to yeah. Well, no, it's did they get
swept?
swept? I thought it went 6.
Not to the Lakers.
I'm gonna look that up. But coming back to Ben Johnson, I just wanted to say, I mean, the thing I really respect about him is he could have had a head coaching job. Like,
you are right, they went 4-2. Never mind.
He could have had a head coaching job probably 2 years ago, and I think staying with Campbell for those 2 years, I think was really smart of him, and I think that might give him a better chance of succeeding, other than more so than the ones that didn't. Liam Cohen did a similar thing. I think he stayed for, or was he just the offensive coordinator for 1 year with Tampa? Yeah, he was.
He was 1 year. Because that was a conversations that Baker Mayfield is now like on his 3rd offensive coordinator in Tampa.
I mean, he's had what now, like 7 offensive coordinators in 4 years.
He's had a
something
new
insane
coordinator every single season he has played in the NFL.
And I guess he had 3. Did he have 3 that 1 year though? Because he was like Browns, traded to the Panthers, and then ended up on the Rams. Like,
yeah,
it's like, yeah. I love Baker, but I feel like, I don't know. I was looking at rankings today at quarterbacks, and once you get past like the top 5 or 6, you start getting into that, like, do I want Baker Mayfield? Do I want Jordan Love? And it's just kind of like, you might as well just wait if you're going to redraft. Like, I just don't. To those guys, it's just such a steep drop off after. I mean, you have the top tier guys, and then it's just, what do you do after that? But yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Baker, but he's proven everybody wrong forever. So we'll see if he can keep doing that.
Let's talk about, a team that didn't quite meet expectations last year because of one part of their team. The Cincinnati Bengals finished 9-8 last year after starting very, very poorly because of the defense, specifically the defense. What are you guys thinking about when it comes to the Bengals this year? I mean, they retained their offense pretty much for the most part, but now they're having Trey Hendrickson contract dispute. Their rookie, their first round pick, hasn't shown up to camp, or he's been there but hasn't participated because he's in the contract dispute as a rookie. Is Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins enough to get the Bengals over the hump back into the playoffs?
Well, I think we talked a little bit about this, and Pudge and I in our episode, I think last week. It's very hard for a team to constantly rely on their offense to score a ton of points, and that's what they've had to do in order to compete. You're in a division where you have a very strong team with the Baltimore Ravens. You have a Pittsburgh team that it doesn't matter what you throw out there, they always win. They always end up with a winning record. I don't get it. And then of course you have the Browns that kind of hold the Bengals up, but I don't know what they do. And like you said, with Hendrickson and that dispute going on, I mean, what are they doing to improve that defense? What are they doing to try to provide support on that side of the ball? The offense isn't the issue. I mean, there may be some questions at running back, but overall, I mean, that's a team that's going to continue to score points. You had the number one passing, Burrow had the most passing yards in the NFL last year. Jeopardy question. Thank you. And it was, it wasn't enough to give them a record to dominate. And so they have to do something on defense. And without that, I just think they're going to always be trying to outscore teams. And that is not a recipe for success in the NFL.
Yeah, I think for real football, it's going to be a struggle. I think fantasy, it's really exciting that they, I'm all in on those Bengals. I think the defense was horrible, but you look at some of the games they lost last year, and it's not crazy to think about. Like, I mean, they should have beaten the Ravens at least once. They had the game against the Commanders. They kind of blew, and I think it was a primetime game. It was a Monday night game. It was like the first game where we were like, holy crap, Jaden Daniels is good. They lost by 1 point to the Chiefs, and one of the Chiefs just crazy one possession wins last year. So, I mean, you can like squint at this season they had last year and be like, if a couple of these things fall a different way, they're sitting there at 11-6 or whatever instead of 9-8. And they finished third in the division last year, so that comes with kind of a slightly easier schedule. I don't see the defense getting worse. So I mean, hopefully they can get the rookies in there and kind of get them coached up. But they have so much talent on offense. I think it does. I think they're going to be in every game by virtue of that, and then it's just a matter of like, if a couple things fall their way. They did win a game against the Cowboys that they shouldn't have too. So maybe kind of cut both ways with that. But yeah, it's a tough division. The Steelers will have to wait and see. The Browns, who knows? But the Ravens are really good. So yeah. Well, I think sitting here today, I think I would pick the Bengals to be a wild card team. But the defense is a uphill battle.
Well, as long as they lose in week 5, I'm very happy. They play the Lions. They hope it's in Cincy. The Lions in Cincy week 5.
That could be a fireworks game. That could be a really fun one.
That may be a great game for fantasy.
Yeah,
potentially. Yeah. I am dealing with some my AirPods here gave me 2.5 hours, so I'm in there.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Trying to switch these out here.
Do you have backup AirPods?
Yeah, I have a second pair that I recently just got. My other pair sucks, so
2 AirPods.
Oh.
Two pairs of AirPods money over there. Fancy.
Well, okay, to be fair, these are my wife's old work ones, which she actually found like in the street downtown, and
nice.
Nobody ever claimed them, so they turned into our third pair, and now she gave them to me because she doesn't have a work phone anymore. So we are looking at the end of the game here. Sorry, Jeff, we're going to talk about basketball here for a moment. 14.7 seconds left. The Pacers are up 2, and they're looking at Brunson grabbing Neesmith's jersey.
All right, that's a perfect time to take me off screen for a minute then.
Okay, perfect. We'll go back to...
I was thinking today, what a crazy sports weekend it is in Indianapolis specifically.
So okay, yeah, the Indy 500 is this weekend,
There's that.
which is insane. And also on Sunday is Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, which is
I
like
was
5
wondering if it
miles
was going to be
away.
Sunday or Monday.
It's
but
Sunday. It's every 2
man,
days
that's
are
crazy.
the games. So
That's
yeah, we have
crazy.
the 500 and Game 6 or Game 3 plus the Fever play tomorrow night.
Oh yeah. And then on a sad
downtown.
note,
So
what is are they having a service for Ursay?
yeah, that's
anytime
another
soon
thing. I
too?
don't
Like
know.
there's just so much
So
going on.
you have
you're
that going on. You have the
the
Fever in
epicenter.
Gainbridge Fieldhouse on Saturday. You have the Indy 500 at the track 5 miles away ish. And then back at Gainbridge where the Pacers and Fever share the stadium. So like then they're coming back there. So
Jeez.
it's
Big.
a lot
It's a
of
big one.
a lot of things going on. Okay, let's see if I can figure out these heads. Okay, so Pacers are up 3, 112 to 109. There's 10 seconds left. Brunson goes back for the long three, misses it. Miles Turner gets the rebound and gets it out to Nimhard, but before that, they get a foul with 4.2. So Miles will be going to the foul line up 3 points. And if anybody tailed Sean's safe bets or free picks today, I don't know if you've been following up on this, but Sean was 4 for 4 over the last 2 games. His bet today was Pacers money line and Josh Hart under 12.5 points. Currently, Josh Hart has 6 points.
Oh wow, yeah, that should play
should
out.
hit. Should hit.
Yeah, I think I'm a little ahead of you on the game too, so no spoilers.
Oh, are you?
Though. A little bit.
I'm looking at 113, 109. I mean, I have ESPN up also, and it says 114.
Oh, okay, so you're right. Yeah, Turner made them both. It's probably over.
Should be over. I mean,
should be over. Even a Larry Johnson 4-point play isn't gonna.
Even the Pacers can't come back from this.
Yeah,
I feel like.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's fun. That's fun. I will say, I think whoever wins the series is gonna have a really hard time with Oklahoma City. They just seem on another level, like right now. I think Indiana matches it better because they're deeper, but Oklahoma City is just.
I don't want to say this, but like I personally feel like it's going to be Pacers Thunder in my opinion. I think that's going to be the finals.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a matter of how many games do the Pacers play to get there? Are they playing 6-7 games? Because I think if the Pacers go to 6 or 7 games against the Knicks, the Thunder will win. The Pacers sweep the Knicks, or even maybe just go to Game 5, I think it will be a good series.
Yeah, I think an underrated thing about the Pacers that I haven't seen too many people talking about is they're like the only NBA team I've seen go 11 deep in the playoffs, like this century. And so, I mean, it really, you just don't see that very often. And they're going on these huge runs at the end of games, and their players are just fresher. And just playing with more speed and just have their legs under them when they have to shoot jump shots. It's just
when you have 10 players that can average 10 points or more. I mean, you have 10 players that can easily get double figures in a game.
Yeah.
Easily.
I mean, Brunson's amazing. Like I love him. I think he's a great player, but like he's just getting the crap beat out of him for 45 minutes a night. And at the end of that game 1 overtime, like he shot that 3 and just didn't even have it. He just didn't have his legs under him. I
said this about the Milwaukee series when Giannis has to score 40 plus and they don't win. That's a problem. Yeah. When in the Cavs series, Donovan scored 40 points 3 times. They didn't win. They lost 4-1. Brunson and Cat both had 35 plus points. They lost still in game 1, and Brunson takes the shot and they lose 2-0.
Yeah, and
the Pacers.
But the thing about Oklahoma City is they kind of have the same depth. Like you look at like the 10th man on Oklahoma City, and they would start for Denver. Like it's just
when you have
unreal how deep that team is.
When you trade away Paul George for SGA and
MVP,
7 picks, it's crazy.
Cool.
I love seeing all the Knicks fans just all their turning around, going, "Oh no!" Like I had 3 people tell me 2 days ago that Knicks in 4, Knicks in 5, and I'm like, bet me, pay my league dues for the next 2 years. If the Knicks sweep, I will pay your league dues for 2 years. And they're like, no, 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 no. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the NBA is fun right now. I feel like we're like transitioning into a different era. It feels like all these young guys are kind of rising to take over the torch for the Steph Currys and then LeBron Jameses. So it's fun seeing new teams.
I saw a video earlier today. It was like it was Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, and Aaron Nesmith in the huddle, and Rick Carlisle is like, guys, what are we gonna do? We're down big time in the fourth quarter, and they're like, shoot more, like score more, shoot threes, and Aaron Nesmith is like, guys, wait, what if I became Steph Curry? I'm like, well, that's basically what happened.
I mean, Steph Curry's never even done that though.
No,
like,
Aaron Nesmith has the most 3-pointers in the fourth quarter in NBA history in the playoffs.
I was just speechless. Like I just couldn't. It was probably my favorite basketball NBA game I've ever watched. No joke. Like it was just that fourth quarter was unbelievable. The last 3 minutes were unbelievable. But yeah. And then the first quarter was fun too. We had the I forget who it was. Was it Josh Hart or missed like he like airballed a layup, and then Obi Toppin came down the other end and like bricked a dunk, and that was just like just some good NBA comedy.
Yeah. I was so mad because Obi came from the Knicks, and I'm just like, game 1, like this is the game, and you all of a sudden went back to Knicks basketball, like now you suck again. Like, what's going on, bud? Yeah. So
in the fourth quarter was great. Like that was some good Obi Toppin. So many former Knicks on the team, on the not Knicks teams in the playoffs too. Like the T-Wolves have Randall and DiVincenzo, the Hartenstein on the Thunder, and Obi Toppin on the Pacers. Just a very Knicks coded playoffs, even without the Knicks.
Well, I saw something earlier, and Jeff, we will be done talking about basketball here in a minute until Seth gets here, because he's a Knicks fan. But it was the NBA playoffs this year are all affected by one player being traded twice. It was Paul George being traded from Indiana to OKC, and Indiana getting Oladipo and Sabonis, who then flipped around. Sabonis went to Sacramento, and Indiana got Tyrese Halliburton. See what he's doing here. And then Paul George got traded from the Thunder to LA for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and seven first-round draft picks, which now they are the top team in the West, and it could end up being them in the finals because of Paul George being traded twice.
That's pretty cool. Paul George might finally get his ring. Somehow, his trades will get a ring, I guess. Yeah, it's been a fun NBA playoffs. Do you not follow the NBA, Jeff? Are you not an avid
I'm not
Pistons
a huge
fan?
NBA fan. I did watch the Pistons in the playoff, and when they lost. I think there were 3 playoff games where the total margin of victory was 1 point between the 3, and I think the Pistons are, again, I can't talk specific players or anything like that, but I am excited by the future of the Pistons, and it's been a long time since they've been relevant. You had the Bad Boys way back when, which is Justin's time, probably your time, and then obviously then you had the if it ain't rough, it ain't right. Chauncey Billups days.
Hold on.
And then
hold on.
We can talk Bill Laimbeer and Isaiah Thomas. We got
Justin might not remember
Mahorn
90s movies, but Justin lives in basketball country. I know the days of Michael Jordan and the Bad Boys of the Detroit Pistons, and the beef between Jordan and Isaiah Thomas. Justin remembers these days too.
Okay.
It's not. I live.
So you
for it,
haven't
man.
watched a movie before 2010, but you remember. Okay, that's good.
The NBA, yeah.
Okay. All right. No, it's again, I've watched some streaks, and I was a bigger fan. I was a bigger fan back then than I am now. I follow a little bit more college basketball than I do. I'm a Michigan State Spartan alum, so I'll always watch Sparty and Tom Izzo in the tournament. And but I mean, as far as the NBA is concerned, I don't follow it that frequently enough to where I can comment on it intelligently. So. But I am looking forward to seeing what the Pistons can do next year. I mean, it was a big surprise. It was really nice to see in Detroit after the Lions.
I'm sorry
after
if you
the
guys
Tigers.
are talking and I can't hear you.
Oh, am I now frozen again? Hello?
It's my show now. Can you hear me now, Justin?
Oh no. I can hear you in one ear. I think I might have also just mixed up all of my AirPods.
Oh no.
This is the problem. They all look the same. Okay, Jeff is back. Let's see. Can we get Jeff back in here? Hi, Jeff.
I donate $55 and I apparently can't pay my internet bill.
Maybe you should pay the internet bill first.
I don't know what's going on. This never happens, and this is now the fourth time. I thought maybe because I had a few browser windows open, but I don't know. My wife's probably upstairs doing something, probably to mess with me. I don't know.
If you're new to the broadcast, we are raising money for Extra Life and the Children's Miracle Network. Not Jeff's internet. So we're not paying his internet bill today. But we are raising money for kids. Or a third pair of AirPods. I can't even get the second one to connect right now. So this is very frustrating for me. I'm getting really hot in this jacket, so I might switch to my polo. So I will be back in a brief moment and hopefully maybe figure out my AirPod issue. So, talk about your favorite memory in the NFL, favorite football memory. Could be a childhood story, could be a recent story, whatever. But till then, I'll be back.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, I can kick that off, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, obviously, probably as a long-time Lions fan, probably the biggest memory for me was and this is going to hurt you, Derek, but was the playoff game against the Cowboys. The Lions went 12-4 in the 1991 season. And against the Cowboys, I mean, that iconic play by Barry Sanders where he made the Dallas Cowboys look like Keystone Cops falling all over, and that was just a phenomenal play, and that's one I'll never forget. There's a couple other plays when I've actually attended game.
Sorry, was that the last time they had made the conference championship before last year? That is
correct. They've been to two.
They beat the Cowboys in the divisional, right? And then
they beat the Cowboys in the divisional. Then they went to
it was Washington.
Yeah, it was Washington, and they had lost really bad. They got annihilated by Washington in the regular season, and rinse and repeat in the conference championship. They were just, I mean, Washington was just destined that year, and they were phenomenal. And it was after that, that started the drought of no playoff wins until until just very recently. And even Stafford when he was.
Oh, sorry. But it's funny.
No, go ahead.
That was also Washington's last conference championship until last year. Both those teams that was like a last hurrah until, recent times.
Well, it kind of hurt last year when Washington, it's like they beat us. It was I think it was the first time we had faced Washington in the playoffs since the conference championship, and for us to lose that game after the season that we had. And that was on the heels of last year where we can debate all night long about how the Lions handed the 49ers that game. I mean, you were just dominating on the ground, and you didn't stick with the run game. But we'll just stop there.
Very Shanahan of them, ironically.
It was brutal. And even the Washington game where the Lions, Gibbs was running all over Washington. I mean, he had the Commanders, and somehow we switched game plans again. And again, it wasn't quite the same game in San Francisco. In San Francisco, we had that game. I mean, we were dominating them in that first half. And then for us to come out like we did in the second half and to just change our approach on offense. Maybe we thought we were going to be clever and we were going to surprise them, but that failed. And then
I feel like that game shifted on. I remember Brandon Ayuk making a crazy, like, deflected catch.
Oh, well, then there was that, yeah.
And that kind of just like swung. Like it felt like the Lions were like destined to win that game, and then that happened. I was like, oh no, like
it was. Yeah, I mean that catch was like the why can't I remember his name? New York Giants, the helmet catch.
No, Tyree. Yeah.
David Tyree. It just something bizarre that just catapulted the team.
Yeah.
And
which trivia?
There's a lot of reasons. What's that?
That was David Tyree's final catch of his career. Was that?
Was that? I guess I didn't realize that. Well,
but yeah, no.
That was just crazy.
It'll swing things.
That was a memory of mine. And then again, being able to sit in Ford Field and watch the first playoff game at home was incredible. I have a lot of good memories. I have a whole lot of bad memories. I sat at every home game of the 0-16 season.
Oh no!
So I was there for
that's
every
historical,
game.
Though. That's historical.
It is. It was history. Yeah, I got to witness history.
Who were the quarterbacks that year? It was the guy that's on ESPN now, right?
Orlovsky. Orlovsky, and because Kittner was the year before. We had Kittner the year before, and that was the year we started 6-2.
Yeah,
we started 6-2. He was on the cover of ESPN, the magazine. He everybody thought the Lions were going to be great. We had just annihilated the Denver Broncos, and then we went 1-7 the rest of the way, and it was just ugly. And after that, I think we beat Kansas City, and after that, that's when we started that whole run of 20 some games without a win, and it was just. But I've stuck by them. I kind of look at the Lions like a delinquent child. We're the parents of a delinquent child. The kid brings you great misery, but it's your child. You love your child. You're going to support your child no matter what. You're there for them. But man, is it painful. But these last few years obviously have been completely different, and my ticket prices have reflected that.
And honestly, the Stafford Calvin Johnson stuff was at least a fun team, like they didn't really win anything, but they were at least like in a lot of games. Aaron Rodgers was kind of owning the division then anyway. So,
well, and again, I said earlier that I'm a Matthew Stafford. I think it was when you were here. I said I'm a Matthew Stafford fan. But, he's polarizing. I know that a lot of people do not like him. Others love him. I was there for the 2009 game against Cleveland when, that big clip that is now, I think it's the longest running NFL studios or NFL films mic'd clip in history or something like that. You can make up a stat for anything, but I mean, that game when he went down, I mean, it was just felt like
his shoulder.
Yeah. And it just felt like, here we go again. More Lions jinx, more Lions, whatever. And then when he got up and again, he wouldn't even have finished that play had it not been for the Cleveland Browns calling timeout. And when he called timeout, he was able to get back in that game, and he won that game. And, of course, at least for 1 week, the Lions thought, hey, this is our, everything's going to turn around, and it didn't quite do it that rapidly. But I think, but watching Stafford, I think Stafford is, they say that and I'm not, again, we can debate all night long whether or not he's a great quarterback, but they say great quarterbacks elevate mediocre talent around them. And I look at Kenny Galladay. Matt Stafford made Kenny Galladay look like a god, and enough to where the where do you go? Giants? The Giants paid him a lot of money to and it was, am I frozen again?
Yeah, I can hear you though. It's just you know, not the most flattering frozen image, but
none of my images are flattering. Let's just say it. I'm gonna try to reset this again. So give me seriously, this never happened, so I don't know what's going.
Well, it's just me now. Hello, anybody? Oh, Justin's rolling in. We're talking about Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford does deserve that.
I can't hear you, but I'm still trying to figure out my own audio issues. But I saw Jeff. Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Are we back, Jeff?
Just in time for
good.
Looks like somebody just donated $100.
Yeah. I do want to keep talking about Matthew Stafford. I could talk about Matthew Stafford. Yeah. I could have a whole separate podcast about Matthew Stafford. I love Matthew Stafford.
Well, I should do that because we can talk.
I think he's a Hall of Famer, honestly, and I don't think it's even like a thing that needs to be debated. Like, put him in. He was the quarterback for the two greatest wide receiver seasons. Really, three of the greatest wide receiver seasons ever. When you have Calvin Johnson, Cooper Kupp, and Puka Nacua. Yeah, and like nobody ever talks about like Matthew Stafford's role in that. Like he is an all-timer to me. I think he's a great player.
Cooper Kupp stats were okay before. I mean, because that was when he joined Kupp. It was his third season or fourth. I can't recall now.
I was just looking at that draft class. It was the draft class with John Ross was the first wide receiver taken. I think it was 17, so that would have been his third or fourth year. He had those a couple years with, but I mean, Cooper Kupp has. I love Cooper Kupp. He has 2,000-yard seasons, and one of them was, you know, maybe the greatest single season by a wide receiver. But like, you got it. I feel like Matthew Stafford has been criminally underrated his entire career. He had a game. Speaking of memory, he had a great game against the Cowboys where I think Calvin Johnson had like 300 receiving yards, and they went down. They like on the last drive of the game, Stafford I think fake spiked it and then dove over the line to score the game-winning touchdown. Like, and he's had so many games like that where he's just like pulled it out at the end, like in a way that doesn't make any sense. Look at that.
Oh, I got to get my ATM card out.
The people like Matthew Stafford. That's all they want the Matthew Stafford content.
Hey, if that's what we had to do, I would have been doing that a lot sooner. I remember that game though with Calvin Johnson and 300 yards because that was the game where Des Bryant was trash talking prior to the game. He was saying that he was a better wide receiver than Calvin, and then Calvin puts up funny. 3 C's on him. So that was funny, but.
Des did, but he was not better than Calvin Johnson.
No. And I just think it was great because, like you said, though, Matthew Stafford has been, he has supported so many players and he's gone through a lot of injuries. And yes, he's a slinger. He does throw a lot of interceptions, but hey, so did Brett Favre. And, there's a lot of quarterback. So did, I think, didn't Dan Marino throw a lot of interceptions in his career? I mean, again, throwing interceptions, I mean, we're not talking Jameis Winston type interceptions here. We're talking about, when you're trying to push the ball, when you're trying to make things happen, sometimes it's gonna, sometimes you're gonna have, that happen. And I just think that he's the kind of he was the kind of passer. I mean, I've seen him throw balls on a dime, and especially when. Once again, I'm drawing blanks in name. Cincinnati Bengals receiver that went to the Lions, Marvin
Jones.
Marvin Jones, thank you. And he was throwing balls to the dime in there. And at that time, Marvin Jones had, I think he was like number 1 or number 2 in contested catches, and it was because Stafford was throwing them only where Jones could get that ball, and that's where I agree with you. I think he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I have debates all the time. My friend Pudge, I'm still not sure if he likes Stafford or not. He's just always contrarian with me just to give me, bleep. But
yeah.
it's I have supported that guy. It's the only time I've ever purchased a non-Michigan Michigan-based team jersey. I have a Stafford Rams jersey. I'm not a Rams fan, but I have a Rams jersey for Stafford.
That must have been painful. It's University of Michigan colors, so that as a Michigan State guy, it's got to be kind of.
But it's a lighter blue, and it's not maize. It's kind of a just, yeah. Yeah, if it were a darker
blue, I'm ruining it for you. I'm sorry.
No.
And he sold the jersey immediately. Yeah. So I have no idea what's going on with my headphone issues, but we are back to the original. So they apparently are at 99%. And also, Jeff, don't let me forget this. But $50. The at-home dad, who is currently sitting backstage in the green room, that's another $50. So I think that makes you up to $70, right, Jeff?
No, I think you probably should look again because I think there was another $100 donation. I think we're at $260. So I have 130 coming your way. We were at 460. It looks like we're at 720.
Yeah, we had $100 come in thanks to Matt.
Hey, it's your meter.
When did that happen?
It happened while
I missed $100.
You did.
When did?
It was just me here, I think, when that happened, actually, because I think
that was me when I froze up for the 5th time.
And
I'm literally not.
And then when it was just me, it was just.
Oh, you are right. Yeah. Let me refresh my page because it was at 570 when I left. God, you're killing it. Will, Ryan, part of the fam here at FantasyNow Plus. Let's hit the goal. Donating the $100. Thank you, Will. So yeah, you are correct. That is $260. And Jeff, of course,
he left. Yeah,
bounces. He got scared of the. Well, that's a perfect segue. Hopefully, Seth, you might have to adjust your camera, but Seth, how's it going, man?
I'm great, man. How you been?
Pretty good. Thanks for the $50 to the Children's Miracle Network. That is super much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, part of the goal here. I mean, we started today with. I'm not going to say where we started, but we are at $720 so far of our $2,000 goal. We're in hour 3 of our 24-hour stream. If you are just now joining us, I'm going to probably talk about this every 30 minutes, but we are raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every dollar raised goes directly to support those in need, the families, the hospitals. This goes to lab research, funds, all the things. I'm only in hour 3. I'm not even like hour 22 yet.
Yeah.
Everything that it takes to run a hospital, these guys are. Extra Life is supporting. All of this is getting funneled right over there. So, Extra Life was actually started by a family that was in need of the Children's Miracle Network hospitals, and their daughter died. They started this organization for gamers to come on because she was a gamer. To come on basically and raise money. Which is exactly what we're doing. I would consider fantasy football gaming in a way. I mean, it's all fantasy, so we do game. So I said, hey, why not? Let's add to the cause here. So yeah, we are at $700 and I can't do math anymore. $720 of our $2,000 goal. Again, I would love to make that bigger. The goal by the end of this, by the end of everything. And Derek, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure he said it until midnight. Jeff is going to match every $2 donated with $1. So he's doing a half match up until we hit the $1,000 mark.
Awesome.
So we're trying to make him spend some money tonight. So
that's why
he is up to, what did we just say? $230 coming our way. So we are actually at $950 right now. So
that's awesome. Yeah, no, honestly, great work. I love being able to just partake in these type of things. It is just, one of the joys of being able to be in the, I don't know, position. I don't even feel like I feel like that gives me way too much, way too much, gravitas, if you will. But like, just to be able to come on and help out in any type of way for such a good cause is just something that's very near and dear to my heart. So, Justin, thank you for really organizing this, and Derek for being here to, keep them company and going the whole the whole way through. So I'm just excited to jump on and be able to do my small little part. And so just hoping that anybody that's listening jumps on, donates, even if you're listening after the fact, jumping in and donating and things like that. It's just like you said, it's going to such a great cause. And it's always one of those things. It doesn't matter how much you can donate, being able to donate time, being able to donate resources, being able to donate funds. It's all for a positive cause. And so just being able to get out there and do that is huge, and people need it. And that's why, it really is such a great honor for me to jump in, and we can talk shop. I kind of don't want to go back and talk about Matthew Stafford. I heard too much already, but we could just skip basketball completely because
wait a minute. I have a couple of notes here. You are right. It doesn't matter like what you do in terms of support. Sharing this link, sharing the donation link, which is in the description, does wonders. It puts more eyes out there on this page to get those donations. $1 even is support. Every dollar helps. So make Jeff spend 50 cents to make that a weird number. And he is back. I think maybe figured it out. His internet. Oh, I kicked everybody out. So Jeff is back. I got to switch him back over there again. But yeah, support sharing the YouTube page so that other people can see it. That is also support. So I do agree there. Derek, I know your time was from 10 to 11. Feel free to stay on and learn about math that Seth is about to talk about. We did cover the Knicks and Pacers game. We bored the hell out of Jeff. So we won't do it again. But Seth,
I mean, I was hoping that I could jump in earlier and be able to,
watch the end.
Well, I actually, the reason why I jumped into the backstage a little bit late was because my wife and kids were up watching the game, and just literally everybody like, come on, get the rebound, and it's just like, it's one of those things that's just so frustrating because you're like, all right, they have a chance. Oh, nope, they let the ball go literally right through their hands to the other team, and it's like now it just resets the shot clock, and now they're just running time, and you just watch for like that last minute and a half where you're just like, oh, this is not gonna go well, and it just slowly just chips away at your insides. But yeah, we can we'll talk, we'll chat more offline, off air, Justin, about the Knicks and Pacers. But
yeah, we basically were the color commentary for the final minutes of the game because Jeff was having internet issues again, I think, or he was gonna go get a beer or something, I don't know. Yeah, we won't bore everybody with the with the real life basketball talk, but yeah, so if you are watching this stream again, we're raising money. Link is in the description. extra-life.org/participants/FantasyNow plus, or just click the link and it'll take you right to the donation page where you can then donate money. And for every $2 you spend, Jeff will match it with $1 for the next $380. So Jeff, very big. He started for only, like for the next hour and a half till 10 p.m. Then it was 11 p.m. Then it was midnight. I got Jeff on here until at least 1 a.m. So we might be able to get that to 1 a.m. We'll see.
Fine. Let's do that.
Till 1 a.m. We got
There
the
it
half
is.
match hour. No, Jeff was great. So yeah, and
Well, Jeff, it was
so
great
Jeff,
talking Matt Stafford with you. I'm gonna head out.
all
Justin,
right,
what you're
thanks,
doing is
Derek.
awesome. What you guys are
We'll
doing
see you.
great.
Derek.
Great calls. Good luck.
Oh,
Hydrate.
Have a great night.
How did that? It's
Hold on.
I don't know. What?
That
Perfect.
okay, that's pretty sick.
cool.
Thanks,
That's
Stringer.
awesome.
Hold on. Does this do anything? No.
All right.
That doesn't.
Well, already delirious. 3 hours in. All right.
See you, Derek. Thanks for coming on.
Make sure you
Yeah,
turn
everyone.
in and
Yeah.
20 hours from
Yeah.
now, so you can really see how delirious everybody gets.
That sounds
Right.
great. That sounds
That's your
great.
that's your primer for everybody.
Yeah.
See you, Derek.
Cool. Take care.
All right, let's see if I can figure this out. And all right, Jeff's back. Okay.
Awesome.
So Seth,
Yeah.
let me read my questions for you here first. Okay, goodbye to Derek. Welcome in, Seth. Fun things you're working. Anything fun things you're working on?
Right about now is when I really start getting we have a lot of ADP tools that we work with. I work with FF Faceoff. For anybody out there from the Faceoff team, make sure you go in there and donate, please. We try to do a handful of different ADP tools, which we have live mock drafts going on in Sleeper pretty much every day. And then we take that live data and turn it into a very functional dashboard for people to be able to go through. And I think one of the things that sets the way I set up the ADP dashboard apart from other ones is that you can actually adjust the time frame of it. So you can actually say like, okay, I want to see what drafts look like pre-draft. Be like, oh, okay, so I see where these guys are kind of going. And then I want to see what drafts look like post-draft. And you can adjust that time scale to be able to get a nice little view of how people are drafting. And we have it set up for auction drafts also, which is maybe I just haven't seen it, but something that I haven't seen in a lot of different places. So instead of ADP, it's really AAV. And again, it's live auction drafts and being able to get actual people. Sometimes it's a little crazy, dropping huge chunks of, change on certain players. But it's actual people in live mock drafts collecting that data. And one of the things that, some of our auction people have kind of hinted at is like a lot of the auction values that you'll see is really just a formula that's transferring. This is their average draft position, which means that their like value is $5, and they just basically their ADP and there we go. And so like it just matches those things up, and so. Does that say Matthew Stafford on there?
I'm going to assume that was probably Derek, since you guys had the big Matthew Stafford talk. Awesome. Hall of Fame QB Matthew Stafford donated $50.
I feel like if it really were the Hall of Fame quarterback Matthew Stafford, no judging anybody's donation, but I feel like Matthew could have maybe I don't know everybody's situation, but
thrown a couple more zeros on there.
Like maybe
maybe like $50,000, $500,000,
maybe like a little bit, but
which is why we clarified it was up to $1,000.
Matt Stafford just comes on here and donates $5 million, and Jeff's like, I don't have $2.5 million.
Jeff's now like setting the most ridiculous parlay, like please hit. So
gotta hedge it.
Oh god,
that's awesome.
Yeah. So sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, no, that's honestly one of the things that I'm working on, and then just playing around with. I've been trying to really get myself more and more skilled with some of the back end computing skills, being able to tap into just some different APIs and being able to turn that into actual like tools for people to use and try and make it a little bit more seamless. Because one of the things that I found is that, I can do all sorts of fun, cool stuff in Google Sheets, but if that doesn't translate into something that somebody's going to be able to use to be able to find information that's going to help them out, it doesn't matter. Like I can help myself out, but a lot of what we try and do is try and like, turn it into something for somebody else. And so that's been kind of my goal. And I had a few things that I've been kicking around as some cool ideas, hopefully to get out for this starting season. But it'll be a matter of whether or not I can balance coaching my kids' sports and doing my real life job and trying to get the other fun little projects up off the ground. So typical adulting stuff, which nobody truly enjoys that.
No.
So okay, you were on 2 seasons ago, I think, on Once Upon a Sunday. You were on with me, Josh, and Dave.
Yep.
God, it was so long ago when we had you on, I feel like, at this point. But I remember having you on, and I was thinking, it was like, oh man, like Dave is a very like, he doesn't get into the analytics, the stat, like all the things. Studs are studs, duds are duds.
Yep.
We'll talk about that. And I remember having a conversation after you signed off. Me, Josh, and Dave were sitting there talking, and he was like, that was the best guest we've ever had on. Like, not just blowing smoke right now, but he was like, I learned so much this episode. Like, I think we were only talking about league median and like,
probably median points per game.
Yeah, and just all of that. And I remember sitting there going, this is a lot of math at 8 p.m. But like, it was very fascinating. It was very educational, and Dave was just like, the whole time, and I'm like, I would have never guessed Dave would have been like, this is so great. So I'm like, so obviously had to have you back. Because
and
it does help people win.
Yeah, no, and that's really like one of the things that I've been trying to talk with literally anybody that'll listen about median points per game. It's one of the things I've been kind of championing again really makes me sound like I'm doing a whole lot more than I'm doing, but like just trying to get it out there anytime, trying to compare players, trying to just create a different viewpoint is really what I'm trying to do, because I've gotten into, let's see, about 5 years now of going back and looking at different years of data and trying to combine all of it together, and having a whole lot of different conversations with a lot of, different people, mostly on Twitter or whatever other platform. And a lot of people are they hold real tight to points per game, and especially average points per game. And it's like, that's just one of many, many ways to try and create it. Literally, an average is just a measure of central tendency. Like, that's the fancy mathy term for it, right? All you're trying to do is just say, like, what's kind of typical, right? And there's more than one, and there's also more than one average. And I don't think people truly like understand that part either. And so like, when you're thinking about how you calculate an average, there's different ways that happens. If you try and just do a typical average, if you're looking at, years of stock returns, you're not going to get two numbers that add up, or not add up, but two numbers that are equal if you do a typical average, because you're actually finding a different type of average because of the percentages that you're making as your return of investment. And so there's all the times that you've seen it in the math books and your teacher said, just don't worry about that, where it says, average arithmetic mean. and it's always like in parentheses, and I'm like, yeah, just skip over that. It just means do average. You know, that thing that I taught you to just do that average thing. There's the arithmetic average, there's the harmonic average, there's the geometric average, there's weighted averages, which are pretty common, but like all of those are different ways, and most people just kind of are like, well, I learned average in school, and that's the thing that I'm going to hold on to because it's averages. And so a lot of what I've tried to do with median is like, hey, median is another measure of central tendency. Its goal is to do the same thing of trying to say, this is another way of looking at what's typical. And when you're looking at player stats, right, I want to try and find something that can help me gain an edge at looking at something that's typical. Go ahead, Jeff. I can see the question on your face.
Well, no, I like your approach because, again, typically when you're thinking about mean versus median, and I always thought that, kind of just a quick rule of thumb was that, when the mean and median are fairly close, then typically you want to go with the mean. But as they begin to deviate, or as the gap between them grows, then that's when you have to rely on the median a lot more than the mean, because you're going to have those outliers that skew the average so much that it's not going to provide a true accurate picture. And that's where going to the median, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. That's when the median really provides the clearer picture of what a player is doing or where that player may fall week to week versus mean.
Right. And to take that one step further, if you actually graph out player stats, and so, or really if you graph out anything, right? And you remember the normal curve where it's like, it's the bell shape, it's the normal curve. If you want to get fancy again, it's the Gaussian curve, right? But that's not how fantasy scores are if you graph them out. It's a very skewed fat tail where you have a whole lot of concentration, honestly closer to zero than anything else. And so if you just do the average, an average will shift not to where the most density kind of is. It'll shift depending on those outliers. And so what you'll get, and sometimes to a benefit, right? I want to know, who is that guy that's going to throw these massive outlier games? Who's going to drop a 50-point game for me? I want to know that. I'm not saying get rid of averages completely, but adding median to your look at player scores now gives you a median will always give you that spot in the middle of your data. By definition, it has to. Whereas average, if you have a massive outlier, either a massive lower outlier, a massive higher outlier, you're going to end up with your average being skewed. And so what I find really interesting is trying to find players that their median points per game is actually above their average points per game. Because what that means is that they've had a bad game that's just destroyed their fantasy production. And so like that average is being shifted down. And typically what people will do is they'll look and they'll find that one bad game. They go, whoa, I'll throw that game out. That's the game that they rolled their ankle in their first quarter. And that, that doesn't count. I don't need to do that with median points per game. It's naturally kind of worked into how you find median. So it kind of works to get rid of those not get rid of, but it works to mitigate the impact of those outlier scores. And to me, that's one of the things that, I want to be able to see. And I've done this a handful of different times of plotting out, thousands of players' weekly scores to get an actual a graph, a very pretty kind of histogram of how the scores look. And again, you get this kind of bubble, and then it kind of flattens out, but then it keeps going for a while. And that's how you can, that's a key indicator of it's not a normal curve. And you'll notice that, again, that average is shifted and that median gives you a much clearer view. And so being able to use both of them really provides just a little bit more insight into how players are scoring.
Do you find a lot of analyses that uses the flawed or fatal average of averages? I've seen some of that out there where it's like, okay, there's a bunch of averages, and then people are taking averages of averages, which obviously, unless you're weighting it properly, is taboo.
Right. And that's where like those other types of averages actually come into play, because that's where you can find the correct type of average to use. Because finding an average of averages can be beneficial. But it also can get you so far away from what you're trying to do with like any average, median, anything you're trying to whittle down into like a single data point. You're removing some of the nuance of all those scores. Like you're trying to say, okay, yeah, they played 17 games, but I don't want to go back and look at all 17 games. I want a little data point. I want a little nugget of information that's digestible. And so when you take, to your point, the averages of averages, or another one of my favorites is like looking at the any type of expected points, because then you're taking the average of what a player did in those situations, and then comparing what their average performance was in those situations, and then trying to whittle that down to an individual number. And so in that point, you've really lost the scope of all those different things. And if your training data is not kind of applicable, then you end up with all sorts of kind of skews that you won't actually pick up on as you're looking at the data, because you are doing, again, you're taking averages of averages, or you're taking these averages and applying them to another number and applying them to another formula, and again, you're losing sight of those individual data points. And there's benefit. Again, I'm a big fan of do not throw anything out. Not like hoarding. I don't have stacks of newspapers, but like, don't throw out a data point. It's really like, okay, well, it's being very cognizant of what information does it tell you, and then what information does it not tell you. And that's the thing with like median and average, why I like using both of them, because you can really start to see, like, I get a clearer picture now without needing to look at a full graph or looking at the entire scope of this player's, whatever time frame I'm looking at. If the average is greater than the median, it means that he's had some blow up games that are shifting his average up. If his average and median are right at the same spot or really close together, it means that he has a pretty much a normal curve or a flat line of his scores for the season. And if he has his median's greater than his average, then he has one or two bad games that have really killed what his typical game is. And so to your point about averages of averages, you kind of lose some of that ability to see what's really happening in those moments.
Yeah. That's all fascinating. I love the fact that you're taking that approach, because I've seen, like you alluded to it earlier, way too many people who just rely so much on averages, and you have to dig deeper, and you have to kind of, that only tells one story. So everything you've said is everything I believe in.
Yeah. And the one thing that I absolutely love, and it to me, it points to the lack of understanding. And I don't say that in like a mean way. My career is in education. So it's about like, how do we take points of misunderstanding and turn them into understanding? And for me, when people rely so heavily on average, and they do so with this rationale, I'll talk about the rationale in a second. It really points to you have a misunderstanding of what's truly happening here. When they go, total points per game is a joke. It's a compiler stat. You should never look at total points per game. Look at average points per game. Ha! That'll fix it. That is a complete misunderstanding, because the only way to get the average points per game is to use the total points per game. And so you've
the
never
numerator.
disconnected yourself from that one metric that you've just said is a joke and that you don't like.
Yep.
And again, it does provide context, but that, to me, if somebody jumps into that conversation of, well, why would you ever show me total points per game? Why would you ever show me total points scored? What's their points per game? If that's their kind of like lead in, that to me is like, okay, there's going to be a definite, disagreement here, because they're really trying to champion this average when they're not understanding how it's being calculated to begin with. And then for me to be like, hey, here's this other thing that you should use in tandem with it, it's going to be just butting heads, because they're going to be so just locked into, well, I do average points per game. That's what I look at. And so I just always find that one is like, okay.
I mean, average points per game could look great, but they could also play 3 games.
True.
So it's,
well, here's a prime
okay.
example, and this is a very very not real world. But you have somebody who plays 16 games and scores 0 points. Mm-hmm. Then in the 17th week, again, this will never happen, obviously, they score 170 points. Well, according to average, they just scored 10 points per game during the season. Wow, I can rely on this person to give me 10 points per game. No, you can't. Yeah. This person had one game that was an outlier that, because everybody else left the field and he was just running around and scoring touchdown after touchdown. Outside of that, that player did nothing. And I think that's a very outlandish way of proving a point that average doesn't always mean what you think it means. Not to use the word mean for average, but play on words. But I also think it's important to understand the variables. Like you were just saying, Seth, it's important to understand the variables. Every variable plays an important role. Yeah. And again, whether, and you can use stats in so many different ways and calculate statistics in so many different ways that you can't do that unless you really understand what each of those variables and the role they play and what you're calculating. And again, I agree with you. It's not that you're trying to, malign anyone, but it is important to understand that and to make a blanket statement. Well, total points don't mean anything. Well, you have to start somewhere, and that's where you start. Unless you understand what that means and how that is in the context of games played and some of the other variables, it's kind of impossible for you to really understand what you're looking at. And that's why, like I said, when you're looking at those things, I think it's important to look at the different results, whether it's mean, whether it's median, whether it's, I'm very happy that we've had this chance to talk, because just recently I've gone through that where someone was trying to give me, we were talking about average of averages. Somebody was trying to tell me, well, they were trying to calculate the yards per snap or whatever per game, and they were taking that per game and they were trying to average that out. And the end result was so skewed.
Yep.
And it's understanding that, and that's where not everybody has the time or the aptitude to be able to do those calculations. So somebody who's providing that and providing that insight, that's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something that I've been working, again, my goal is to try and make these as accessible as possible to people. And so trying to figure out how to do that. Right. And how do I try and make that happen? And One of the things that, thinking about your comments there, not only like the average of averages, but also thinking about like, how does that turn into results? Right. And so when we're looking at, how can I figure out, was this player, an RB12, right? Or like an RB1, not the RB1, but an RB1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that conversation gets muddled in the weeds as well at times, just because of a focus on the result and not so much a focus on the broader scope of what's going on. And so I should have pulled it up earlier, but I'll try my best to remember this. I believe it was CJ Stroud last year had 2 games that he played where he got exactly the same score. Like, it was one of the few players, I believe it was CJ Stroud, had like 16.3 1 week and 16.3 another week. Same exact points. But if you just looked at the result, and we
lost him.
We're just getting to
we were getting to the good stuff. He'll be back. His internet has been okay. So you said CJ Stroud 16 point.
I believe it was CJ Stroud last year. I remember it being a quarterback. I might be able to go back and find it in a minute.
It doesn't look. He had 16.94, but he only scored 16 once.
Let me.
Anyways,
I'll see if I can find the player. But let's go with this. Unnamed quarterback scored exactly 16.3 points 1 week and exactly 16.3 points the other week, right? And it looks like Jeff just jumped back into the back room. So 2 weeks, same exact points scored. In 1 week, he was the QB8, a top 12 QB. That's a QB1. But in another week, the same exact points, he was the QB16. And so by looking at just the result, you kind of miss the fact that 1 week, Josh Allen was on bye, Patrick Mahomes was on bye, all these other, and not Patrick Mahomes of 2024. That's why I was definitely like 2 years ago that I remember looking at this. But
2 years ago.
Yeah, I believe it was 2 years ago that it was. I think it was the 2023 season. But if you're looking just at the result and you're just saying, okay, I'm going to stack all the players, and yep, they were the 12th, he was above the 12th guy, so that's a QB1. You lose the broader scope of what it takes to be a QB1 on any day. And so that's another thing that I've done and gone back, and I've done a few times now over the years, of really looking at like thresholds. So instead of saying like, okay, in week 5, he was a QB1, and in week 6, he could have had the same exact score, but would have been a QB2, like maybe a higher end QB2, but a QB2. What I do instead is I try and find exactly, and I do have on one of my sheets over here, I have exactly like what those kind of thresholds looking at, again, average and median. I also do percentiles in there as well and get like a full range, just because it's a little extra, but it does provide a lot more context. Looking at like, what does it take to be a QB1 on any given week? So if I can go in and I can say, I project this guy to hit this threshold on any given week. And a lot of times that's where I'll use like the median, as well as, so when I look at player stats, I pull the average, I pull the median, but I also pull their min, their max, and their 25th and 75th percentile scores. Their lower and upper quadrants, if you want to get a little more fancy in your terming of it as well. And what I can do with that is I can start to say like, hey, this guy's floor, right? And I use floor as like that lower quadrant, that 25th percentile. This guy's floor is a RB2. So any given three quarters of the games he plays, he's an RB2. I'm not saying I expect him to drop 30 points a game, but I can expect an RB2 over the past so many years, he's only needed to score 11 points to be above the 20, a 24 running back. And so in that RB2 range is between 11 points and 17 points, because that's the next threshold to get into RB1 range. And this is looking at PPR, full PPR scoring. And so that allows me to kind of now say, like, okay, yes, this guy has the potential to have these huge, massive games, but what do they have for their floor? Where does that put them? And maybe I have a guy who's like, okay, this is one of these, this is a Jacoby Myers type guy, real solid floor, gonna get you solid PPR points almost every week, right? But now what's their ceiling? And so now by using that 75th percentile, which I use as their ceiling, I can start to say, well, what's that kind of upper echelon of games that they play? What does that look like for them? And that now helps be able to see, like, instead of just saying, oh, they had 17 games where they were the RB12 or better. That doesn't help if you don't know what week they were playing in and like who else was playing. Whereas if I take all of those scores, and I've done it for the ones I'm looking at right now are the past 5 years. If I take all of those weekly scores for the past 5 years, now I get a pretty consistent look at this is typical for the RB12. And to Jeff's point earlier, which was a really, really valid point, when your mean and median are really close together, you typically have a normal curve, and you typically can use they're together because your data is normally distributed. And so in looking at all of these thresholds, I think the largest gap is like half a fantasy point between the mean and the median. Maybe it's a full fantasy point. I haven't looked at them all that closely to do the exact analysis, but it's a very, the mean and median are very close at all of the thresholds for the number one QB, RB, wide receiver, tight end, top 12 RB, quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, top 24 RB, quarterback, running back, tight end. I didn't do tight ends and quarterbacks for 36 because that's the no. Just no. If you ever get that far into the weeds of the numbers, which I've done a couple of times, just that's your life preserver. When you're like, all right, who was the QB 36? Just as soon as those words come out of your mouth, just like, okay, I need to take a break. Yeah. I'm gonna go get some fresh air. That's the touch grass moment of intervention.
Go touch grass.
Like,
that's gonna be me tomorrow.
Yeah,
no doubt.
6 p.m. No,
but,
yeah. That kind of reminds me back of even like in 2023 when we had 10 quarterbacks go down. Baker Mayfield was like QB5, and we were all like, is Baker Mayfield actually QB5 or is he QB 16 because of how many quarterbacks that are like top level talent is out? But forever, Baker Mayfield will have that high QB finish, and we thought, there's no way he repeats that. I mean, Josh and I say this all the time. Our show became more popular because of our takes on Baker Mayfield from 2023 when we were like, he's never going to be QB 10 ever again. Mm-hmm. And he follows it up with QB4. So it's like, well, okay now, Baker, come on now.
I mean, I traded for Baker, and hold on, wait for it. It's worth it.
Trophy? Is it a trophy?
Oh, no, not just a trophy.
Is it a jersey?
It's
a belt. Oh,
champion belt right
there. You go.
The belt.
The belt for, I might just wear that for the rest of the show. I put it on the other shoulder though. This is my long-standing dynasty league. It's beautiful. It's been about 10 years now of third place finishes and rebuilds to finally get the Baker Mayfield run to glory and David A-Chain. David A-Chain, his, what was it, 50-yard should have went down and ended the game touchdown run helped me beat the team that had CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, goodness, oh, he has two really like just super solid running backs too.
Wow.
This starts.
Yeah,
This is
like-
sounding
like-
like my 12-year-old college league where it's been a keeper league. He's never switched to dynasty, and he won't change the keeper settings. It's just your first like 3 picks or whatever, and like you just keep the players forever. Well, he so happened to draft Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and C.J. Stroud and Cooper Kupp and George Kittle, and I'm like, come on, just get rid of these players. Come on.
What's great is so I live just outside of New York City, and every year me and some of my buddies, we go into the city and we go to the old Homestead Steakhouse, which is like 14th Street, like, you know, lower Manhattan, and we made the exchange of the belt in the city, and I literally wore it the whole night for steak night and had people in the steakhouse like, what is that? What is that for? And there was so many random people through the city, just like, you know, it was absolutely phenomenal to just be like, what, do you wrestle? You're the undisputed champ? And it's like, yes, I am the undisputed champ. But
I'm in so many leagues where like it's, oh, and there goes Jeffrey again, where it's, you know, you're playing with all these people from all over the world, all over the country, everything like that. And I didn't have that like home league. Like I had my family league, but 8 of the 12 people actually pay attention to it sometimes. So I'm like, I have to establish the home league where we all get together, we draft every year. And I finally got that last year. Finally, for the first time in 15 years, I finally got that. And I banked it on, you know, it's a legacy league. So every year you're going to pay $20, but the winner doesn't get the money. We're getting championship rings. So I won the first year. We'll see if everybody comes back after I won the first year. Thanks to
Jameer.
Yeah. Thanks to Jameer Gibbs, I won. So but I'll get the nice Lombardi trophy, the championship ring, and Jeff is back. Gotta pay that internet bill, man. But you win a second one, you get a second custom ring that has 2 trophies on it, and then the third one is 3 trophies, and then eventually you get that like legendary like MVP after like 5 years. But so those are fun.
I've never done a league like that. That sounds like super fun. The other home league is a auction league, and one of my friends has it in their backyard. Every year, if it rains, we usually go to like the basement, or we did it one year. I think his wife was out because we were like all on the main floor of the house, like spread out through like the dining room and kitchen and living room. But that is like a staple. Like I will try to do whatever I can to ensure that league keeps going, because there's something about doing a live auction draft. Jeff doesn't like auction drafts.
I got him in a weird auction draft, and he was like, auction, I'm out of here. No, it's been a reoccurring issue. I think his internet's telling him to go to bed or something. But I don't know. I tried to stay off MFL, but I know MFL has this like the superior auction system. Sleepers system sucks. But doing a live auction draft that actually Josh was talking about. He wants to start a league where it's all in person. He's going to hire an auctioneer to come out and actually do the auction and stuff. And I'm like, tell me when and where.
Yeah, there's honestly, there's a little bit of fun of like you have a bar, you have the grill going, you have the cooler full of beers and sodas and stuff like that. And then as soon as somebody's like, I'm out on this player, all right, going once, going twice, and just everybody kind of plays the auctioneer. It's so much fun, especially when somebody really wants a player when they're like, all right, $70 going once, $70 going twice. My $70 going, and then it's like you're immediately like 71. Just not, I don't really want that player, but 71. It's it's so much fun because, like I said, we've done it for, I think it's been, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 years now. It's just been such a long running league. It's a lot of friends and brothers-in-laws and stuff like that. It's there's usually a straggler depending on what's going on. One of the dudes is he fell off a little bit, but he was playing in the World Cup of lacrosse and is a professional lacrosse player. So it was like, okay, fine, we'll give you a little bit of an excuse there. You have to keep training and stuff, but for the most part, everybody pays attention. Everybody's really competitive, and it is just there's something different about a live auction draft that is just I will never be like, I hate snake drafts, I'm never doing a snake draft again, because I do love snake drafts also, but they're just live auction hits different.
Josh is a big proponent. If you're starting a dynasty league, you should be able to get the players that you absolutely want and have the ability to get the player. You don't get screwed out of getting a player because you have the 9th pick in the draft. So we started a staff league. We had 12 people in this league. It was a auction, but we did it through Sleeper. I didn't want it to last for literally forever, so I did a 2-player auction in Sleeper. You had a $500 budget, so you got the top 2 players you absolutely wanted. You could bid whatever you want on them, and some of us got stuck, and some of us, i.e. Josh, didn't understand the rules where it was 2 players, not 2 rounds. So when he got to his second bid, he put up for his second players Daniel Jones $1, and everyone's like, I'm out. So he got stuck with Daniel Jones for his second player, and we all made fun of him for that. But now that auction was over after the 2 rounds, we then did a silent auction through Fab. So we used Fab waivers once a week on Wednesdays at noon, and it was, it's a silent auction, so whoever is the highest bidder wins, and you just don't know. And then we had some tiebreakers that I had to manually go back and adjust and make them bid an extra bid higher. So you're filling your team out through waivers now. So it's been very interesting. Some people went all in on the first round of Fab, and they got a great starting lineup, but they have no depth. And then some of us went more depth than anything. Some of us might have landed 14 running backs on accident. I'm not going to mention any names, but he's sitting in the center of the screen and also hates running backs. So we'll see how that pays off. Jeff is continuing to freeze. It's going to be great.
And I ended up, can you even hear me right now?
I can't. We can't hear you.
So literally my screen keeps freezing. I have heard conversations. I even closed my browser and still heard everything you were saying of the last time. So I don't know what is going on. It might be because I use Firefox and not Chrome or Edge. So I might have to make a change in browser. But that draft was very interesting. I think you and I talked about it during our Studs and Suds.
Yeah,
that draft, I didn't like it at first, and I wasn't sure what to expect. But as we got into it and as we did it, I found it very intriguing. Now I went a completely different route. I decided, hey, I'm just going to take every damn rookie that is available and leave all the veterans to everybody else. So I should be able to compete in 2032. But it's something where it was a very unique experience. And when it comes to some of the unique league ideas and some of the different ways to approach things. I thought it was great. I didn't like it at first. I told you that. But once it was done, I was like, "This is great. I loved it, and I would do it again."
Yeah.
Going back to sorry, go ahead.
I was going to just say, if anybody knows anything about me in commissioning leagues, I try to make every single league different, so it's not the same monotonous fantasy league. And that was the creative one that I came up with this year.
I have one for you, and maybe Justin, this will be an opportunity for you and I to pair up on another random project. So I've had this idea for about 3 years now for a league. It's basically Settlers of Catan and fantasy football blended together. And so, like, if you've ever played Settlers of Catan, you're kind of like on an island. Yeah, I was gonna say you're going to get the game right now. Awesome. There it is. Yeah. So you have your island, and you're trying to get different resources. Wood, sheeple. I don't know why we always call it sheeple, but sheep, whatever.
Sheep or wheat and
what is it? Coal or iron? Something
coal,
like that,
stone,
right? Stone, just stone. What's the other one? There's another one in there too.
Or
wheat. But what's that?
Or wheat.
Yeah, wheat's the other one. So the idea was like the goal is to like build a stadium. So like the name of the league would be like something around like Stadiums of Catan or Settlers of Stadiums or something like that, right? And so each different positional group earns you a different resource, and then those resources you use to build a different portion of like the stadium, and then whichever team constructs the stadium first is the team that wins the league. Yeah. So like the way you would get resources is like your running back scored 50 points. There it is. Sheep, wheat, or brick. That's
he forgot wood, but come on, Dad. Come on. Are you even a board gamer, man? Like, is this Greg Bowerly even a board gamer? He is. Yes, he has a podcast.
Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, that would be like the thing. So if your running back scored like 50 points, like you would pool your points over the weeks. And so like 50 points would be like 5 things of like, whatever, wood or, make it stadium related. I'm not into construction like that. So I don't know, maybe steel, rebar, I don't know, whatever. Right. But like you would use that to then build these different portions, and there would be like a whole kind of building phase, kind of like actually in like the Settlers game where you can win by building the roads and getting so many cards and like all those different little pieces to like win the games. It would be something like that. It would take a little bit of work on the back end to make it happen, but I feel like it would be, especially for anybody that really nerds out on Catan, which you went and grabbed the game. I have the game upstairs.
It's one of like 130 in my closet. Yeah. No joke.
I'm waiting for my kids. My kids are about to turn 9. I have identical twin boys. I'm waiting for them to get like just a little bit older so that we can really like nerd out on like Risk, Catan, like all the real good, like just extra nerdy.
I will do a shameless plug here for my parents' podcast, The Meeple Society. It's a board game podcast that has been doing rankings. They do a lot of different things. Now I'm gonna get a bunch of crap because I know he's watching right now. They've been doing top 10. They actually just finished their top 100 games of 2025. They've done reviews, they've done playthroughs, they've done role breakdowns, they've done a lot of stuff. Meeple Society. We're also doing a 24. I say we because I help produce their stuff. We're doing another 24-hour live stream in literally 2 weeks from today, starting at 8 p.m. also for Extra Life.
Don't like sleep. That's what it is. You just like oversleep.
This is just practice for 2 weeks from now. So it's like, whatever. I already did this. So yeah. So Jeff, I know you were about to say something and then your computer froze again, which I'm gonna suggest at the next break to maybe restart the computer.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that and maybe change browsers. After numerous appearances on StreamYard, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. So I don't know if
it happens to the best of us. Pudge's first time ever on the show filling in for Josh, my internet ate it. So
the funny thing is my internet. I've been checking my internet. I'm sitting here at 1 gig. I'm connected to Ethernet, sitting 1 gig. I think it's the computer or it's this browser. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely. Oh yeah, and then my earbuds just told me battery low, which means I won't have. So
you're running the issue I was running, and now I'm about to switch to one ear and let one charge, and then switch to the other ear. So
just keep swapping them out.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I have a second set, so I'm good there. But
you guys were making fun of me for the 2 sets of AirPods earlier. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Well, Seth,
mine are not AirPods. These are Tozos, which are like a whole $40 per set, and they do just fine. But
that's fair. Well, Seth, it was great to have you on for hour 3 of the stream. Do you have anything else to plug?
No, I mean, follow me on Twitter. Once it gets back up and running, talk about internet issues, whatever was going on with them, and not having the messages were like stuck on Monday, but then I was getting like random notifications, and I'm like, where is it? Like, I don't see anything. It was a mess, but
I can't even log in right now.
Yeah, no, it's
literally
down?
Is it like down right now? Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I
told you, man. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's somebody's really hitting Twitter hard right now because it's just a complete mess, and it has been for at least 24 hours now. It's been like 2 full days of like, why doesn't it work? Guess I have to do like actual work at work now instead of scrolling Twitter. This sucks.
See, that's blue sky for me now. There's only been 1 day that blue sky, and by day I mean like literally 20 minutes, that blue sky has crashed, and it was at the very start of the NFL draft. But they have been putting so much into it because they're trying to get the sports community into blue sky. So they've been funneling resources into it, and it's been doing a lot better since then. So
that's cool.
So be sure to follow you on X and maybe Blue Sky one day. We'll see if we can get them over there.
I literally
if Twitter never comes back, I
might have to go somewhere else. I mean, I've essentially taken off like Instagram and Facebook and stuff like that off my phone, and just
it's so nice to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I have ADHD also, and so like for me to like have something where it's just like I do this and I get a dopamine hit constantly. This is great. Like, let me.
God,
it's
so
literally.
bad.
I need to.
Bad.
Yeah, like the other random thought I had was like, there's got to be a way to create an app that like overlays like any social media stuff on your phone, so that it like literally like stops you from, because they'll never put in those stops because they want you just in there scrolling constantly, but it like forces you to stop, where it's like, no, you've scrolled for you've scrolled for 45 minutes straight. You need to give
TikTok has gotten the closest to that, and like if the TikTok notices you scrolling for a while, especially at night, it'll say like at night it'll like, psst, hey, put the phone down and go to bed. Or like if it's during the day, they'll be like, hey, you've been scrolling a lot lately. Why don't you go do something else? Which is crazy because TikTok is literally just scroll, and it's interesting. Well, Seth, thanks for coming on again. Really appreciate your support. God, it's only hour 4 and I'm already stumbling over my words. We are now officially on at Saturday. We have another guest coming on. JT is coming on and talk about IDP. So Seth, we'll see you later. Jeff, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to throw a commercial and go get a drink real quick. And then when we get back, we will be talking about IDP with JT. That sounds great. IDP with JT. That
has a nice ring to it.
Has a nice little ring to it.
Yeah.
So guys,
Seth.
Yeah, have a good one,
absolutely.
Seth.
And, you know, hit me up on Twitter, and like Justin said, maybe some point on Blue Sky or something like that. But yeah, I love just the conversations are really like that's what I want to do is just have those conversations because it's fun to talk sports, and you know, that's what I enjoy doing. So
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Thanks again, Seth, and we will be right back.
10 million kids like me enter a CMA hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
And we're back. That was the sound horn for you guys to say, "Hey, we're back." JT, what is going on?
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me
Good.
on. Appreciate
I
it.
feel like it's the Cincinnati live draft of SFB 14.
I know it's like we're all
all
sitting at
over
the
again.
same table all over again.
Literally, like Jeff was on one side of me, JT was on the other side of me. This is crazy. I just thought about that. I don't even know why I didn't think about that until literally just now. But IDP with JT. It's got a good ring to it. You should probably market that a little bit more.
Yeah, that works. I like it. Nothing wrong with that.
Can you maybe change your last name to P something? IDP with JP? No, that doesn't even sound as good. I think IDP with JT sounds good.
I like it. I don't mind it.
Just blow out a candle. Okay, so JT. Yeah, let me pull up my questions here because I haven't had my questions up for a while. Yeah, what are you working on, man?
Oh man, just in the middle of a ton of dynasty rookie drafts at the moment. So drafting, about 6 or 7 done. In the middle of a CFF draft right now. I just did my home league draft on Sunday. I've got another draft starts tomorrow at noon. So just drafting away, man. And I just wrote a bunch of articles for DLF. If you're looking at all the running backs, rookie running backs, I've literally written just loads of articles, pre-draft rankings, post-draft rankings. I just did basically where and when I would take running backs for DLF. So that one's out there now if you're getting into drafts. Also, I just did for IDP, since we're talking IDP, I just did a combined offensive defensive IDP write up for them. It's a beast. It was longer than anticipated. They probably went a little longer than they thought I was going to write it. I just kind of got into it. I just didn't stop. So it was about a 5-rounder offensive IDP combined draft out there. So anybody wants to do that. And then I also have a 2-round just straight IDP draft on there if you're just looking for IDP guys. And then if you're looking at rankings, I'm also have my rankings on there. So I have my top 150, which right before I jumped on the show, I'm in the process of updating right now, my dynasty rankings. But my rookie rankings are updated. Top 25 IDP rookie rankings are on the site currently.
To check that out. That reminds me, I got to work on my dynasty rankings before 6 p.m. tomorrow or today, ? Because at 6 p.m. I'm talking dynasty rankings with Stephanie Miller. which will be a great topic as well as we start to close out the show. It's actually interesting because we're doing a Dynasty startup mock draft at 5 and then turning around and doing the rankings at 6. So that should be fun. Yeah, so before I get into all the some of the questions and we start talking real IDP, I remember from the 8 or 9 o'clock hour, I think, Jeff, we had a question for you. Specific, I think, well, it was around PBR, I think, right, Jeff?
Oh yeah. We were talking about PBR, and we were just one of the things I brought up was that PBR is one of the fascinating thing about that is that Pabst Blue Ribbon, they don't have a brewing facility. They don't have they have an office, a recipe, and everything else is handled by Miller Brewing. And I had said I think that's still true, and I just threw out there, let's ask JT about that. So is that still the case?
Yeah, as far as I know, the actual PBR physical facility was in Illinois, was over in Peoria, shut down decades ago. Like, I want to say like 70s or 80s. Now, somebody might want to fact check me on that, look that up. But I know there used to be one here in Illinois. But it's been closed for a really, really, really long time. And the only reason I really know that it was there was I had a lifelong patron at my brewery who used to work there. And so he used to talk about it back in the day. But I know it's been closed for a really, really long time. And as far as I know, I think you're right, Jeff, that it is like they have the brand name, they have all that, but they don't have, it's no longer like an independent all by itself. Somebody else brews it and does all that other stuff for them.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good to know. Okay, so yeah, JT, you have your own brewery, which I've not made it out to yet.
We ran into some issues. Oh yeah, I was gonna say we ran into some issues during COVID, had to shut down for a while, but I'm redoing the whole brewery right now. We've been in the process of remaking the whole thing over. It's getting close. We're adding a kitchen in, all that good stuff. So hopefully it'll be officially reopened this summer. So we'll post when that's going to happen. I was hoping it was going to be done a little bit earlier this spring, but we've run into, shocking construction issues and things that delays. So hopefully this summer, I'm shooting for July. I absolutely know it's going to end up opening the last week of July because that's when football practice starts for my son and I coach. So I know it's going to open the week that I have football practice start so that I have everything going on right at the same time because that's exactly how life always ends up working. So yeah, I already have in my mind that that's what's going to happen.
Why would it not? Yeah, no, I still have your sticker on my computer, by the way.
Nice.
Throwing that out there. Still in the same location. So yeah. So let's talk about some IDP here. First of all, for the average consumer, most people play, the standard quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, couple flex, tight end, kicker, defense. What is IDP? Explain IDP.
Yeah. So IDP, your typical league, you're just going one team defense overall. You're taking the whole defense and getting the points and everything on the defense. IDP is individual defender or individual player, you could say. So IDP, individual player. So you're just taking every actual defensive player and you're drafting them as you would draft an offensive player and playing them that way. So instead of taking the entire Steelers defense, you then draft TJ Watt specifically, or you draft, a Mika Fitzpatrick from the team as opposed to just getting the entire defense. So it's just a little extra step. It hasn't quite gotten huge yet. It's still a small percentage of the fantasy community, but it's getting bigger, getting more people out there. I've started my first IDP league a little over a decade ago, and it kept kind of adding on to it from there. And as all these major platforms are starting to kind of catch on, they've added stuff to it and improved it. So it's definitely easier to play than it used to be. there used to be a lot of work to try to make an IDP league work, but it's definitely becoming much, much easier these days. I still have a ways to go on a few things, but it is definitely getting better and better.
I was muted. I actually just started playing in my first couple of IDP leagues this year. Well, I had one last year that kind of had some stuff, including a rookie league that starting from last year's rookies that had some IDP in there just because somebody had to score points. But I think I've added 2 leagues that have IDP in it with offensive players. But specifically, we just added. I'm in the process. Actually, I think all 3 of us might be it. Maybe just JT in it. One that actually is using 7 IDP players plus your offensive players. So it's going to be a deep roster. I think I've invited Jeff. Jeff has not officially accepted, I don't think. I'll have to double check on that. But I don't know why I'm talking about it. The league's name is literally top secret, and we're not supposed to talk about it. So that's awkward.
I won't say anything then.
Nobody's who would even know? Yeah, exactly. Who's gonna know? Who's gonna know? Nobody. So yeah. Add in some there. So what kind of experience, I mean, do you do IDP leagues where it's just the IDP, or do you play in leagues like that, or is it usually offensive and defensive players?
Typically, the leagues I play in are dynasty, offense and defense. That's mostly what I play in. I do, and I have played in just IDP leagues. I'm in Fantasy Cares FC Eliminator, which Mace is hosting as an IDP only league. So it's an IDP only best ball league. So I did just do that one. We just got done with our draft there. If you haven't gotten any of the FC Eliminators, jump in on that for a good cause over at Fantasy Cares. But yeah, I just jumped on that one. That's a good one. Real fun. Those ones I typically like to do for like a 1-year charity or playoff if it's just a defensive league. I typically kind of jump in and just do that. So I'm in that one. I'm in a couple best ball IDP leagues. There's a few leagues I'm in that will do just not a lot of just redraft. I'll do them if they're like part of a podcast that I'm on, or if it's for like a charity league or something. But typically, if I'm going to mess with IDP, I just assume do a dynasty style. So if they're long leagues, that's typically what I play in.
Okay. Jeff is currently
I'm here.
frozen.
If you can hear me.
So, you are here. Okay. Yeah,
I'm
can
here.
hear you. I was
Oh,
like,
we got the picture. We can see you. We can see your picture.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Jeff,
At least the
Jeff is
picture's
literally
on.
just.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Oh, so for me, I mean, predominantly I'm in Dynasty IDP leagues. I think I'm in 3 or 4. My first experience with IDP was in 2019. As JT alluded, a lot of the platform or the platforms out there didn't really support IDP. Sleeper supported it in 2019. So that was my first exploration into IDP, and it was a learning curve for me, as well as a lot of the other people that were in the league. I've since joined a couple others. The only time I've been in an IDP league that was not a dynasty league was when Pudge and I both joined the IDP Draft Night Out League at the Expo last year. And so in other words, we had to draft the players, and those are done. We are actually both in this year's Fantasy Football Expo IDP League as well. So we'll give that another shot. But IDP, as JT also stated, it's coming on. It's been hard to get a lot of people to embrace it, but once they're involved and once they actually experience it, I think they really come to enjoy it. And I actually prefer IDP. So if I could have more of my dynasty leagues adopt IDP, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, I just think that, IDP, I love IDP. I think it's so much fun. It adds another element to the game. So I just think it steps things up a little bit. I know some people are kind of scared to get involved because they're like, oh, I don't pay that much attention to defense. I'm not sure who to take. I'm not sure where to value guys. And that's typical of anyone that's getting into kind of a new format. But the only good thing is there is a ton more articles, websites, rankings, everything IDP wise out there these days. If you went back 5, 6, 7, 8 years, there was very few places you could look to find IDP rankings and who's going where and what to do. But there's a lot more of that content out there these days. I host an IDP show on Fantasy and Frames called Shoot the Gap every Wednesday night, where we talk about redraft. We talk mostly about dynasty, but we will mention redraft and things like that. So there's just, you have all kinds of, IDP centrist stuff where everyone does nothing but IDP. And so I think that's a big thing. It's nice. I think the biggest complaint from IDP, and this isn't a problem for me personally, but I think there is no set standard of scoring. So I think that bothers some people because they're like, oh, well, how do I adjust things? My whole reason I like fantasy football is I like that every league can be different. I like that the scoring is different. I like that the strategy is different. If I was in 50 leagues with the exact same scoring, I'd be like, I would be so bored. I'm like, what's the point of being in 50 leagues if every league is exactly the same? So
Agreed.
I like the fact that there's different scoring. I will say that my biggest complaint for IDP is when I get in an IDP league and the scoring is not high enough for defensive players, and then they kind of become like an afterthought for people. So I do always tell people that, like, kind of think about what the scoring is, try to make it even. And my home IDP league that I run, it's a 2-quarterback league. We have a 50-man roster. We start, I think it's 18 or 20 players now. We've adjusted over the years, but that's also something, I think people always got to think about as a commissioner. Think about adjusting the league over time to keep up with the trends, to make it more even, to make it fun, make it fair. Our IDP, because the first year we started was the first year anyone in our league had ever been in an IDP league, and it was about 10 years ago. And so we were all newbies. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew what to do. We weren't quite sure how to do the scoring. I set it all up and did it. And after a couple of years, I just realized we need to start more defensive players and we need to raise the scoring, because there were certain teams who were just like, I don't care about defense. I'll just pick guys up off the waiver wire every week, and they'll be close to what I have if I draft the guy. So we adjusted that over the years. And it's there's some people who didn't adjust well to that in our league, but there were other people who did, and they're like, I have to put a little more emphasis on defense, especially during the rookie drafts. And we've just kind of adjusted the scoring over the years so that what you don't want to have is positions that basically are worthless. You don't want to be playing positions that have almost no scoring, no potential to score points. So I think you just want to make sure you adjust those things over the years. I feel like we've done a pretty good job of that. And now offense is always, almost in every league, is going to be a little more important than defense. It's just the way it works. But you want to make sure your defense is scoring enough points to really matter, and that it isn't just an afterthought where people can just throw anybody in off the waiver wire and it doesn't matter because they score about the same as the studs. You want to make sure the studs on offense and the studs or defense are really scoring you heavy points. I think that's a big key to IDP.
Well, see, for us, I mean, I agree with you. We've had to tweak our scoring almost every season, especially when we first started in 2019 in the one league that we started, because, we were all novices. And one of the things that we found was our scoring was way too lopsided towards linebackers. And one of the things I've tried to do is try to get, in my opinion, if you take every position and you take their average, in other words, this is the average performance of a quarterback, a wide receiver, running back, tight end, linebacker, defensive lineman. They should basically earn the same number of points for an average performance as every other position, and then you go from there. That is probably the best way to try to say, hey, an average quarterback is the same as an average linebacker. Unfortunately, a lot of the platforms don't support some of the stats that are needed to do that. And that's where I have found the most difficulty when it comes to IDP, is trying to tweak the stats enough so that a defensive back and a defensive lineman can score the equivalent of a linebacker who's playing average. And we've tweaked with some of the scoring with tackles and other stuff. And another problem we have experienced, and I don't know if you've experienced this, JT, is unlike a lot of other positions on the offensive side, you got to be very careful, because stat stacking on the IDP side can be very, very problematic. And so you have to be very careful, at least as it relates with sleeper. Now, if in MFL, it's different. I've only just over the last couple of years become acclimated with MFL, and I'm starting to love it. But in sleeper, it becomes very, very easy to have stackable stats that just get out of control. And we're still tweaking that to today. So I don't know if you've been able to handle that, or what have you experienced?
Yeah, that's absolutely something that I've had to work on over the years. We had one year where we I'm one of those people. I want true stats. I want everything to matter. I just one of those guys. So like interception return yards, fumble return yards, I want to give you credit for those other than just getting the pick. And we had one year, we had the interception and fumble return yards way too high. And if you got like an interception return for a touchdown, it was like an insane amount of points. Like you could score like 25 or 30 points on one play if it was a really long return. So we're like, oh, okay, like maybe cut those yards down next year, just a hair. I know definitely like tackles for a loss, sacks, QB hits are ones that I've had to adjust over the years. Because you can get into the point where you're giving too much points for all those, and then one play can be like a 20-point play. If you don't set up your stats correctly, like you can get a sack, strip, fumble, and fumble recovery, and it can technically be like a 15 to 20-point play on one play. So those are definitely the things, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing if you want to have a big league like that can do those things. But just adjusting those things so those don't like absolutely take over the league, I think is important. I've had issues with that in the past. I think MFL, for the hate it gets a lot with its interfacing and things like that, for IDP, it's really nice because you can really make a lot of adjustments, especially per position. If you want to do a true position IDP league, and for people that don't know IDP or are new to it, true position means you're going to start a defensive tackle, defensive ends, linebackers, off-ball linebackers, cornerback, one or two, and safeties. So instead of just playing D-line, linebacker, DB, which is what you get on sleeper, you basically have three positions and everybody kind of fits into those positions. On MLF, you can jump in and you can actually separate those out. So I'm in one league that starts a defensive tackle, starts two defensive ends, starts three linebackers, starts one cornerback, and starts two safeties. So that's a true leagues because you're starting defensive tackle and cornerback. Now, to adjust those to make, because those are typically the two spots that are scoring the absolute least in fantasy. Like at cornerback, unless your guy's returning it for a touchdown, getting a pick and returning it for a touchdown, like they're typically not scoring a lot of points. So that's where you can make adjustments, and you can actually make cornerback tackles worth more. You can make passes defensed worth more. Defensive tackles, you can add them. Like say you're doing a league just to make it easy point scoring. You say, hey, there's 1 point per tackle for linebackers and safeties, but you can say, hey, my defensive tackle and my cornerback get 1.5 points per tackle or 2 points per tackle because they get much, much less tackles per season. So those can kind of bump up. So that's a nice thing too, is if you are on one of those platforms. I know I'm in quite a few IDP leagues on Reality Sports Online. So I know not a lot of people use that. It's a cool site if you want to do like really GM stuff and do contracts. and all that. It's like a step up from an auction league. Really cool. If no one's ever tried it, feel free to hit me up if you got questions at JT Orange on X. It's a cool platform. I love it just because it is Dynasty, but it's contract based. And so it's not like if you end up taking over a bad team, you aren't completely stuck for 5 years. You can cut guys, you can trade guys, you can, spend money where you want to spend money. I've seen people turn around teams on that platform in 1 year. So because it's all contract based. So it's a cool different format, but they are really good about that too, as far as like breaking out defensive tackles, cornerbacks, having those things for count for more points. Obviously, if you're a start cornerback league, I'm always a big proponent for passes defensed or passes defended, really cranking that up because your high end guys in the league are going to get maybe 10 to 15 passes. PDs is what, if you're looking online, that's the stat is PD, pass defense. But those are going to be like your high sack numbers. So for a cornerback, those count. So I like to throw those up high. I like to make them like 4 to 5 points per pass defense.
Agreed.
So those things I think you can adjust to make it. And I think always here's the thing is, I know some commissioners who are like, we got to vote on absolutely any change in the league ever. And why I think that's usually the way to go. I also think sometimes in more advanced leagues, you have to do as a commissioner what's best for the league and not always go to a vote. And I've done that a few times on scoring just because I'm like, I'll float it to the league, but I'm like, hey, I'm going to make the decision because I think this is a better move for the league because it evens out positions, because nothing's worse than, we all ran into this. If you've been playing Dynasty for long enough, we're in a tight end renaissance right now where tight ends matter in fantasy. But I remember a decade ago where we were like, if you didn't have a top 3 tight end, you were like, I'm scoring 0 points. I'm going to get like 3 points a week. It was brutal. And I remember leagues. I was in leagues where we were talking about like, do you even have a start tight end position, or do we make that a flex where it's like a wideout or tight end position? Because like it's like if you didn't take like the 1 or 2 top 2 guys or the third guy, everyone was like, oh, I don't even want any of these guys. They're not going to do anything for me. So and those types of things, I've had leagues where I'm like, hey man, we got to bump up the tight end scoring. Like we don't have a tight end in the top 50 in scoring in our league. Like we can't have these positions just not count. We've got to figure out a way to bump them up. So even if it's little by little, like I know in my home league, we officially moved to tight end premium. We went from 1 point to 1.25 to give everybody a little bit of time. And then the next year we went to 1.5. So it's like, I was like, I did the same thing in a 1 QB league. And I was like, hey guys, we really need, and this was on Reality Sports Line, so it was a contract league. I'm like, we really need to have these quarterback contracts count for more to match the real NFL. We really need to switch this to Superflex to make these QBs count for more. Because it's like if you got 1 QB, you're like, why am I spending money on anyone else in a 1 QB league? So we did it, but I just told people like, you got 2 years. We're going to go in 2 years. We're switching to Superflex. So start adjusting your leagues. And that league had 4-year contracts with a lot of the contracts were like 2-year contracts. So I'm like, hey, you're going to get yourself a chance to position yourself in the draft. If you want to take a rookie, if you want to take a guy, because any rookie pick was a 4-year pick. So, and I just kind of made that decision in the league. I'm like, we just need to do this to make this league better, but I'm going to give people time. I do think those are some of those things, especially in IDP, because not everybody understands it as well. I do think as a commish, sometimes you do just need to don't get everybody fired up. Don't mess with everything. Just make those slight adjustments that aren't going to give one team a huge advantage, but are going to make the whole league better.
Yeah. So a couple things here. The whole tight end thing. Yeah. That's why people were streaming tight ends. So that was the common position that I feel like everybody was streaming for years. And then the tight end premium leagues really took off where you bumped it to a 1.25 points per reception there. And I think now tight ends are more valuable. And in fact, I I struggle with this because like I will have 2 elite tight ends on my team and I'll be playing them in the flex and people are like, "Why are you playing a tight end in your flex?" I'm like, "Because I have 2 top 5 tight ends. Like why would I not?" Like I have Travis Kelce and Evan Ingram in their prime. They're tight end 1, tight end 2. Why would I not start them both? Like they're outscoring the rest of my bench. So, I do have a couple questions here for you. And you did mention a couple of things that I have adjusted some scoring on an IDP league now, and it's one that you're in. So you're probably going to run this league for years at this point. But when it comes to scoring for IDP, like I mean, a lot of people are still new to IDP. They haven't played in IDP leagues. I want to talk about some scoring here. Can we just walk through some scoring and like give your opinions on why things should be one way over the other, so that we can like get a good concept. Anybody watching this, and there goes Jeff again. Anybody watching this can really look at this and go, okay, these are scorers that like these are settings that we should really probably look at. So before we get there, oh, I got a JT back and Jeff. Let's go to this. Oh my god. Okay. First off, we are in 4.5 hours into a 24-hour stream. We have reached $770 for the Children's Miracle Network through Extra Life. I don't know where Jeff went. Maybe he restarted his computer. But every dollar that we raise goes directly to support the families at the children with the Children's Miracle Network. That goes to pay bills. That goes to pay for lab equipment, for research, all the things. That's why we are here doing it. For the next 25 minutes, Jeff is still matching. For every $2 you spend, he will donate $1. So we have racked that up on him today. But yeah, up until $1,000, that's the stipulation. $1,000 is when he says we're done. But yeah, so but that's currently where we are. Now let me actually share the screen that I want to share here. Share screen sleeper. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about some scoring here, JT. Let me adjust the screen so we can see it a little better. There we go. Okay. So this is the current. Everybody can see the screen, I'm hoping, and if not, well, squint your eyes a little bit. I want to make this fair. This is the league that you're in. You're aware of this league. We are set to start 2 defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, 2 defensive backs, and 1 IDP flex, along with a bunch of offensive positions. So I want to make the IDP section more fair. We can start at the top if you want. You could also just look at these and go, I would probably adjust that setting a little bit so that it's a little bit more fair. But let's look at this and kind of really see, let's make this a good league,
Let's look this over, because I've actually got 2 of my main IDP leagues scoring pulled up, so I can kind of reference my league to this league if we want to talk about a little bit of what I do on stuff and not. I've got that pulled up, so
cool. And just, I mean, JT, I know you're in a couple leagues with me already. I'm pretty sure. I love points, and the higher scoring, the better. In my opinion, I love high scoring.
I'm the same way. I'm like, why would you not give as much points as you possibly can to things? So I also think, and I was shouting out MFL earlier. I do think Sleeper has done a little bit nice job of actually giving you some more options for bonus scoring and higher points. That was an issue for IDP in the past in a few of my other leagues. I was like, man, you just can't, like, you only had so many scoring options you could do. They've actually really expanded for IDP, which I think is very nice. I do like the fact that they let you have dual eligibility for IDP purposes. You can, if you're an edge rusher, they do let you be D-line / linebacker on Sleeper. They do not on MFL. I had to make that very tough commish change 2 years ago, and then MFL jumped on board and actually agreed with me, and now I don't have to change it all the time. But basically, I moved all edge rushers to D ends in MFL because I'm like, hey, man, TJ Watt is really an edge rusher. He's
Yeah.
not really a linebacker per se.
Yeah.
And so on Sleeper, he is a linebacker slash defensive lineman. But on MFL, he was a linebacker for a long time. Now, for anybody who hasn't played IDP, if your guy's a high sack guy, being a DN is way more valuable than putting that guy in a linebacker slot. That's you're expecting your linebackers to get more tackles. So that is where some people are like, oh, why does it matter? It matters for that purposes. If guys are really not getting a lot of tackles and mostly rushing, you want those guys to count as DNs. And so I made the decision in my league. If a guy was a 3-4 outside linebacker and basically was rushing 90% of the time, he was going to be considered a DN. And so I would change his position in our league. MFL switched to that a couple years ago, where now if you are a primary edge rusher, they just list you as a DN. So that is the case there. Reality Sports Online doesn't necessarily do that, but I go in and I manually change people's positions. Now, if I have somebody in my league who's like, hey, I had them as a linebacker, can I leave them or do I have to make them a DN? Because I have a ton of DNs. I will, in my league, because you've already drafted them and you already had them in advance, I will let you keep a guy in a position that I think is obviously not helping you. But if you prefer to have them at that position, I'll leave them there. But typically I'll go in and change the position to their more true, I call it true position of what they're actually playing. Same thing goes for defensive tackles. If you're in a defensive tackle league, a lot of guys were considered DNs that really played on the interior. And so I have switched those guys. So the prime guy I always bring up is Cam Hayward from the Steelers. So while he was a DN in a lot of leagues, technically he was an interior defensive player because they did have two outside linebackers rushing outside of him. So MFL did switch him to defensive tackle a couple years ago. And so in my Reality Sports Online leagues, if people want him to be moved to a defensive tackle in a league that starts D tackle, I will move a guy like that. So there's my little spiel on the positions as far as that goes.
Yeah. That I feel like that's one thing that MFL has way over Sleeper is just the customization of everything. I mean, Sleeper is very out of the box. I mean, I like to relate this to, iPhone and Android. Like iPhone is very custom, or not, I'm sorry, Android is more customized than iPhone is. iPhone, you get what's out of the box. So you got a little bit of customization, but
I think that's a perfect analogy. That's what I tell people all the time. I'm like, if you just want it easy, iPhone is real easy and simple.
Yeah,
like, people can use it. It's great. If you want to be able to do a bunch of stuff, like an Android I'm an Android guy, so everybody always makes fun of me. I'm Android forever. But that's also why I like MLF, because I'm just like, you could do. I know it's complicated. I know it's not as cool when you originally look at it and you pull the page up, but there's so many things you can do with. I'm in so many cool leagues. They have so many cool backgrounds and adjustments and variations. I'm in leagues where there's 48 teams with a million divisions on MFL, like that you can't do on Sleeper. So
I'm in a mindset like I like to customize things. Like I would love to be able to use MFL because of the ability to customize things. But like I know most of the people are on Sleeper. I've had 2 leagues in MFL at the same time, and I'm not gonna lie, I hated it. But I see the value of it. The thing that I hate the most is just the fact that
it can take getting used to.
Well, yeah, you have to pay to have.
You do have to get used to MFL. You really do.
You have to pay.
It's like the old school guys
to have a free league.
Oh yeah, you got to pay a lot of money.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing for Sleeper. It is free.
It's free.
Yeah.
So
it is free. The MFL, it does the $80 hurts. Yeah, I hear you on that.
It sucks. Which I
guess
in
some of my leagues I could handle that. In some of the leagues we would be able to get them to pony up for it. I have other leagues they're not going to do it.
No, exactly. And League Safe has an ability to where you can add the MFL buy-in to it. So like that's kind of nice. But let's talk about IDP scoring here. Let's look at this. What's up right now? So we're looking at IDP touchdowns, sacks, sack yards, hits on the QB, tackles, tackle for loss, block punt /PAT/ or field goal, interception, and interception return yards. What sticks out here? What should be adjusted? What looks fine? What is way out of the ordinary?
So the first thing that pops out to me, and this is because I did this in a league a couple years ago, the sack yards and the return yards at 0.1. I don't mind those at 0.1, but you can get some monster plays at 0.1. So if you get this is why I'm telling you this. So if I get a pick at like the 20-yard line and I run it back for a touchdown, I'm getting the 8 points for the return yards. I gain the 6 points for the pick. So I got 14 points just right there. In my leagues, I eventually, because I had enough people that actually complained about it, they were like, oh my God, those are like huge plays. And I still wanted to get the return yards on it. So I actually moved it to 0.05 on the yard. So if you got a 100-yard interception return for a touchdown, instead of getting 10 points for the yards, you get 5 points for the yards.
Okay.
So, and that was when I originally made it 0.1, and then enough people in the league brought it up. I said, okay, yeah, you're right. I'll bring that down just a hair. So I did make it, you can either make it 0.1 points per 20 yards or, 0.05 points per 10 yards. So it's, yeah. So yeah, if you do the 0.05, do it 0.05 per 10 yards. Yeah. And that's what, like Jeff said, like those are the times where you can get it where the point total ends up being like gigantic and you're like, whoa, I didn't mean to make that play a 20-point play. But it can be in those situations.
So how about here at the top, the IDP touchdown? I feel like that doesn't happen often.
IDP touchdown, I think it's 6. I honestly, because it happens so rarely, I don't mind in high scoring leagues that you bump that. I've done that anywhere from 8 to 10 points. Because you just don't see defensive touchdowns very often in a season. So if you want to bump that, I think there's no problem. I actually on NFL, I have a slotted like touchdowns where longer touchdowns get 10 points. Next one's 8. If it's a real short times at 6. But obviously you can't do that on sleeper. It's just a one set thing. Oh, you get the 50. Yeah, they have the 50 plus.
You can get the bonuses on there, which you can add like.
I mean, you could always do like 1 or 2 points, like 8 points for a touchdown, 2 points for the long one or whatever.
Yeah,
make it a 10-point play. Yeah, I definitely think you could do that. No problem there at all.
This is where
Jeff, what do you think about that? Do you do any return yards, like as far as like punt and sack yards? I again, originally return yards, I did 0.1 and then I switched it to 0.05 just because people are like, oh man, that can be a ton of points on a return.
So honestly, in my leagues, we have different settings. I couldn't even tell you without digging into them where we're at right now, but we didn't use those initially. And then when Sleeper added those, we started piecing them in predominantly because we were trying to, again, our scoring was such, and I'm looking at this and I see, our tackle scores are a little bit higher than what these are here and so on. And what we were trying to do was we were trying to find ways to get the defensive backs more in line with the linebackers. But the problem was you had to be careful because certain stats, if you increase them thinking you're helping the defensive backs, well, you're also helping the linebackers. So you're not really gaining anything. So again, it's not very often you're going to have a linebacker who's going to return a long interception for a touchdown. It's usually going to be a defensive back. And so not that they couldn't, I mean, heck, you can have a defensive lineman who's doing that, but we started tweaking that, those particular scoring stats because we tried to augment what the defensive backs could do. And again, typically, I love what you were talking about before about when it comes to defensive linemen, defensive ends, and so on, and the flexibility that sites like MFL have, because right now it's really difficult unless you know something I don't. It's really difficult in Sleeper to really be able to reward a defensive lineman. So to me, it becomes almost an irrelevant position other than when you have a player that has dual eligibility. And that's typically, so typically what I try to do is, hey, I got linebackers who have dual eligibility as a DL linebacker in DL positions to get those points. But going back to what you were saying right there, I use them, and we are to this day tweaking them you probably have far more experience in this and more insight into this than I do. We are playing it by ear, and the good thing is all of the other GMs, we're all kind of on the same level. What I find right now, and what I liked about the fact is, hey, as a commissioner, you should just do some of this stuff, is because when I try to bring this up to the league, I have a couple GMs that are just loaded at linebacker with the stud linebackers. They don't want to change anything. The last thing they want to do is any kind of scoring that is going to hurt them, because they are so dominant on the IDP scoring. And that's where I think I need to follow your lead and just say, nope, this is what we're doing, because it's for the integrity and fairness of the league. And I don't often like to do that. I like the league to be to vote on everything, but I agree with you. When I have people who are dominating the league because of because we started off with such heavy linebacker scoring, even the tweaks that we're doing are harmful. But anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying, yes, we are using those stats.
Okay. Yeah. And so, Justin, jump back in here. I would up the tackles. Only a half point per tackle is going to really keep defense. So if I'm in a heavy IDP scoring league, I'll tell you this: heavy IDP scoring will do 2 points per tackle, and we'll do a 1.25 per assist. If I'm in an average scoring IDP league, which is most of mine, I'm in a couple high scoring, but most of them are average. So most of them are 1 point per tackle and a half point per assist. Some of them are like 1.25 per tackle and 0.75 per assist. So I would do probably, if you wanted to go on the low end, I would do at least 1 point per tackle, and I would do a half point per assist. But you could also do 1.5 per tackle and 0.75 for assist.
I like the more points, so 1.5.
So that's I do like a 1.5, and then I would do a 0.75. Yep, I like that. I like that a lot, because obviously assists matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, assists matter, but you want the solos to count for more. Yeah, I mean, you want the solos to count for more.
So if I'm reading this correctly, a solo tackle is actually 3.5 points, because you're getting
so a solo tackle. Let me look at the scoring. A solo tackle should be 1.5 points. Oh no! Oh, so okay. So here's this is where the scoring gets screwed up. So Jeff brought this up earlier, because you can stack them if you double up the stats. So here's what I would do. I would take solo tackles off. I would make solo tackles 0. And then you would do a tackle. So, and this is a little bit different on sleeper, because I don't commish any IDP sleeper leagues. That I will just say that offhand. All my ones that I commish personally are on Reality Sports Line, on MFL. I play on sleeper, but I just don't commish any of those leagues. So I would do tackle 1.5 and then an assist at 0.75. That should give you proper tackle without the solo, I think, is how that should work. If for some reason it is messing. Yeah, so that's, and then 0 for solo tackle. Yeah, because I am in some leagues where they just want to give you a point for solo tackle and no assists. So I do think you want to do that. Because you can also do there's like bonuses. So like Jeff said, you do have to be a little careful, because I've had times where I did like QB hurries and hits, and I made like QB hits like 1 point, and the guys were scoring they were getting like 65 QB hits a year, but so only like 5 sacks, and they were scoring like insane amount of points.
Don't have 1 point for QB hits is what you're saying.
Yes. So what? It just depends on. So I have. Okay, you got it. So I have one league. Let me check. I have one league that does actually have 1 point for a QB hit. I did have a league where it was pressure, and that's where it was a nightmare, because then everyone was scoring 1 million points. Let me check my other league real quick, and let me check my other league real fast on the scoring to see what we get for hits on that.
So while you're looking that up, I just looked at my league from 2019. We
1 point each. We do 1 point each for QB hits. We do 1 point each on both of those.
Okay. 1 point each. Yeah, so my
Yeah,
league
1
from
point each on the
2019.
hit.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, we do that, but that's also in my leagues where I want defensive players to be in the mix where offensive players. So that's where you'll get some defensive guys will sneak into the top 10 overall scoring if you're in a league like that. If you don't have stuff like that, typically your number one defensive player will be like 30th, 40th ranked in the league in scoring, and I don't want them that low. So that's where I
No.
add in some of those things. I had a league that's a really high scoring defensive league, and Todd Gurley, when he had his absolute monster year for the Rams, he was the number one scorer. I think Patrick Mahomes was like number 2, and Shaq Leonard from the Colts was number 3 overall in the league. So, like I said, because we had like high points on sacks, interceptions, forced fumbles, takeaways. He had a ton of tackles, and he had just a mix of everything. So he scored really high. So yeah, I think 1 point per hit, QB hit is good.
That's what I actually have in ours
Mm-hmm.
here. When I was looking at this, I had because we kind of did it opposite the way that you were talking about. We have in this league, I have 0 for tackle, but then I have for the solo tackle, we have 1.5, the assisted tackle 0.75. So it ends up being the same.
Okay, so maybe you should adjust that, Justin. Yeah, it's probably the same, but you could probably make tackle 0 and then make solo and assisted. So make the tackle 0 and then make the solo 1.5 and the assisted 0.75. Yeah, there you go. Because I'm in one league, it's 2 for a full tackle, a solo, and it's a 1.25 for an assist. And then I'm in another one that's like this. That's 1.5 and 7.5. Pass defense. I like to jack that up for the DBs. You'll get linebackers and D linemen that will get their hands up and knock them down, but they'll get a couple years. I like to do the pass defense up a little bit. I like to do it like 4 or 5. It's not as much as a pick, but it does help those guys that get thrown at a lot if they do get a hand on the ball.
Yeah, that's true. And then some lock people down and they only get, 2 or 3 a game. So it's, you could have elite defenders score 0 points because they're just not getting thrown to.
Yeah,
so.
and that's a toughie with defensive backs. If lockdown corners are usually your least best friend in IDP.
Yeah,
like,
you get the guy
the best player on the
That's
field.
true.
Yeah, they're the best
Yeah.
player on the field, but they don't help you in IDP because they don't score at all.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
Kane
It's
is a
almost
prime
like fantasy
example.
hockey. Like the guys that are the best defensive guys don't do anything for you.
Yeah, you really just you want the not good corner in IDP because they're going to throw the ball to them more.
What you really want in IDP, and I will tell people this is a little bit of a secret. What you really want is you want to take a team that has a shutdown corner, and you want to take the guy that plays opposite of him because they're going to throw at him all game. They're absolutely going to throw at him all game. And then that's the guy's going to get a bunch of tackles and a bunch of pass defense, and he's going to end up falling into some picks just because they throw at him constantly. So especially if you're in a cornerback start league, that's the guy you want. You either want the guy that's opposite of the shutdown corner, or in reality, the kind of cheat code for start corner leagues are with everyone going to the nickel base or the slot corner. You want to get those slot corners and play them at corner because they play close to the line. They get a lot more tackles in the running game. They're almost playing like a strong safety. So those are the sneaky guys. If you're an IDP, those are the guys you want to get.
Well, my last thought on this was one, I completely agree with you, JT. I want my scoring on IDP to rival anything on offense. I don't want them to be relegated to secondary positions. What's the fun in that? Then you might as well just have kickers and defensive DSTs. Again, your best linebackers, your best defensive backs should be right up there with your best quarterbacks, running backs, and then the final point I think we just proved here is be very careful about stat stacking when it comes to defensive players because it can get out of hand if you're not careful.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, you want them to score points, but you don't want it to where random things are scoring 20 points in one play. And then next thing you know, I remember we had Deion. This is one of the years I had to learn. We had Deion Jones had a monster game for the Falcons. He had like an interception return for a touchdown. He had like a fumble recovery, ran back for like 4. He ended up scoring like 65 points in this one league. And that's when I was like, oh, I need to maybe adjust some of these points just a little. I mean, he had a great game and he should have got good points, but he should have scored like 30 points, not like 65 points. I was like, oh, okay. So I was like, let me adjust this a little bit. But I will say that, especially in IDP, like you said, Jeff, you will have people that are not going to vote for something, even if it's better for the league, because it hurts them, which is why, so I'm like, as long as it's not a major monster, total huge point change, if it's just minor stuff, I just make the change as a commissioner. And I just tell people, hey, I'm doing it for the better of the league. Like, people are not going to vote against their own interests on certain things. That's just the way it is. They're just not. So it's like, as the commish, sometimes you just have to, you just have to make those decisions, as long as they're not like, I usually won't add like positions unless I take like a league vote. Like, hey, should we add one more? So eventually we ended up adding 2 more defensive flex positions and 1 more offensive flex position, as we added 10 more roster spots to our league over the years. And this league's been around over a decade. But eventually we're like, hey, our roster's deep enough. We should be the people that have drafted well and held on to players that have deep rosters should benefit that a little more than the people who never draft defense and trade all their draft picks away. Like, the people that are like stacking a nice big roster should get a little more benefit for that. So we kind of pushed adding in some extra starting spots as people got more comfortable with the league. And as we said, hey, defensive scoring is going up. Be ready. Like, start taking care of your defense. And then we did that as well.
Yeah. Well, IDP, that was great. Honestly, like, I learned a lot this last hour about IDP in general. We got to cover a bunch of things, so that was great. John said, I remember Jay Feely scoring a touchdown in 2010-ish in a league that had a 100-point kicker, touchdown scoring. Some complaints, but nothing changed. John will be on here in very shortly too, so.
I have seen some leagues that do some crazy off the wall, like stuff that almost never happens, like points like that. So I have seen that. I have seen some crazy ones. I don't have anything like that in my leagues, even though I like points. I'm a big bonus guy. I want to see like the big play bonuses. I'm like over 100, over 200, over 300 points at something. I want to give you a bonus. I really like the combined yards bonus now that you can get in some sites, where if you do combined rushing and receiving yards, you can get a bonus over 100 if you have combined rushing and receiving. I love that for third down backs. Those guys that get like 8 carries a game, 5 or 6 catches, if they end up getting 102 yards combined, you can throw them 2 bonus points or 3 bonus points for getting over 100 combined yards. So I'm with you on that, though. I love the bonuses. As many points as possible for me. I just remember those early days of fantasy, and like, if you didn't score a touchdown, you scored 0, and it just drove me insane. It just drove me insane. I'm like, this guy had a great game. He didn't have a touchdown. What's the difference? Like, or you didn't get a point unless you got 100 yards rushing or 100 yards receiving. You got 0. So at least we've gone to the point where now we count decimal points, which is nice. We do count points for everything. So I want everything. I want everything that happens to count personally.
Well, just remember, Barry Sanders was worthless in fantasy back in those days.
Oh, it was wild, man. It was just, I just remember looking at certain players, and I'm just like, this dude had 98 yards, but didn't have a touchdown. This other guy had 3 yards and a touchdown and outscored him. I'm like, are you kidding me? It used to just drive me just bonkers.
Yep.
So good thing we've improved, and the sites have improved where we get the points for that kind of stuff. So, and nobody has to do the statistics anymore, which is great.
Yeah. Yep. So, Jeff, I have realized since I've put my glasses on, because they're blue light blocking, I realize why your eyes are now like hollow.
I see what you're going. Yeah, I see. You got it going on.
It's not a green screen. It's the white screens that you're pulling up on your computer. Because right there is actually a spreadsheet that is.
I just noticed that. I was like, whoa, what are those?
Yeah, if I put my hands over the spreadsheet, they go away. So and you can kind of see my hands in the reflection of my glasses too. So that's what it is. So what you need is to get the darkening, like the dark mode for your spreadsheets.
Or go to contacts, which I'll never be able to do.
Or go to contacts. Or just, I guess, take off the glasses. Oh God, now my eyes gotta adjust.
I mean, I've been going with frozen screens this whole night. So why do I need to see anything?
Which is like great, because at the time it goes frozen, like your glasses are like perfect and you can't see the weird marks. So JT, thanks for coming on. Jeff, I will see you again in the near future, because your time has finally officially come to an end. You only owe us $155.
It's $155
donated.
Well spent, well needed. Yes. I thank everybody who donated during that time so I could match them. We'll see how generous I feel in the morning after about 5 hours of sleep. But everybody have a great night, and I'll see you, Justin, at 8 a.m. JT, it was great speaking with you.
Yeah. Jeff, thanks for coming on. JT,
thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, see you guys. So I am back here for 24 hours straight. We are in hour 5 of our broadcast here. Just to answer this question, he's probably gone long gone by now, but yes, we are really doing a 24-hour stream to raise money for Extra Life that supports the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every penny, every dollar raised here goes directly to the families in need. That goes and pays, for medical bills, for research, for lab equipment, for administrative fees, for doctor fees, for all the things that it takes to run a hospital. That is what we are raising money for. So we are currently at $770 on our $2,000 goal. Hoping that, or the $2,000 goals for this fantasy season. I'm hoping to blow that out of the water before the end of this 24 hours. Again, we're only 5 hours in. We have talked to currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different people so far in 5 hours. We have another person coming from across the pond on here next. Then in the later hours at 2 a.m., we'll have Josh Kimmel back on. The boys will be back to talk, to play college football on the PlayStation. We have Adam Rank coming on at 3 a.m. Eastern time. If you know Adam Rank, NFL Network fantasy analyst, he'll be on. We'll be talking about later on after that. We'll be talking about The Last of Us with Zach Attack, FF Chalupa Batman, however you know him. And many, many other people as we go on. We'll have best ball drafts. We'll have rankings. I'll be making breakfast at 5 a.m. We'll have a lot of things going on. So be sure to stick around, donate the money. The links to donate for Extra Life are in the description. And with that being said, John, I hope you're ready. I'm gonna play a quick commercial, and then we will be right back with our next guest.
No matter where.
Oh no, I already messed it up. I tried to play a commercial.
This is not the commercial you wanted.
I switched. You know what?
No matter where you are, whether shopping at a store or online, dancing with your classmates, or gaming with your friends, everyone has a chance to positively change children's health by supporting their local children's hospital. You can help change kids' health and change the future for all of us. Register at extra-life.org.
That's the commercial I was trying to play.
Yeah.
John, welcome on to the show in hour 5. How are you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's 6 a.m. over there?
Well, my accent fools you. I live in Chicago. I'm from England, as you can well hear. I'm not that good of an impressionist. I'm an American citizen. I've lived here coming up 7 years. I was just talking about this in a work call. My accent doesn't realize I've lived here 7 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, I live in Chicago. I forget where you are.
I have Chicago in-laws. You fooled me. Is Paul from England?
Paul is from and lives in England.
Okay.
And Joe, who
That's
is also
what
on
I
our
was thinking
podcast but won't be guesting with us later today, is from England as well. We're all from within. I mean, we all went to the same town for university, which is kind of how we know each other. But yeah, Joe lives in Toronto. No, he lives in Calgary. So we started doing a podcast after we separated, I guess.
So funny.
Yeah, and everyone, I mean, kind of correctly assumes that we're all British. Paul's very involved in like promoting us in the UK scene and trying to do as much as we can in the UK because we love the international game aspect of the NFL as well as just being huge NFL fans. But yeah, it's always funny because we're one in Canada, one in the US, one in England, and yeah, Joe's accent hasn't gone anywhere either. Mine hasn't gone anywhere, and yeah, we trick everybody.
The last
right.
Oh my god, the last message I sent you was good. I do my research.
Well, in all honesty, if you've ever heard our show, it doesn't get referenced that often where we are.
So I was, you might not remember this. I was on your guys' show.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was when I first started doing fantasy for Once Upon a Sunday, which is now FantasyNow Plus.
Yep.
Yeah, I was on your guys' show a long time ago.
One of our weekly previews for the Colts, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
actually,
remember,
yeah. So yeah,
I think you only met with Paul, to be fair.
I think so. I think
I remember rightly. Paul normally records our weekly guest segments for our pick and part.
Yeah.
Just because it's hard coordinating the time with 3 different time zones with 3 people. So yeah, quite often like me or Joe has to record during the workday because like Paul's 7 hours away from Joe, 6 hours away from me. So yeah, if it ends up being the end of the workday, it's midnight for Paul. So it takes some coordinating. Yeah, so quite often Paul coordinates the guest segment because he's the admin. He does the main hosting. So
well, just tell Paul to move over here. I mean, it's
it's been said. I think he'd love to, truthfully.
It's definitely great over here.
Very safe. You won't get probed.
We definitely love the foreigners over here. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's great. Okay, so you're from Chicago. Evan earlier was on the show. Actually, that's 6 people. I didn't count Evan earlier. He's also from Chicago. What part of Chicago are you from?
Well, that's I should have added the word land to that. I'm from the north of Chicago. Yeah.
Where at though?
It's a town called Lake Villa, which sounds lovely.
Okay. Okay.
I do have a beautiful lake view right out there of my balcony, my apartment here. And there's deer there sometimes, so it's not a horrible, but it's not a lovely area. It sounds really nice, Lake Villa, but
yeah,
yeah, it's just
oh, okay. You're a little bit north of actually my mother-in-law. So my mother-in-law is like Palatine, like Zurich area.
Yeah, we just actually. So like I said, I've lived in the States nearly 7 years now. We first lived just the other side of the Wisconsin border, because that's where my in-laws are, and then we moved down to Palatine for like 2.5 years, maybe 3 years, for work. Because I first got here, I couldn't work at first because I was spousal visa, got married, and then you have to wait to get your green card to work, which you'd think they want you working as soon as possible. They don't. That took like 18 months, and then as soon as like we had a pandemic, and then like 2 weeks later, I got my green card, and it was like, oh, weirdly, in rural Wisconsin, not many people hiring. So yeah, we moved to Palatine to get more, industry and stuff. Got work, and then we've moved back up to be closer to my in-laws because, they're not getting any younger. My wife, she goes to see them every single weekend, so it works out for us. But yeah, I do miss being nearer the city because, truthfully, the main thing, the food options are terrible here.
Yeah,
you've got your fast food, and
I can imagine.
A lot.
Yeah, so one of our guests on later tonight, Saturday now. It's Saturday for both of us now. He's from Johnsburg, which is just west of you. Our Evan is actually in Chicago proper, and then within the next say 12, 13 months, I will be in the Palatine, Lake Zurich area.
Oh, nice.
Moving up there. So we're moving back up so my wife can be with her family because she's been down here for way too long.
Yeah, very cool.
So it'll be fun. I'll be up I'll be up in that area. So it'll be great.
We can stream
Yeah,
together
so
next year.
do what?
We can stream together next year. Or maybe 2 years
Exactly.
from now.
Well, I was joking with both Michael and Evan. I was like, I have a feeling I'm going to be hosting a lot of dinners or like a monthly dinner or something, or like a monthly show where we all are just like in the same room actually recording together.
Yeah.
They were like, is that an invite for dinner? Because I mean, I cook. They know I cook. So it's that's funny. Okay, well, not across the pond. No, you're not even across Lake Michigan. So, well, actually, hold on. No, there's no water in between us. Okay, so we are here to talk about trivia. That is the segment. So I have some trivia questions, and for anybody listening, anybody watching, you can take these. I said I was going to create a Google form and have you do question 1, question 2, and then submit it, and then we'll take everybody's. I forgot to do that. So anybody, I've had a couple things to do today. Like I don't know. I mean, anybody watching right now that wants to play trivia, please come back later at 10 a.m. Eastern. We will do trivia again, and probably a couple more times. But John is going to be the first trivia guest, and he's going to answer all these questions. So I'm actually going to write down your answers, even what you think they are, and I'm not going to tell you if they're right or wrong. So I might actually.
I'm going to sleep tonight. Jesus. You just give me a general how I did. Good, bad, or oh geez.
I'll give
Oh, that's Jeffrey. Nice.
Yes. So if you didn't know, Jeff from basically the start until 1 a.m. he said he was doing a half matching hour. So from until just now, he was donating $1 for every $2 that was spent was donated. So he is doing his half match right now, which brings us up to $925.
Oh,
almost at 1,000. So we're $75 away from 1,000, which is incredible.
Yeah, well, what? 5 hours in? So what's that?
5 hours in, yeah. So
of the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have Adam Rank on later. Hopefully, I can squeeze a couple dollars out of him.
I would think so.
That'd be pretty. Just maybe a little squeeze. We'll see. When that came through, did you only see it up there, or do you hear like that? Yeah.
I heard it. Yeah, I loved it.
Or did you hear this?
No, it was more like a ka-ching type sound effect.
Okay, you actually did hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm playing the sound too. Okay. I was like, is it playing? I couldn't tell if it was playing through. Okay, cool. That's the sound I want.
I'm not that good with an improviser, trust me.
I was trying to like I'm literally in the Extra Life Discord. Like, can I get this down? Like, can I get this MP3 so I can put it on my board to play?
Oh,
but
nice.
I didn't realize it was playing through. So I can get off their Discord now and
Joe handles our soundboard as limited as it is, and it blows my mind every time because I am very much not a producery person. I don't really know why they have me on the podcast. Like, I know what I'm talking about, but like they do all the work behind the scenes. They get guests, they do the graphics, they do the editing, and I just go and talk football. I love it.
So you're the Josh of our show, whereas I will go get the guests. I will do the producing. I will do the visuals. All of this is me. I have some cool sounds. We'll see if we get into any of these sounds. I have 5 pages of sounds. 2 of them are for my wife's podcast, though. So I have like 3 pages.
Those are off limits, right?
Yeah. I don't think they fit for us. So, like, do you watch RuPaul's Drag Race at all?
Not really, but I'm aware of it and like aware of some of the memes around it, certainly.
So there's some like. Nope, you didn't.
Yeah, very faintly.
Like, there's some good ones in here. And then the other ones are like their intro music. Anyways, oh, I forgot some of these are Jeopardy music that I have set up for a game later and earlier today. So yeah, we've been playing Jeopardy as well, and I have a Jeopardy game later at 4 p.m. Okay. Question.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
Bez
almost
Jeopardy.
knocked over. Trivia. We're here to play trivia. So we will have 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, and then there will be a final question where you get to bid your money or your points. So I guess you will have to know your point total at the end. So there are 4 rounds. The first round is all worth 1 point. The second round, they're worth 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, and then you bid.
Okay.
So first question here. What year did ESPN launch its fantasy football platform?
Oh, that is a great question.
I'm starting off hard.
Yeah, I started playing, I think, like 2007, which is way too long ago. I don't know if they had like a magazine platform. I'm going to presume it's an internet platform, and I'm going to say 1998.
Okay. We'll go over the answers at the end of this round.
Nice. Yeah,
Which player was the consensus #1 overall pick in most drafts in 2012, but missed the entire season due to injury?
Ooh.
I'm hoping these get easier because I was like, they will get easier.
Yeah, that is so tough. I'm gonna take a wild guess. I don't remember him missing an entire season. Maurice Jones-Drew. He'll have been an early pick around then.
Okay. Who was the first tight end to finish as the overall tight end 1 for 4 straight seasons? This is more recent than.
Yeah, it's one of 2. I'm gonna go Travis Kelce.
Okay. Which team did LaDainian Tomlinson play for during his record-breaking 31 touchdown fantasy season in 2006? And if you were watching Jeopardy earlier, you would know this answer.
I wasn't, but who is the LA Chargers? No, who is the San Diego Chargers?
There you go.
I'm still hesitant.
I was like,
make sure I get that right. And then I was like,
I
still said LA.
What was the original name for fantasy football when it was invented in 1962?
Well, that is a great question as well. Roto Gridiron.
Okay, so you ended up with 2 points.
Okay, I'm happy with 2.
I'm wondering, should I give you the answers? I feel like if I give you the answers, anybody watching now could go back later.
I'll check it out later. Don't you worry.
Yeah. I'll share the answers.
Yeah, you don't want anybody to be able to get all the answers.
That's fair. Okay, round 2. Who holds the record for most fantasy points in a single game by a quarterback in standard scoring?
I was thinking of a Christmas Day running back. Quarterback.
Yeah, you were thinking Alvin Kamara.
I was thinking Alvin Kamara.
Doug Martin scored more than Alvin Kamara. He had like 60 points.
Did he? I remember that game. I think that. Yeah, I had a lot of Doug Martin early in his career. I love the muscle hamster as he was known.
Very forgotten.
Michael Vick.
By the way. Michael Vick. Okay.
Against Washington, I think for Philly, he had that.
Oh, you're going for the extra points there. Which wide receiver had a 99-yard touchdown reception in 2011 and again in 2018? So a little bit of longevity there.
Yeah. Thinking of years in the league, I think it's only one of 2. I'll go Antonio Brown.
Okay. In PPR scoring, which running back led all players in receptions in 2019?
2019. It's not that long ago. It's annoying enough. Christian McCaffrey?
Which running back exploded in 2020 with over 2,000 all-purpose yards and 20 touchdowns?
I feel like this is
Sophomore
Christian
running back.
McCaffrey.
Which sophomore running back in 2000?
Oh, a sophomore. So
I'll give
2019
you that.
draft will have been. So it's Miles Sanders or Josh Jacobs. We'll go Josh Jacobs.
Was it sophomore? Hold on, time out. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I didn't give you the wrong thing here.
Also, I'm not from America. Sophomore, I think, means second year.
Sophomore is second year.
Okay.
Oh no. I'm sorry, I said the wrong year. Let me rephrase this.
Cool.
Which running back exploded in 2021?
Okay.
With over 2,000 all-purpose yards and 20 touchdowns.
Jonathan Taylor.
2021. Okay. In 2023, who is the wide receiver 1 in points and fantasy points per game?
23.
PPR.
That's the year before last. I don't think Justin Jefferson's ever finished number 1. But who would have? Jamar Chase was 2024. CeeDee Lamb?
Okay, so you got 2 of the 5 questions correct. You have 4 points off of that section and give you 6 total points. These are a little hard. I'm reading like, duh, come on. And I'm reading the answers. So
Yeah.
Okay, round 3 will be right after this break.
Very
Round
jaunty
3.
music.
Do what?
Very jaunty music. I love it.
Yeah.
That's what you need at this hour.
It really is. I figured like a lot of these like little commercial breaks are me going to use the bathroom. This time I didn't, but
it's good to have them though.
Yeah.
You're not
And
Scott
all,
Hansen.
all provided by Extra Life. I didn't have to make those, which is great. I just downloaded them and uploaded them to StreamYard.
Lovely.
So that's great.
And I hope some, yourself or any other guests have tried pressing the answers on those trivia ones. I hovered over it to see if it was clickable. I don't think it is. I felt like I might have paused the stream if I clicked something, so I didn't.
Wait, what did you click?
No, nothing. On there was a trivia question.
Oh, yeah.
And it was A, B, C, or D. And I was like, am I meant to click it here? But no, the cursor didn't change. I thought, I'm not touching it just in case I pause my own stream or...
It is not clickable. I didn't even think about that. Like somebody's probably like waiting at that screen going, where'd it go? What happened? The music, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so round 3. In Superflex leagues, what position becomes more valuable compared to standard formats?
Quarterback.
Yeah, I feel like
Now
that
we're
should have been
talking.
a round 1 question. What does handcuffing mean in fantasy football strategy?
To take the backup of a player, like a running back, take the running back too, in case of injury or suspension.
What is the most common number of teams in a standard fantasy football league?
I think it's 10.
What scoring format awards 1 point per reception?
A PPR.
These should all been like round 1 questions.
Yeah,
Get the basics.
The opposite way. Yeah, like after
Yeah.
round 1, I'm like, these are the round 1 questions. Goodness me.
Like, oh god, do I know fantasy football?
My internet's gone out, Justin. I'd love to talk, but I'm going through a tunnel. I'll see you in 12 hours.
In dynasty leagues, what major difference separates them from redraft leagues?
You keep your players until you transact them away, whether trading them or dropping them.
So out of 15 total points, you got 12 points in that round. So yeah, 4 questions right out of the 5 right.
Oh, what did I make a mistake on? Don't tell me, but
I won't. Round 4. See if the trend it gets easier when it's supposed to get harder. This. Oh, hold on 1 second. Time out. I thought I looked this question up and it's wrong again. Okay, I forgot to change the answer. I may have used ChatGPT to help me out on some of this, so I forgot to change the answer. I changed the question, but I forgot to change the answer. Okay, got it correct now. First question: what TV show featured a group of friends in a long-running fantasy football league?
The League.
Which NFL analyst is known for his fantasy focused football podcast and work with ESPN?
Matthew Berry? Used to be.
What?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Berry, but I kind of feel like I've missed a trick on that.
Okay. What former NFL player once drafted Andrew Luck in 2020 after he had retired on a live fantasy podcast?
I have no recollection of this happening. So a current at the time NFL player, or maybe current now.
Former, yeah, very former NFL player, then
Okay.
drafted Andrew Luck in 2020.
Michael Irvin? I have no recollection of this at all.
Which actor from Parks and Recreation is a known fantasy football superfan and hosts leagues with NFL players?
Nick Offerman?
And what is the name of the of the major charity fantasy football league started by Scott Fish?
The Scott Fish Ball.
I should have changed that to be Super League instead of
Wearing one of my Scott Fish shirt. Well, it's actually a Fantasy Cares Eliminator shirt today, but it's all in the Fantasy Cares Scott Fish Ball realm.
Yeah. So okay, so you ended that round with 16 points. You got one question wrong. And
what? Only one question wrong?
You only got one question wrong in that category.
Bring me there, because I was like, oh, I think I only got one right, and yeah, I'll take that.
You got four. You got 4 of the 5 right. Okay, and then for some reason this is not calculating that number. Okay, so gotta do some quick editing of. Okay, here we go. You have 34 points to bid. 34 total points, if I'm doing my math right here. Yep, I am. It definitely got easier as we went on. I feel like I definitely did not set this up correctly, but that's fine. So you get to bid 34 points on your final question. What would you like to bid?
Okay, I'm not even going to ask if this is more of a round 4 question, round 1 question. Don't give me any hints. I'm just going to go F it. Go big, go home, right? Let's go 34.
You're going with all 34 points.
Yeah.
And now the real question is, can I go and find my freaking question? Where'd it go?
If it's about what league is awards 1 point per card, I'm happy with that. If you want to just refresh some of the old ones. I can do that.
I just realized I never actually wrote down my. Hold on.
I love it.
And ChatGPT is going to come up with the question here. No, that's too easy.
No, that seems fine.
Same answer as earlier. Okay, we'll go with this one. I didn't even read the full question, so we'll see how this goes. Did you hear what I just said?
I heard you say we'll go see how it goes, but
okay, good. You didn't hear the actual answer because I whispered the actual answer.
Oh,
okay.
No.
In the modern fantasy football era, post 2000, which wide receiver posted the highest single season PPR point total without scoring double-digit touchdowns? And what year did it happen?
I wish I had not staked 34 points, is what happened.
Okay, Get the player correct. I'll drop the in what year did it happen because that is even harder.
Okay. I'm gonna go with one of my all-time favorite player. To be fair, I'm a Cowboys fan, but non-Cowboy. Tony Romo's my all-time favorite player. I'm gonna go Julio Jones because he had monster seasons where he didn't score many touchdowns. I'll take a guess at it being 2012. Because again, Julio Jones is like my first round pick for like what felt like the first 10 years I played fantasy. Maybe not the first 10, but like 10 of them my favorite years of playing fantasy. So yeah, I'll go Julio Jones and yeah, I don't know what year I said. 2012.
I won't count I took out the year question, but great that you guessed it. I'm not gonna tell you your total point score because that'd be obvious if you got the question right. I will DM you all the answers so you're at least
wonderful, yeah.
But yeah, no, that was I definitely messed up on the order. Like it got easier as we went on, so this will be very interesting. I almost want to like flip it and then change your score, but
yeah. Well, I'm going to stake 100% of my score regardless if you do want to flip it. You know, I'll let you work it out that way, obviously. I'm saying it as if I have any say in the matter. This is your show. You do as you please.
Damn straight it is.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's just play around. See what it does here. If I flip your score around, because it obviously got harder or easier.
It very much did. I still love that first question. I'm looking forward to seeing the actual answer of the first year ESPN had fantasy football because that is something I've never considered.
You actually did pretty similar in the score because of it. Like you would have had 26. You'd had 26 points instead of 34 points.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go that route.
I think that makes more sense. Yeah.
It makes more sense. It might be better for you in the long run too. We'll see. Yeah, well, that's trivia. Obviously, you got 25 more minutes on this show. So, tell me what are you guys working on over at Don't Tell Me. Good leagues win, great leagues cover.
So close. Good teams win, great teams cover.
Teams, not leagues.
Yeah, of course. Somebody actually wrote a book called that and threatened to sue us, which was hilarious. We just ignored their email because, well, I say we. Paul ignored their email because Paul is the admin guy, and that's what he has to do. Yeah, wild.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So our big thing.
That's insane.
That's hilarious. I was dying laughing. I was like, "What are you going to reply?" He's like, "I'm just not going to reply because like he's more sensible than I. I would have, got ChatGPT to drop a cease and desist against him or something." But yeah, we just kind of left it be, and we haven't heard since. That was like 2 years ago, so I can't think he's that bothered. But very funny that I don't know if he has like a Google. It's but yeah, our pod for the summer. Paul is organizing. Actually, episode 1 just went out yesterday morning. I've only watched the first half of it so far. Doing a mastermind series. So mastermind, I don't think we have in the US. Is that right? Do you have any clue what I'm talking about?
I've mastermind.
Yes, it's a UK quiz show. It's kind of infamous. It's very serious. There's no flashy lights. There's no fun, as is my recollection. And you give a mastermind subject, and you are quizzed on that. You get 2 minutes to answer as many questions as you can on your mastermind subject, and then you get 2 minutes to answer general knowledge questions, combine the scores. And I think he's got 16 content creators. I don't know if it's all from the UK or not. Again, it's all Paul's baby. I'm one of the contestants. And actually, after me and Paul do our redraft with you later on today, we're going to record my episode. So it's a big trivia day for me. And yeah, I couldn't think of a subject. Because like I say, I am a Cowboys fan, but truthfully, I just love football. Like, my week doesn't live and die by whether the Cowboys win. I loved Romo. Like, I fell in love with I'd already started watching the sport for a couple of years, really. I've never been smitten with a team. And I've seen Tony Romo make I don't think it was actually debut, but like his first major game action. You had all the Cowboys fans chanting, "We want Romo." I'm like, yeah, I want Romo. I don't know who this guy is. Like, I was very uninformed, and I was sick of watching Drew Bledsoe. It's either Sunday night or Monday Night Football. I was at college, and we're watching football at 2 a.m. Then I'm sat by myself. I'm like, okay, I love this team. I love this guy Romo. He comes in, throws an interception straight away. I don't think it was a pick six, but it nearly was. And yeah, that season they went to the playoffs. It was wild. So that's how I kind of became a Cowboys fan. But again, I don't live and die with it. Cowboys fans by and large are obnoxious. There's so many of them that it kind of has to be the way. Same as Liverpool, Man United fans in the UK. Like, there's so many of them. You got to get.
Whoa.
Which side are we?
Let's not throw Man United under the bus here.
They've done enough of that themselves.
They have recently. You are absolutely correct, and it's really annoying.
I bet, yeah. Paul's a Man United fan as well, so I get to take my shots at Paul. Don't you worry.
I've been rooting for Man U since the Paul Scholes, Van Nistelrooy, Ryan Griggs, Paul Neville days, like the olden days.
Yeah.
I think I was probably 10, 11, maybe 12 when my parents went to England. They were at one of the airports, and the whole Man United team came in.
Oh, nice.
And to the airport, they were waiting for their flight. So from then, my parents went and bought a soccer bag and a ball from a Manchester United soccer bag and stuff. They brought it back to me. I was playing soccer, and they gave it to me. I was like, all right, this is my team. This is who I root for now. And have been a fan since. So we're going on 20.
At least you got some of the good years.
Now, so I got to see some good stuff.
Because if you've been,
I think David Beckham actually was on the team too at that point still. So
I love Beckham. I still love Beckham.
Yeah.
I never liked
him
growing
when he
up.
left, but after his days at Real Madrid, then when he came to the US, it was like, okay, I like Beckham again.
Yeah.
Because I'm also a Galaxy fan, so he came to play for the Galaxy. I was like, awesome.
Love it, yeah. That is kind of the dream then, right? Because I know there was big stars in the MLS, but like Beckham's so special.
I can only imagine a player like Beckham coming here now. Like, I mean, Messi is that way. Like, Messi came to Miami, but Messi doesn't play in every game. If it's a turf field, he doesn't play in it. So it's I feel like it brought more attention to the MLS, but I don't think it's still enough attention to the MLS yet. We're not quite there. If Christian Pulisic ever came back, though, Captain America ever came back to the MLS, then okay. But why would he come back to the MLS?
Yeah, you never know.
When he's 35 years old and about to retire.
That's the thing. Yeah, he needs to come in his not his prime maybe, but like in a couple of years, not too long. And I mean, the World Cup's here next year, so like I hope to see a huge boom from that. Obviously,
yeah, that's true. It's true. Anyway, we got way sidetracked here.
I don't know why.
This is now a fantasy football podcast, right? I mean,
not football.
I'll tie them together. Yeah.
Although I do, we do play fantasy football as well. Me and Paul are in a dynasty fantasy Premier League league that we've been running since. I think it's coming up to year 10. Yeah, we love it. Paul's organising our mastermind competition right now. I'm doing mine later today. And then, we've got our season previews coming up very soon, which feels wild. We'll be doing each division in turn. And those will be getting started pretty soon. I don't know the exact date. Paul, again, is our admin man who just tells me when to turn up and what I need to know about. And I kind of do my best. We're doing our season betting preview early. We call it Bets to the Future. Just so we can do some Back to the Future theme around it. Next year will be part 3, so I'm turning up in Western outfit, and I'm hoping to surprise Paul and Joe with that because I'm hoping they'll be off guard. Where we went through our favourite bets for the season. And then, our State of the Division series will be kicking off, which is we go division by division, team by team, try and get some guests on who want to talk about their team and, kind of predict how we think their seasons will go. And I'm trying to find our calendar on our Google sheet, but I'm not, again, that well versed in it because I'm very inept. But we'll also be doing off-season drafts, which is one of my favorite times of the year, truthfully, where we just get a bit of fun, get to bring like my wife on, Joe's fiance, etc., and just do like baked goods drafts or spot. In fact, I seen you guys earlier. What time was it when you were doing that? Was that right at the first hour, second hour? Sports movies drafts.
Yeah, we were doing that. I think the first hour. Yeah.
I seen draft day went number 1.
Yeah, draft day went number 1.
Which I absolutely loved. I only seen draft day for the first time this year, and I see why it has the reputation it does. I can see why it's beloved in like kind of that cult classic way, I guess we'll say.
Yeah.
I don't think you take it as
tradition. Yeah, it's definitely not realistic at all.
No.
I think The
It's fun.
Replacements is more of a realistic movie than Draft Day, but yeah. It is what it is. I mean, it gets you hyped up for the draft and makes you excited. So,
and it has an incredible line. I will watch my language, but I think Kevin Costner, and he said Clint Eastwood. I'm not a huge film guy, as you can tell. Says, "You pancake eating mother flipper." He doesn't say flipper, but it gets to the point, which is one of my favorite lines in cinema that I've heard this year. Again, I don't watch that many films, but it really made me laugh a lot because
it's like, oh, fudge, except I didn't say fudge.
Exactly.
Classic.
But yeah, that was so good, him dealing with the Seahawks guy. And yeah, not a classic, but very fun. And like, I watched it the Sunday or the Monday before the draft. So yeah, it felt really fitting. But yeah, that's kind of what we do through the summer when we don't have a state of the division one to go to. We just do the fun drafts. We've done best cover versions before. I'm not sure what we've got on the docket this year. The subjects do get harder to come up with in years 2, 3, 4, etc. Because you've hit them all. Last year, one of my favorites was like things that change after you turn 30, and like we were just all like, "Yeah, we're so old." I turned 40 this year. Ugh. And
things that change.
Yeah, like your knees hurt all the time.
You
it's
really
hard to get a good night's sleep.
You walk around, your ankles just pop all the time.
Yeah.
You wake up at 3 a.m. every day every morning to use the bathroom.
Yeah. It's funny, like my wife said something the other day. It's like, why do you have to get up? I'm like, because my body's failing. Like, that's why. I would rather not. It's not like I don't make a habit of getting up and I'd rather have a full 8 hours sleep right through. But my body disagrees. My body's like, no, John, up you go. You have stuff to do, or you're getting kicked out of the bed, buddy. So, I'm looking at actually what we picked. My second answer was my dedication to skincare. This draft must have been a while ago because I must say I'm not looking beautiful. So, but
that is when I actually started. My wife really got me into doing more skincare when I turned 30. So
that's who got me on it as well, truthfully. And it's kind of, I don't know if it's worrying. My wife was in this draft with us, me, Paul, and Joe, and my wife, Cindy. And her third pick was existential dread. And it's like, well, you didn't put that in the vows, but okay. I'm glad that changed once we got married. That went in there. So, yeah, it was a fun draft. I'm not going to look up all of our drafts because I can sit here and blabber all day. And if you've never been... Actually, we got a shout out on another podcast for one of our drafts recently. Was if you've never been to the UK, you won't know this brand, but Greggs is a bakery in the UK, and it's cheap and cheerful. In the northern towns where people are poorer, there's one every 500 feet. And there's nothing like that in the US. It bugs me every day. Well, maybe not every day, but every week I think like, oh, I'd love to get a Greggs, and I just can't. It's like sausage rolls, where it's like sausage meat and pastry.
It's been 27 years since I've been to the UK.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I went when I was a kid. I remember very few things, but I think I was 6 or 7. I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to remember a Greggs in that period of time.
I barely remember London. Like, I remember a lot of castles in London. Like, that's it.
Yeah, that sounds like the average trip to the UK.
Basically, my parents love England and Scotland. Like, my dad wants to retire in Scotland, but their favorite things to do on vacations is rent a car and just drive. And they always said that like when they drove around England and Scotland, they just drove the countryside, and you'd just be driving and like, oh, there's a castle.
Yep.
Okay.
The wild.
Yeah. No, that's a lot of fun. Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like you guys got some fun stuff coming up. Definitely have to, now that I know that you are not 5 hours ahead of me, have to have you come back on at some point during the season. We have 8 shows a week coming up. So we will have 1 show every day of the week and then 2 on Wednesdays. So we'll have a 9 a.m. show on Monday mornings to talk about, the weekend of fantasy. Tuesdays will be our waiver wire show. That'll be me. Wednesdays we'll do a start sit showdown at noon, where we'll talk about each position with players that are very close to each other on starting and benching. Wednesday nights we'll do weekly rankings with 2 other people. Thursdays we're going to have a DFS show, DFS and sports betting show. Fridays we have a studs and suds show where they'll talk about the stud football players and also drink beer. And then Saturdays will be a dynasty show. And then Sundays, right after they announce the injury reports, I will be doing a cooking and fantasy show. So I'll be in my kitchen cooking and answering start sets questions.
Love it.
It'll be fun. We got a lot of content coming soon. So
yeah, that's actually one thing we're poking our toe in this year. I can't believe I forgot to mention it. Is we're going to do some fantasy this year. Like I say, I've played fantasy forever. And really, it's my first love of the NFL. Never mind, like we talk about betting on our show, but like so much of what I talk about is tinted with that fantasy lens because I play so much fantasy. I couldn't tell you how many fantasy leagues I'm in on a yearly basis. I definitely shouldn't if my wife's in earshot. And yeah, that's something we're gonna, double up on shows this year. Is at least have at least one fantasy show in there. I don't know exactly how, but yeah, I mean, I would certainly love to pop on anytime you need somebody. I play a lot of Dynasty. Dipping my toe more into DFS as we go on. I'm not much of a best ball bro in the summer. I do a couple of them, but I'm certainly not maxing out the, underdog milli makers or anything like that as much as I would love to.
Yeah. I have stayed away as much as possible from getting into a million best ball leagues because I feel like you just can. And I do my best to try and limit that. You are in Super League, right?
I don't actually know. I presume so. But truthfully, I signed up for that many charity leagues that I lose track. If I'm not, please sign me up and send me the form if I need to send something in.
Yeah, I'm looking now. Hold on.
That's one of my favorite little things I've started doing the last few years as well is taking projections from Mike Clay and then doing the Excel work to put them into these weird scoring formats. I'm not sure what the Super League scoring format is, if there's anything wacky, but as you see again,
we have some fun scoring. I will say fun scoring. We actually covered them a little bit earlier. I think at the top of the hour. I mean, it's a lot of like normal scoring, but I have bonuses. Passing touchdowns are 6 points instead of the normal 4 as of lately. We'll add kickers, and they're actually going to be. This will be the first time I ever do kickers, I think. But it'll be 3 points if you make a field goal, 0.1 for every yard. So I mean, like a 30-yard field goal is now 6 points. If you make a 50-yard field goal, you get 5 points. If you make a 60-yard field goal, you get another 5 points. So I think we looked at like if you make a 60-yard field goal, you get 19 points.
Yeah, that is.
Which
I love it. Yeah,
insane.
Chaos. Yeah.
And then I love chaos. I tell everybody every league I always make it different.
Yep.
I don't like the same league over and over and over. It's boring.
Preach. Yeah.
So I have another fun fantasy, like playoffs will start in week 13 with 50 teams. And I have a special scoring rule that will be announced once all of the drafts are finished.
Yes. I love it.
And it will affect every round of the playoffs from week 13 to the championship. That special scoring rule will affect every single playoff week.
Only the playoff weeks.
Yep. And the greatest thing is,
that's great.
I'm the only one that knows the scoring. Or that rule. So I've told I think one other person, but I'm pretty sure he does not remember it.
So when you draft all returners in the last 4 rounds, like, oh no, I just think they're gonna have good wide receiver seasons, honestly. And then
not
somebody
quite that.
Rashichi-
It'll literally be a scoring rule that nobody has ever done before that I know of. Like I've never once heard anybody ever do something like this. And it's going to be insane to keep track of, but it will be fun.
I can't wait to hear it.
our theme this year is captains.
Mm-hmm.
So famous captains. So like I sent you the link for the registration. So after this, just go register.
Oh, thank you.
No, you're good. So like some of the divisions right now: Captain Jack Sparrow, Captain Kirk, Captain Marvel, Captain Han Solo, Captain America, Captain Crunch. And currently the only division completely full, we have no more room, is Captain America. So the other 5 divisions are still open. If you wait long enough, I might open up Captain Britain, but
we'll see.
Or Captain Carter. I mean, it's the same basically, right? So can't do too many Marvel movies though. I mean, I already got 2 in there.
This is where I embarrass myself and say I've never seen a single Marvel movie.
Well, I won't even add Captain Britain then.
Yeah, I don't know who Captain Britain is. I know who Captain America is. That's reached my
so
brain.
Captain Britain is so Peggy Carter is like Steve Rogers' like love interest back in the 40s, and she's British, but she like is in the US military and stuff like that. So in an alternate universe, Steve Rogers dies like before he gets injected with the super serum. Like at the time when he's about to get injected, Hydra kills him. They steal the stuff, all that. So because he's dead, Peggy Carter jumps in, gets the super serum, and then becomes Captain Britain instead of Captain America. So
finally, this Marvel stuff's appealing to me. We have a British character.
So if it appeals, go watch What If on Disney Plus. It's one of the episodes in What If. It talks about it, and then she actually comes back into some other things as well, including she's in, I think she's in season 2 of What If also, and then she is in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
I've not seen that. That one does appeal though. That's another Brit, right?
It's like a horror movie.
I
mean, it's not a horror movie, but it's like the most horror Marvel movie ever.
Yeah. Is that Benedict Cumberbatch? Have I invented that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like Benedict Cumberbatch. I don't know him that much, but he's a very. I think he's a really good actor. He's someone I'm watching quite a few.
I'm a pretty big nerd on that. Like I have a Marvel calendar. And then I used to do a Marvel podcast actually that watched all of them in order. And like we talked about like how it affects everything, and it's pretty interesting. But
yeah, I love it.
All right, well, John,
marvelous, but you know,
yes. John, thanks for coming on.
Of course.
I will see you again in
12 hours.
In 12 hours at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
1 p.m. for you. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll
7 p.m.
catch
for
you.
Paul.
And 7 p.m. for Paul. I will see you and Paul again at 2 p.m. where we will redraft the 2021.
Indeed. NFL
draft. Yeah, and then is it just gonna be the 3 of us?
It is just 3 of us, yes.
Okay, and then we will all just have our own separate teams, right?
Yep. So someone will pick 1 and 4 and 7 and 10. We haven't done the order yet. We can either do it when we start, or we can do it whenever you'd like, really. We'll just do a 100-yard rush, and whoever gets 1 will pick first.
Perfect. No, I love it. This is the one segment that I was just like,
hands off.
You guys do what you're gonna do, and I will play along. I could set up the 100-yard dash though.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll probably remember that at like 155.
Well, if we have to do it live on the screen, that's absolutely fine.
Well, we 100% are going to do it live on screen. All right, John, thanks for coming on, and I will talk to you in 12 hours.
Cool, man. You keep well.
Yeah. All right, guys, thanks for we are now coming up into hour 6 of our 24-hour stream. Again, every dollar raised today will go directly to the people that are part of the Children's Miracle Network. We'll see how much I continue to say the same thing over and over again, but yeah, all of that is going for research, for labs, for administrative fees, for doctor visits, for everything like that. There are over 36 million visits every year for 12 million families. So 12 million kids are being seen at least 36 million times. Every dollar raised by Extra Life is going to support these families. This is a very personal charity for me. I've been involved for about 3 years now, and continue to raise. I usually we try to raise about $1,000 a year. This year, our goal is $2,000. I think we could definitely hit that. So, with that being said, I'm gonna run a commercial. I have a couple things I have to get set up for our next segment, where Josh Kimmel will be on, boys will be back, and we will have some fun. But I'm gonna try to find the longest commercial I can real quick, and yeah, let's see. We're gonna play this one.
10 million kids like me enter a CMS.
Oh no, I messed up. We're gonna rerun that.
10 million kids like me enter a CMS hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there, because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
I'm here. I'm here, Josh.
He's here. I know you're here. I was about to take over the reins. I still can. I can go solo if you want. I'm up. I'm here. It's 2 a.m. If you see this, I'm tired, but hey, I'm here for the brand, for my peoples. I'm about to put 60 points up on Justin Bowerly.
Wow.
Embarrass him in front of the nation. Dude, I am so tired, but I'm going to whoop your ACE. Guys.
It's back on. This is back on. We're here. Okay.
We went from listen, I'm sure, I'm gonna be honest with you. I fell asleep around 9 o'clock.
That's
just
fair.
watching. I'm sure everybody was awesome today, but I'm about to blow everyone's mind when I blow this kid out of the water. Listen, I haven't played college football 25 in months. I don't even know what team I'm gonna be. But I'm glad. I'm invited on the show. I'm glad that one of the founders of this show has got the 2 a.m. slot. And I just want to say something real quick while Justin's setting up. This is now serious conversation. Brian Rockwood, Jeff Chris, Pudge, Evan Sather, apologize, Evan. Michael Flores, Jacob Mummert, Topher Kurt, Will Urion, I apologize. And Sean Evans, of course. Thank all of you who believed and joined the team and continue to put out content for us, for the channel. We appreciate you. We're not even to the season yet. And the growth on this channel has been tremendous. And we're able to do this 24-hour stream because of people like you who believed in us and our vision and our goal. And seriously, truly appreciate every one of you. even though I don't interact with every single one of you all the time because Discord is hard for old people like me. It really, really is. I'll get DMs and I'm like, oh, that was like 2 days ago. I don't know how to answer that. Sorry, guys. But I really appreciate every single one of you, especially Sean, right? Making me money, bro. I can afford my groceries for my family now tomorrow. So I'm excited. Go Pacers. Go. I bet the under on some guy's Kevin Hart's points. So go for him. And I also threw the Red Sox in. So I can't give Sean all the credit. No one can hear you, Justin, but it's fine. Yeah, no one, I cannot hear. No one can. But don't worry. I'm here. I'm up. I'm awake. I got my coffee. So I got round 1 here. And then the backup for the second hour that I'm on. We will be having on.
You can hear me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Look at that.
We're gonna have on a huge guest after this. So stay tuned. I know you might not be a fan of people playing video games on stream, but I promise you're gonna have a blast.
It'll be fine, guys.
When I crush this man like a grape. We used to play in a league when this game first came out, and it's safe to say two of us were highly tiered, and the other 2 were not. And Justin was one of the highly tiered ones. He actually beat me once, I believe.
That.
Jacob was the punching bag of the league. It was fun. I love Jacob. No, just kidding. I don't know. I can't remember if Jacob was good or not. Was he good?
He
was good.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty good. Yeah, I'd say he was good.
Jacob's good. Like I said, so I might be throwing 6 picks tonight. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna try to put up 60 for all my fans out there, all the peeps, all the diehards, all the people that comment that I'm super funny. I appreciate you guys. One love. I've literally drawn away every single viewer. I'm sorry, Justin.
No, we still have viewers. It's fine. I'm not used to hearing myself in my ears anymore, and I'm on a different microphone, so this will be fun. Okay. Can you hear the game?
I hear nothing.
You don't hear anything. Okay.
I hear nothing.
You don't hear.
I hear that. Yeah, I hear that.
You do hear that. Okay, that's good.
Mhm.
That's good. Okay, I'm going to switch screens here. We're going to struggle for a second. Windows?
Oh. Can you believe I won $98 last night? I woke up. That's how I bet people. That's how I gamble. I don't watch sports. I just make the bets. I wake up in the morning and go, all right, I won. Let's go. That's right. Follow Sean. Follow Sean Evans, man. He hit tilted.
Yeah, for real.
Freaking putting out bangers after bangers after bangers.
Yeah, 6 for 6 over the last 3 days. That's impressive. He has made both of us money. And the thing that annoys me is the games that like.
Hey, change that accelerated clock to 10 seconds, man. I ain't doing this 20-second runoff. Yeah. I can't score 60 if you run off the clock, Justin. I see what you're doing.
Wait, is this what I need to do?
Yeah,
I don't do it. You usually invite me.
I know I do. So we'll see how this goes. Oh, don't give away my PlayStation name. Oh, now everyone's gonna add me. Now I'm gonna have 10,000 friend requests. Join. So have we decided what teams we're gonna pick? Who are you? You said you were debating between Boise and somebody else. Who was it?
I was debating between Boise and Penn State, and I think I'm gonna go Penn State.
You're gonna go Penn State. All right. That means I'm gonna go
because I want to play the tight end. I just want to prove everybody that he's good.
Okay, you just want to prove everybody he's good. Well, then in that case,
and we're going all white, so you need
in that case,
your jersey.
I'm gonna pick a team that I love. I don't love this team, but a player I love, and prove that he's gonna take over that backfield in Cleveland.
You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yo, there's so many college teams. This is ridiculous. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Edit uniforms. Let's go with. Ooh, we're getting blacked out.
Now you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Listen. Dylan Sampson. Oh, that's loud.
The Beaver Stadium, nestled in Bucolic State College and home of the Penn State.
Is it really loud?
To me, it is. But I don't. When I play video games, guys, I don't listen to the announcers. I've been playing these games for 25 years, and it's the same dialogue for 25 years. I turn these guys off.
Meeting head to head, where one team will try to make a resonating statement. As we see the number 7 team in the country, the Tennessee Volunteers, taking on the 3rd-ranked team in the land, the Penn State.
Yeah, you need to change your master volume.
Yeah, sorry.
Can't do anything till obviously these guys are.
Yeah. Why can't I pause the game?
Because you have to do the kickoff first.
Oh my god, this is so stupid.
Ooh, I get the ball first? Let's go.
Why didn't my crowd do the whiteout? That's annoying.
Oh, we return things. We don't take knees. Dude, this guy's
huge. Tennessee. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's get this sound.
All right, let's get Lee Corso and these guys turned down. Let's have a. It's 2 a.m. guys. We don't need this screaming.
Screen, you have 20 options. Menu narration option is set to off is selected.
There we go. Field.
Yeah.
Oh,
gotta wait on you now. You're not paying attention to my screen, are you?
Yeah.
You little son of a.
I will say that the volume is extremely loud, but it's fine. If anyone in the chat can tell me how loud the volume is. Oh, I forgot how stupid this is with the. I'm rattled. Dylan Sampson, what a stud, dude. I'm gonna tell everybody right now. He's gonna be fantasy relevant, whether you like it or not. It's not gonna be a one running back system there in Cleveland. I am so excited for him. And I'm excited to add him to all of my teams. I'm getting him late 2nd round in rookies. It's crazy.
I'm really annoyed that we practiced you not looking at my screen, and now you're just looking at my screen.
I'm not looking at your screen. I'm looking this way. I'm looking right here. I'm going to tell you. I'm not looking at your screen. Do you see my eyes? Look in my eyes. What do you see?
I don't know. I can't see your eyes. Dark.
The cult of... Am I dark? It is 2 a.m.
This is probably the best lighting you've ever had in your life.
It's because I prepared, dude. You'd be so amazed how much I prepared for this. I had all this set up before.
Like big time analyst coming on in 50 minutes. I'm
here already. I'm literally already here. Chill.
You're the big
no,
time
man.
analyst. Okay.
Oops. Oh, he's playing the flats. I didn't expect you to play the flats there.
Man, when we did that 16 team league, you remember what I talked about?
What are you talking about?
So we did that 16 team like custom league where everybody was one team of the conference.
Oh yeah.
Michael picked up Iowa and I was Penn State. We played week 1 and I beat him like 107-7.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, that was pretty jerk. I remember calling you out for calling you a jerk for that. That was
you did.
Like I could put up 100 on Michael easily, but I don't.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to make him cry. Oh, he wouldn't cry, but it's just a game. You know what I mean? What was that? It was me not paying attention.
Clearly.
Sorry guys, I'm punting on the first possession. 3 and not good. There should be a way to turn off the stupid crowd thing because it's really messing everything up. It's totally unfair. You're telling me EA Sports, if you're listening, like college football 25 was great. Like this was I had a fun time for 2 months. Like I played it for 2 months. I kind of put it away. It's fine. We need to
much longer than that.
We need to buff the. You're telling me Tennessee ranked number 7 in the nation. They're this rattled going into Penn State. No, they're not, dude. No, they're not. Now, if this was an unranked team or a lower level team, yeah. But it's ridiculous that my screen is shaking this much, and I'm a top 10 program. Ridiculous. They need to fix this. Because that's kind of why I quit the game of how unfun this part was. Playing on the road is not fun. Especially if I'm a top team. Period. I'm not buying 26 until they fix it.
There's a bunch of stuff that I would love for them to fix, and I just lost my headbuds. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure that out here in a second. Oh God, I can't hear you if you're talking to me, so just let me know.
Can't see me either.
Can't hear you still. My headbuds died. Okay, I can hear you, I think.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I have headphones on now.
Well, yeah,
I'm
6-hour
gonna
live
charge
stream,
my-
bro. You gotta charge it. You should have had backup.
I have 2 pairs of AirPods, but my AirPods are being really annoying today. Oh God, that was terrible. All right, we're actually gonna play the game now. So,
Oh, I've been playing said defense.
oh, I haven't.
Oh, no, I'm not looking.
You're
I'm not
you're
looking if you're doing it.
Don't even.
Are you
lie
really
to-
going for it? Are you really going for it on 4th down? This is what we're
I don't
doing.
know. Am I or am I punting it? Maybe I learned that fake out.
I don't like this.
Oh,
that's what you get. That's what you get.
God,
that's
that
what
was
you
terrible.
get. That's what you get. You should have punted. I
I
would
knew
have punted.
exactly what I was going to.
I didn't know that. I didn't play that defense. I didn't use that. I was blitzing. I was trying to get in. See, that's a good question. What do you like to play? You like to play linebacker, safety? I like to play
I think
linebacker.
It depends on the situation. Sometimes I'll go back and play safety. I do like playing linebacker. A lot of the times I like to play linebacker in the zone. But my default is always just go play edge rusher.
Edge rusher. Oh, I like to play DT because I can hit that stick real quick and do that shed. For some reason, I've always been good at that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, I act like it's such a difficult. I'm so good at hitting that right joystick. But I have the timing down, man. What?
Oh, you got me.
Dylan Sampson with that vision.
I wish he did not go to a team that drafted Judkins.
No, I'm fine with it, man. I really am. In a world where everyone has 2 running backs, it's fine.
Yeah, but it's usually not 2 rookie running backs. That's the problem.
That makes it even better.
Does it?
Yeah, I think so. Because now him and Judkins are on the same playing level. Like it doesn't matter where you're drafted. In the end of the day, Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't a 1st-round pick.
Well, no, there was Tyreek Hill.
Well, but my point is Jameson Williams was. But guess who's the number 1 receiver?
Oh, okay.
Don't matter.
Well, we're talking about wide receivers, not running backs.
Well, I guess we are.
Or we're talking about running backs, not wide receivers.
I'd like to know where. I'm not an NFL draft expert, of course. But I'd like to know where Rachaad White was drafted compared to like a Bucky Irvin. See if like teams do care about draft capital, because that's something we don't. I guess we do discuss it because people like follow the draft, follow the money, but really follow the talent. Like I don't know. I don't put that much stock into that crap. Oh. Yeah, I'm going.
Dang it.
I think we do get stuck in a follow the draft capital. Oh, he was drafted this high, so he must be better. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Oh, crap.
I'm going R1 over the middle, guys. Just kidding. Wanted to clear that
I
out.
hate when you try to switch and it goes to the wrong freaking player. That's annoying. Also, I'm Oliva is a phenomenal name for somebody that had to leave Tennessee because they didn't want him anymore.
Oh, they don't want him anymore?
He's at UCLA now.
Oh.
Well, he said he was going to hold
Dylan.
out. Also, I thought you were kicking a field goal. He was going to sit out because they didn't pay him what he thought he was worth in NIL money. He wanted more money. And then Tennessee was just like, no. and then no college team wanted him. He bluffed saying that like Oregon was going to pay him X amount of money, and Oregon was like, no, we're not. And then he ended up having to take like half of what he could have made at Tennessee had he just signed a deal. And now he's at UCLA.
I can't stand that. I don't want to get off on my soapbox.
Like, oh crap!
I don't want to get on my soapbox of why I don't watch college football anymore. I think college football has gotten 10,000 times worse than when I was a kid. It's NIL, and it's all these people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. You're telling me that Texas is in the SEC or whatever. Like, I remember when conferences mattered, regions mattered.
Yeah, I agree. NIL was a great concept. Poor execution of it. Like, teams should not just like, if you're gonna, you need to put a cap on it or whatever, and like they didn't, and it's gotten so bad from the start.
I'm all for the college athlete getting paid. I've always been for that, right? But I don't like how it's become what it's become. It's turned me off as a fan of sports. I just can't. I can't get invested when the quarterback for Tennessee this year is here, and the next year he's playing for Oregon. The next year he's playing for Notre Dame. Like, come on. It's like the argument with college basketball is like, you can't root for these kids because they were going in and out Kentucky, right? One and done, so it's hard to follow them. Now college football is like that. It's hard to follow these kids, and it's hard to root for a team, and it's hard to get invested.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the things that are like from March Madness, and it's like, if you look at the starting lineups and like where they originally came from, like where they were recruited out of, 90% of the teams, their starting lineup is recruited from smaller schools or different schools, and they transferred. And I think it was like only Purdue, 9 of their 10 players on their in their lineup was recruited by Purdue. They only had 1 transfer student, and you just don't see that anymore. It's everybody's transferring which is okay. I mean, like, sometimes just the school that initially recruited you wasn't a good fit, or the coach left and it is no longer a good fit, and you need to go where it's a good fit. But when the players are leaving just to go make an extra $500,000 when they're in college, like, I feel like that's crazy.
I agree 1,000%. You better put a spy on me, or I'm doing that every single third down.
Yeah, that's
I want to say this again. I'm up 6-0. I'm dominating this game. Still, the screen is completely shit. Why, EA? EA, you are one of the worst video game companies in the history of this world.
They are.
Why?
They really are. I hate EA so much, but like,
I mean, I guess I can't.
Still far better than Madden.
Oh yeah, Madden.
I'll say that.
I haven't bought Madden in years, dude. You're like, hey, we should play Madden on the live show.
I bought Madden specifically so I could take my college player into Madden, and I played 1 year, won the Super Bowl, and I was like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, Madden's just not fun. Hasn't been fun in a long time.
Dude, are you gonna pick your play? Jesus.
You know what? I'm sorry. I was in the moment and having a conversation with you.
Stop doing that, Josh.
See, I can't even see my play. Up 6-0. Jet sweep with this guy, McCoy. McCoy, he's too slow. He's too slow. What a bum.
Hey, we have another subscriber.
Oh, nice. Hey, other new subscriber. We have in about 38 minutes, NFL Network personality Adam Rank coming on the show. It's going to be great, fun times. I'm probably going to try to talk professional wrestling the whole time, so I apologize.
Good, I can go to sleep.
Saturday night's main event is this week, Saturday in Tampa. I can't.
Is Adam Rank a wrestling guy?
He likes wrestling, yeah.
Oh,
he's a fan of wrestling. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
What's wrong with that? We like
the show
wrestling.
has been all about me so far, and now it's all about Josh and wrestling.
Oh, here we go. Josh comes on. Listen, I'm gonna be out of your hair at 4 a.m. Hard out, by the way, at 4 a.m. Hard effing out.
Adam Rake's in the middle of an answer, and you're just like, I'm out. Bye.
I'm done. I'm tired. I want to go back to sleep. No. I got some. Listen. I might be hopping on tomorrow, like a surprise. I might not. You never know. It depends. Throw a. I don't know. I don't want to make that one guy mad at me. He thinks I'm funny. I don't know.
Which guy?
The guy.
Who's the guy?
Everyone.
Who? Who are you gonna make mad? What time?
Everyone. But hey, do want to plug this while I'm here, if I'm allowed to plug things. Am I allowed to plug things, boss? All right.
It's your show. Man.
Finn's Talk Sports Network. Finn's Talk Sports Network. Huge. I thanked everybody earlier. Oh, Justin, why are you trying to back out?
Dude, you cut out.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here. But my controller's not working anymore.
Me either.
Oh, now it works. What the hell?
Now it works.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Look at that time.
You started talking about Finns Talk and it just cut out.
Sorry, Bobby. Finn's Talk Sports Network. They host us every single time we do a live stream. So huge shout out to Bobby Melendez. Great people over there at the Finn's Talk Sports Network. Go follow them as well if you're watching this live stream there. Come over to Fantasy Now Plus. Subscribe over here for us.
And it's not just stealing subscribers. It's if you're on Finn's Talk, you get all of our live streams, which is great. You get a lot of our content, but you're only getting about a quarter of what you should actually be getting. And if Josh was paying attention to my screen, which he was, he got the pick. You're only getting like a quarter. God dang. Connection is currently experiencing network issues. What are you doing, Josh?
Spectrum. What are we doing?
On our channel at Fantasy Now Plus, we are posting shorts. We are posting shorter videos. We're taking our live streams, cutting them down, so you only have to pay attention to 4 minutes, not 45 minutes. So we will have a lot of content on both, Fantasy Now Plus and Finn's Talk Sports Network. But we are giving you even more at Fantasy Now Plus. So it's a reason to subscribe to both so you do not miss any of the content to help you win fantasy leagues. All we are here is to make sure you guys win fantasy football. That's what we're here for. Josh, did you see our friend Cap for Life came in at the I think 9 o'clock hour? He had a bunch of questions actually, and
9 o'clock on me. I was sleeping. Talking about, but I do love Cap. The
Cap was
support.
here.
The support from.
We had to. Yes, so many questions that we had to start rapid firing questions instead because.
Nice.
Oh yeah, so good 12, 15 questions. It was good. Good talk. We've had a lot of good guests tonight. Have really appreciated everybody that's.
I told you, bro. You better spy me on third down because I'm doing that every single time.
Dude, I don't even. You think I know how to call plays? I play offense. I'm an offensive coordinator.
Oh, you do offense only?
I literally don't even play defense.
I usually play defense only when I play seasons or whatever because offense is too. I can score 1,000 points.
My friend, he said he plays. He's the defensive coordinator when he plays Dynasty, and he only plays the defense. I'm like, what?
It's so fun. It's so fun. Yeah, it's way more challenging.
Yeah, because you better hope the offense actually scores.
Yeah, it's more realistic because you can do whatever. You'll lose games. You shouldn't lose probably, so it's more realistic.
Yeah.
Gives you a better but it's not as fun because you're not playing. You're not scoring touchdowns, but I like playing defense. It makes you a better player overall. Here we go, baby. We're going. Block him. Hit the edge.
That's my edge rusher that made the tackle. He should have smoked you.
He didn't, though. We'll try this play again. Still, again, shaking. I'm dominating this game. My whole screen shaking.
It is 6-0. 12-0.
Dominating.
I'm gonna put 60 points up on you.
I mean, come on. 14.
Who are you? The New York Knicks?
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
4, Nixon 4, Nixon 4. Bro, you guys are down 2-0.
You guys, I'm not even a basketball fan. What are
I'm
you
talking about the Knicks. The Knicks talking about how they're gonna. The fans are like, we're gonna win, and it's gonna be a sweep. It's gonna be 4-0. They can't even win a game in their own house. I've had 3 too many beers to play this game right now.
I will say this, Justin.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this.
Wait, did you not score that 2-point conversion?
No, I picked the same play I scored, and you stopped me.
Oh,
You need to chill out. Everyone needs to chill out with this antagonizing each other about sports games. It's
Who's
just sports.
antagonizing who?
It's just sports. If they win, they win. If they don't, they don't. We don't need to get all upset about it. Your last guest, never. I was listening because I was in the backstage for a little bit.
John?
Yeah, he was saying that it's just if the Cowboys win, they win. If they don't, they don't. More people need to be like John.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Chill, guys. We don't need to be making choke gifts. We don't. Yeah.
Cut. Oh, okay.
We don't need to be making chokes, gifts on the internet and making fun of each other. It's a sport. Sports are supposed to bring us together, guys, not tear each other apart.
The choke meme is the funny part of the sports. It's the competitive.
I understand that, but just
The
you guys
professional athletes can do
watching,
that.
you guys understand this. I want everyone watching to understand this. You didn't affect the outcome of that game. You didn't have any input on
Hold
that
up.
game. You did
You're
0.
telling me that my dog sitting next to me has been 18-1 when he watches sports with me. My team is 18-1 when he is sitting next to me. That did not affect the game. You're telling me that.
I'm telling you that. I'm telling you
that is bananas. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, the shutout continues, fans.
My wife is asleep. She's probably on text me.
I shouldn't have ran that out, but it's all right. It's all right. Let's see if my screen is still shaking up. 12-0, dominating. Again, Stadium Pulse, toughness ranking number 2.
I hope I didn't wake my wife up.
Oh yeah, Dylan. Oh God, he is. You are doing very good at containing my run. I will say that. Very good.
I am actually just really bad at defense, so I'm happy.
I still can't audible. I'm up 12-0, running down the field. I still cannot audible.
Is it really like shaking on you like that?
It stopped shaking. I can't audible. It's so unfun, EA. But I love it. I guess it's realistic. I guess kids don't audible. I can't see my routes. Oh yeah, he's wide.
Oh, we almost had the safety. You're lucky you got that away. I'm really mad I should have scored a touchdown right before the half. That's so annoying.
You get another chance.
I'm not even paying attention to the time or anything. This is so annoying. Wait, where did Nick Singleton get drafted to? Did he go undrafted?
I think he's back in. Isn't he back in college? Isn't he staying? I heard he was staying. Yeah, he didn't get drafted. He's back. I don't know. Check. You're the draft guy.
Yeah, Penn State.
He went back to Penn State, right?
You remember when he was supposed to be like the new Saquon Barkley?
Yep.
Oh, this is a pick. That's a pick. Yeah, that was bad. I shouldn't even throw that. I should have thrown that away. You're catching me, what, 6.5 hours into his stream?
Oh, the excuses come rolling in, people. That's what happens. When people play Josh, what happens is we get excuses. Listen, it happens. You're not the first. You won't be the last. I grew up in a house with 2 siblings, and we played Madden nonstop. Fun fact, true fact, actually, Madden 04, with Michael Vick on the cover, we used to run online games. We would go to high school. I was in high school. I would get out of high school, and we would just play Madden nonstop on online ranked. We got up to number 56 in the world on the same account. Me and my brother would take turns. We got to number 56, I believe, in the world in rankings. We were that good. We never got any higher. And once we got to like that high, we were getting blown out like 80-0. It was ridiculous. We were getting blown out, bro. So it didn't last long, but we got up there.
Oh my god! Why did I just remember I have Abdul Carter?
You do. See, you're stacked. Oh, halftime. Poor management skills by me, guys. I should have.
Yeah, I was distracting you over here with the Madden talk. I forgot I had Abdul Carter. That sucks. Just remembered.
I guess Andy Reid took over the headset over here at Tennessee. Poor clock management over here. But look at that time of possession. Just dominating. 9 minutes, 16 seconds over here.
Oh, that didn't
yards
show on the screen.
Oh, it's showing on my screen. I
Showed,
think you hit the hit
or something.
You're gonna run this ball.
Yep.
Because if you throw it.
I'm a running offensive coordinator, man. I don't even throw the ball, to be honest with you.
I'm usually a runner too, but I'm trying to make it fun. Oh yeah.
I need to drink some water before Adam Rank comes on. Dude, that last commercial break was 1 minute and 30 seconds, so 90 seconds, and I'm pretty sure I was just in the bathroom for 80 of those seconds.
Really?
Just straight up stream. Probably TMI, but yeah, I've.
Oh, have you taken a break yet at all?
I mean, I have used the bathroom a couple times, but I've gone downstairs to get a drink, but I haven't stepped away for more than 2 minutes. Say goodnight to the wife and the dogs. Oh, good. 2:30.
Yeah, how are you feeling right now? We're not halfway. You're not at the halfway point yet, I believe. Jeff, by the way, I was looking at the schedule, putting in some work. This dude's on.
Yeah, 9 hours
all day.
He was on for a little over a third of the stream.
That's nuts. I wish I could be on longer. I really do.
That's okay.
It's hard.
You're on when you can. You're on the times where I literally could not fill, and I really do appreciate that. And you got Adam Rank. We're sitting here playing video games right now, so it's making me actually use my brain.
I did wait until everyone booked their spot. Okay, what's left? Want to make sure everyone.
I don't want to say, I enjoyed this segment the most, but the IDP talk with JT was actually really helpful.
Nice.
We actually went through some scoring for a new league that we were starting up this season. So that was really helpful, and he kind of helped adjust some settings to make it more fair and better scoring. So that was good.
Was Evan on earlier? I believe Evan was on earlier.
Evan was on earlier. Yeah, he was on in the 9 o'clock hour playing Jeopardy with Pudge and Jeff. And then he'll be on later from 3 to 5 p.m. to talk about rookie ADP with Lou from Optimus, and then I got a special Packers Bears Jeopardy with him and Topher and Michael, who are all Packers and Bears fans.
Should throw in Dave in there and get some Vikings.
Do what?
It'd be a fun stream. Throw in Dave and get. It'd be a fun stream.
If Dave
morning,
was
Bill.
still around, we would have. Oh, hey, Bill. Morning, y'all. I told you I was up early. Yeah, you are.
Come on, baby.
Oh, God.
Let's go. We clutch up.
Up in time for potty talk. Yep. Yes, you are. We are old. Bill is actually going to be on at my, 5 a.m. slot, Bill? Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me look at the schedule. Yeah, my 5 a.m. slot. We're gonna be making breakfast. So I'm gonna be making breakfast.
What are we making? Or is that
I'm
has that been
making
revealed?
it's gonna make me hungry. Making a chicken and waffle casserole.
Okay.
Chicken
All right,
and waffle.
I'm not going to
Protein
be up.
waffle casserole.
Oh, protein waffle. I'm not going to be up, but I definitely want to see that recipe and watch that clip. So we're going to clip a lot of these segments. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I have a feeling like I'm going to be clipping a lot of this. So it's going to be a preview for the Bites and Insights show that I'll be doing on Sundays during the NFL season, which should be pretty fun. And it also kills two birds with one stone. So it does that, and it makes my wife breakfast for the morning. So win-win.
Win. Speaking of winning, driving down the field, still can't audible, but I'm driving down the field. It's mid-third quarter. I'm legit dominating, even though the score is only 12-0, but legit dominating, still shaking screen.
I'm really mad because I picked Penn State so I could use Tyler Warren a bunch, and none of my plays include Tyler Warren. I'm really upset about that.
What's up with
I
that?
should have just picked Boise State because all I do is run the ball anyway.
Yeah, you should have. There's this one team that has a running back that has a 97 speed. I almost picked them just because.
Who's that?
I forgot what team it was, to be honest with you. But I'll say this. I don't know. Oh, crap. I should have done this.
We got to know these guys.
I don't know
You
for speed.
cannot score 2 points.
I can't. I'm just trying to get to the highest score possible. I don't think I'm scoring 60, fellas, but I think I'm going to shut them out.
Definitely.
I think we're going to get a shutout.
My goal is for you to only score less than 40 points. So,
I'm scoring less than 40.
The original public tweet or skeet, you said 50 in the group chat, and then you upped it to 60, and I called you soft. So,
I'm definitely not scoring 60 or 50 or 40, but I'm definitely going to try to shut out. Oh, I guess the shutout. You should have broke that, dude. You were gone if you hit that hole.
I'm really upset about that because he just ran right into his offensive lineman. That was so dumb.
See, that's why Singleton went back to college, guys. He wasn't ready. No, I think he's going to be good. Get your ass.
Bill, if you're still watching, you know what we could do during your 5 a.m. slot? Send a bunch of emails. I feel so bad. I'm not doing great with the Cleveland live draft for Scott Fishbowl, but it's been tough.
What are you talking about? What is happening?
I am helping Bill and John Bosch sending emails out for donations for the Cleveland Scott Fishbowl live draft for the raffle. And so far, I've only, like the 200 emails that I've sent out, I've gotten 2 people to say, yeah, we'll give you a $25 gift card. Stuff.
Okay. Yes, it's coming.
It's something. I mean, it's more than nothing, I guess. So
it's all about perspective and
it is
being thankful. And like today, we're already at what, 975?
975, yeah.
Yeah.
The tough thing for me is that, like, I mean, I was at the Cincinnati live draft and last year, so like it's one of the bigger live drafts. So that's like what my perspective is, like what is a successful live draft. And I'm like, all of these things. I'm like, oh wait, that's not everybody.
No, yeah, like everything's different, right? Orlando. I've been to every single live draft, and I assume we're like kind of in the middle, but you guys have how many leagues do you guys have? Cincinnati?
We have 8.
Yeah, we had 4 last year, and that was the highest we've had.
Yeah. We were trying. John was really trying to get to 10 this year, and we just couldn't. So we are at 8 this year, which is insane. We're going to this fouling place. Do you know what that is?
Nope.
It's football bowling. So instead of bowling balls, you have bowling pins, but you're throwing a football. So each division has like a time slot that we get to go play in the 3 lanes. So that'll be fun.
Okay.
So, and then all the food is inclusive. So
that's why your tickets were a little bit more. Remember when we were buying our tickets?
Yeah, we were like, why are my tickets more than your tickets? And yeah, it's because of what they're including. Like the Chicago live draft is I think $100. Evan was saying, but that's yeah, it was
Y'all
crazy.
saw them sticks? I didn't get anywhere.
Chicago's got an open bar.
Oh, Chicago has an open bar. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, I was like, oh shoot, should I go to Chicago?
Dangerous. So every year, I've been to the Orlando live draft every year. It's been a thing every single year. It started out in Disney, and then it's been at this Rockwood, I believe, bar ever since, and it's been fun every single time. But let me tell you something. I'm not drinking this year during the Scott Fish Bowl draft. I am the worst drafter of all time.
Yeah,
so
it gets bad. I started.
I don't get.
If you buy my next drink, I'll draft whoever you want me to.
No, we flip coins, bro. Like it's been a thing. Ooh, look at Samson go. We flip coins. It's been a running gag with the same. That's a cool thing about Scott Fish Bowl live drafts. People, if you haven't been, there's people that I see once a year, and we know who each other are. We like shake hands and we sit at the same table and we have conversations like we're best friends. And it's once a year, and it should be more than that. We should all meet up more than that.
Yeah, we really should. Why are you kicking the field goal, man?
You're right.
Bill said he collected 21,000 emails and he's plowing through them.
Well, Bill is awesome.
Bill is awesome. Also,
like
Bill, you have the same zip area code as I do. I know you're in the Indy area. What side of town are you in? I'll ask you this again at 5 a.m. if you don't respond. But I'm curious.
Oh man,
you can never do that, but it looks like you're doing really well with 24 points. Okay, Bill. Elaborate. East side. I am also on the east side. So
Emerson Heights, dude. Everyone knows that.
Okay, I know where Emerson Heights is. You're probably like 15, 20 minutes away. I thought you were actually more north of me. I'm in Lawrence, which means absolutely nothing to Josh, but
yeah, Lawrence. I know Indiana well. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know where that's at. Oh my!
Are you serious? That can't be real.
Throw that away. That definitely didn't get back to the line. That should have been intentional grounding. Bill, you didn't know I was in Indy? Come on. Yeah, I'm definitely in Indy. For now. We plan on moving in about a year, but I'm here. I'll be down there in Cincinnati again this year. Yeah, Bill. So I actually work at Butler University, if that means anything to you. Sure it does, but now I'm trying to think of whether actually, like, I know Emerson, obviously.
Come on.
Hey, Tyler.
Across his body.
Yep, Tyler Warren, the greatest tight end in this draft.
Of course, he's the best tight end in the draft. I don't want to hear anything else. I know that we have Adam Rank coming on, and he probably feels differently. That's a question we should have asked. You know what, Justin, you got to ask about that because he's a Bears. No, not just would he have preferred
between
Tyler
him and Loveland?
Yeah, because I don't know.
Oh, Bill, you actually live right by my grandparents, grandpa, and actually pretty close to where I grew up. Where I knew Emerson Heights was down there by Emerson, but it's actually really close to where I used to live. Yeah, my grandparents live at 16th and Linwood. Which is just north of Emerson Heights, pretty sure. So, which this means absolutely nothing to Josh and literally anyone else. Dang it! I was hoping I was going to cut you.
All right, we gotta tighten up here, folks. Gotta tighten up here. I've been known to. Is he pulling the Pacers on me? Is he about to pull the biggest comeback?
In the fourth quarter, you score 6 threes in one quarter, 6 touchdowns.
Tighten up.
No,
you're not going to throw it.
I don't got it.
You're not going to throw it, so I'm not going to be able to
say
pick
that
because you know I'll intercept it. So I guess we're gonna settle for a field goal. So you get on the board. Hey, moral victory for you. I'm happy for you. This brings me back to when this game came out and we were in a season, and I just, I beat you the first time, I believe.
Yeah, I never win head-to-heads against like real people. I always only win against the computer.
I mean, that's why you put up 100 points on Michael Flores. I understand now. You when you can, you do it, I guess, right? Did you pick your play yet?
Do what you say?
Did you pick your play? I'm not looking at
Yeah,
your
I
screen.
picked my play a long time ago. I've been waiting on you this whole time.
Oh, this whole time? Here's a moment of truth, guys. Is he going to score? I think it's going to be a running back zone, RB zone to the left.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm throwing the ball, by the way.
No way. There's no way you're throwing the ball.
I'm 100% throwing the ball.
Drew
Aller is getting passing yards.
You don't have the stones. Oh, it's a touch pass. Okay. Dang it.
I threw the ball down.
I knew it as soon as you started motioning. I knew. I just didn't have time to adjust. Well, there goes the shutout, folks. Sorry. Dang it, man. That's all I wanted.
I should have picked a different playbook because I only play with one playbook, and I don't know this playbook at all.
I usually run 3-4, and this defense doesn't have 3-4.
Oh God.
No. It's my spectrum. Am I still here?
You're cutting in and out. A desync has occurred. The score stats and quit from this game. Oh no.
Well, that's the game, folks. Man, it's okay. I won.
This is your fault. I won. I was coming back.
That's again, like I said, I won. We were running out of time anyway. It was a time crunch. What was going to happen was I was going to get the ball and run the clock out because we're 10 minutes away or roughly 11 minutes away from our next guest, which is Adam Rank.
So much.
It wasn't me. I can't control what Spectrum does.
I hate you.
Listen, I'm not up at 2:50 a.m. I don't know what happens to the internet at 2:50 in the morning.
It just
resets. I do know.
The
What?
internet just reset.
Do you think it was me? Do you think I was afraid that you would come back and beat me? Are you serious? I had this game under control. Bill was watching the whole thing. Bill Underwood understands what happened. Bill Underwood doesn't believe in conspiracies. He doesn't buy into your conspiracy theory that I just exited the game. I didn't. Fun fact though, that was a lot of fun. I did have a great time beating you. It was like good old times. I haven't played a sports game in a long time. Usually I play Fortnite or Fortnite. I don't play much anymore
for that. Have you seen me in glasses, by the way?
Yeah, I saw you in glasses earlier on the stream. Okay. Bill says he's too old. Bill says too old. My vision's bad. Listen, I get it.
See, he didn't see anything. He didn't see anything.
I'm turning 40 in December, and I heard you and John, I believe, talk about things that happen when you turn 30. Guys, I'm turning 40. All those things you guys are crying about is nothing.
He did. If you watched or listened to the whole thing, he did say he just turned 40. So
it's rough out here.
So all my other guests, we've had donations during their hours that they've been on.
Oh, it's not gonna happen with me today.
Yeah, apparently not.
It's not gonna happen with me today. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Should I be a glasses person?
Listen, when I say that, people, that it won't be me today, I will make my donation. I'm just waiting on a couple things to clear.
Bets to hit, some groceries to buy.
I actually did because I hit $98, I believe, or 80. I forgot.
That's impressive. I
almost bet what I won the night before, and that would have been even more impressive.
You should have bet that 33.
Obviously, right? But hindsight.
Sean's never wrong.
Bull crap. Full crap.
He hasn't been wrong.
He's been wrong with me before. He told me to bet some over on some basketball game. It was a lock. But this was months ago.
But who should you have listened to? Me.
I understand that. So I will make my donation once it goes, because I did withdraw half of the money I won today or last night. So once that hits my PayPal, don't worry, because I already planned on it.
I had I was the $100 anonymous donation, so that Jeff had to pay $50.
Oh, really?
Which is great. I mean, he donated 155 on top of the 55 he had already donated from earlier in the year. So really appreciate Jeff. He has been the driving force behind our amount so far. And I just lit a candle that I just made. I made this candle, Josh.
Look at that. We are such you
I
can cook, you can bake, you can build
I put the
things.
scents together. I put the oils together, and they did. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a date night. Was that like 2 weeks ago? I think we did candle making and sushi.
I do want to say this. You impress me every day, but if you cannot donate to this stream or to this cause today, we are running a tournament, Super League,
We are.
where you can by the way, you can donate anytime you want. You don't have to donate during a stream period. You can wake up in the morning and donate any day of the week you wish. But we will be doing a Super League, obviously, that Justin's been promoting endlessly since the past 3 months or so. We're pretty full. We want to add more leagues to it. We want to get more people involved. So Super League at FantasyNowPlus.com. Go ahead and register. And you can make your donation straight from FantasyNowPlus.com, I believe. Is that correct, Justin?
Yeah,
Or
you
is that
can
not
go to
correct?
you can go there, and it'll link you to Extra Life. The link for the donation is actually in this description. But if you go to the website, the link is also there as well. So FantasyNowPlus.com/about, it is there. Bill just registered for Super League, so that is awesome. 23 minutes ago, I see your registration, Bill. That is great. Thanks for registering for that. Before we even threw this out there, I was actually about to like bug Bill about registering. Not bug, but encourage him to register. And a lot of people have been registering, and that's great. It's going to be a fun league. I've talked about it a couple times, but I mean, if you're just now hitting the stream, which it looks like we're catching the late hour people. Super League is a best ball league that has some twists. So we do fab waivers. I don't know what Josh is laughing about.
Bill turned 40 almost 30 years ago. Suck it up. Hey, man, I will, because I understand.
That is fantastic, Bill. Oh God. So it's a best ball league with fab waivers. So that's fun. And I have some special scoring. Once we hit the playoffs in week 13 with the top 50 the top 50 teams, there will be special scoring for the playoffs that won't be announced until all drafts are completed.
Collusion. It's not fair that you know. By the way, I just wanted to put that out
Josh,
there.
I have also told you, by the way. So
Oh, I was the person. I was the one person you told. Oh, I definitely
Yes.
don't remember. I 1000.
Actually, I told two. I told you and Sean. I was like, "What do you guys think of this?" And you guys like, "Yep, sounds great." And then nothing since. So I'm glad I told
Sounds
you
like
guys.
a Josh text.
Really forgot about it. So
Sounds like a Josh move right there. Sounds great, buddy. I know you don't like that. Someone called me that today, by the way. I did not like it either. I've been called a lot of things. Big dog, right? That's one of them. Boss, right?
I don't
I
know.
got called buddy
Buddy
today.
to me is just buddy to me is like a child or a dog. Like I call my dog Buddy. I don't want to be called Buddy.
I call my son buddy a lot.
A child. So
Yeah.
when I worked at a summer camp, and we're on a complete tangent right now, but when I worked at a summer camp, there was I remember a training that we did. It was like don't call them buddy, because it's like it's weird. And I'm like, okay. And then I just ever since then I'm like, I don't want to be called buddy. This is weird.
Okay.
So we have Adam Rink on in like 3 minutes. Josh, can you do a solo run for a second? I gotta go get a drink.
Sure. Don't be too
Okay.
long.
I'm gonna switch over here.
Yeah, it's just me now. So I've taken over the stream. That's right, baby. We're doing this. No, Justin went to go get a drink. He's gonna be on, I think, the entire 24 hours, which is totally bananas to me. I can. Oh, he's back. That was fast.
I'm not actually back, but I
Oh.
remembered I forgot to do something. Here you go.
I'll be right back. I like it. So I do want to plug some of the things I'll be doing for the Fantasy Now Plus. I will be doing the Monday show. It's going to be at 9 a.m. It's going to be Cold Brews and Hot Takes. That's the name of the show, where I'll be by myself talking to you about what happened Sunday and to give you a preview of the Monday night game that's during the season. My goal is to have at least a few guests on for the Monday night games to really preview that Monday night game for you to get you ready for it, because we always, it's a popular thing on Twitter or X or Blue Sky. I need 22 points from T. Higgins. Can I get it done? So it's gonna be fun talking about those situations, because we all have those situations going into Monday night, it seems like. So I cannot wait for our Monday show. I'll also be on Wednesday with Justin, our player showdown, where we take 2 or 3 players at the same position, fringe players you would want to play in your flex, and we would debate them. So like Najee Harris versus Javonte Williams, who you going with? Something like that. We're not doing superstars like CMC versus Saquon. Come on, guys. We're starting both. So we really dive into the fringe players, those flex. It's easy. People say the draft is the most important thing in fantasy. I disagree 1000%. I don't think it's even in the top 3. I don't. I'm not a huge you got to draft well guy. Waivers, add drops, but the most important thing is start sits. That's the most important thing in your fantasy league. If you can draft as well as you want, you can make all the waiver moves you want. But if you're starting the wrong people, you're sitting the wrong people, you're going to lose a lot of games. So I think start sits are the number one thing in fantasy. I don't care if you drafted Sam Laporta in the second round. He was awful. You should have benched him faster. And that's the kind of advice we give you on that show. It's kind of edgy. We do cross some lines a little bit and tell you like, hey, maybe you shouldn't start this player, even though you drafted him in round 3, but facts are facts. You drafted him 3-4 weeks ago. He's not playing well. It's time to move on. So we're
Once
pretty
the draft
rash
is
on
over, the
that.
draft is over. Like you shouldn't even consider draft capital at that point.
I can't stand. Oh, I drafted him in round 2. Okay,
Great.
sorry.
Your round 10 guy is doing better. So if you want to win, like start the other guy.
Yes.
Yeah. No, we are officially in hour 7 of 24. So we're almost a third of the way there. At 4 a.m. this stream will actually kick over into part 2, which if you're following us or subscribe to us, you will see that link, and we will go live there. So all of you that are currently watching on the Finstock Sports Network and Fantasy Now Plus YouTube channels, be sure at 4 o'clock we will switch over. And I know 3 o'clock is quickly coming. Everybody's tuning in for Adam Rank. We're still waiting. So Josh has met Adam Rank before. Josh has actually talked to Adam Rank, which is
I mean, listen, here's the beautiful thing about Adam. Seriously, just a dude, just a guy who likes to talk sports. Just a guy, like, I think we had a better conversation off air than on last time. Just because we could just talk and it was great. So good dude. He'll show up. He'll be here soon. So but in the meantime, we are still here live promoting a beautiful cause, a wonderful cause.
Yeah.
I want to get more into, since we're here, we're not going to just wait. Your thoughts on the draft, what I was talking about. I think people put in too much stock into one day, and the entire Twitter, Blue Sky, social network, conversations like, I have pick 6. Who should I take? It's so simple, and it's easy conversation, and it's an engagement. But at the end of the day, I don't know why we're wasting all this time and energy on one pick, one round. It's an entire draft, and once that draft's over, it's complete. We should not talk about it anymore. How do you feel about the draft? Like, I feel like people put too much stock into it. I really do.
I really do agree with you about that part. A lot of people put a ton of stock into their draft capital. We talked about, there's a trivia question earlier about a player that was consistent, like across the board. He was the 101 of drafts, but then he missed the entire season due to injury. Arian Foster was the answer, by the way. You might remember that for later, but are you going to are you going to continue playing somebody because you drafted them in the first round, even though maybe they're injured, but maybe they're just not doing well? Like, are you going to continue playing that same person because you drafted them in the first round? I probably not. Like, and if you are, it's probably going to be bad. So, yeah, I used to think, oh, draft capital is important. Then, joining the show, talking to you a bunch for the last, like, what, 6 years, I feel like 5 or 6 years now, I've really learned the fact that, like, draft capital is one thing, but, like, once the draft is over, the draft's over. Like, it doesn't matter anymore.
The
It's all
biggest thing
about
I
now. What
hear
have
a
you given you?
lot is when you do a trade, and let's say you're talking to a trade partner. Me and you were negotiating a trade, and I'm like, "Yo, this person for that person," and then you hit me up in like week 6. But I drafted him in round 2.
Yeah.
He's worth more than that. I'm like, Justin, he's really not anymore. Like the draft happened 6 years or 6 weeks ago. We got to move on. The player values move up and down throughout the season. It happens all the time in the offseason. We see ADP go up and down, and players lose steam. They gain steam. Same thing happens in the regular season. The player that you might value in round 2 in the draft isn't worth that value anymore. So people don't want to let that go. It's hard to it's hard. It's really hard to let go. If you drafted Sam Laporta last year early, he was killing you early, and you didn't want to let him go. You didn't want to bench him. He was just sitting on your team. You didn't know what to do with him. Luckily, he gained some steam at the end of the season and paid off. But at the beginning of the year, man, his value was almost dead, like 0, almost.
Yeah. Well, Josh, you know who's going to know a lot about value in fantasy football?
I don't know. Tell me.
Our good friend with the NFL Network. You're a good friend.
Oh.
I haven't officially met him yet. You have met him on your show before. Adam Marinkus, gotta bring you back in. Adam Marinkus here. He's here.
What's going on? Oh my
Hey,
God,
how's it
3
going?
o'clock hour. I was like, I need to be on at 3 a.m. with these guys. Help them push through a little bit.
And you're on the Pacific Coast, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
midnight.
cheating a little bit. Yeah, it's easier for me.
It's fine. We are in hour 7 of our 24-hour stream. Josh is now in hour 2 of his 24-hour stream, and he will finish with this hour. But I will be here for another 17 hours. So it's great.
I'm calling out early, boss. No, in all seriousness, it's like graduation week for my 8th grader. She's ending school, and I didn't know 8th grade does graduations now, and she's going into high school. So it's awesome. So we're gonna go to dinner. Like tomorrow's a whole day with her. We're gonna go to the mall. We're gonna shower her with gifts because we're so proud of her. She's going into high school, man. Like I'm old. I have a high school kid now. So how you doing, Adam? How's your family?
I'm doing great. No, it's one of the rare like weekends where there's no commitments to sports or youth sports or anything like that. We just had a tournament last weekend. We got something coming up in 2 weeks, but now we have nothing to do. And it's like, oh, like, what do we do? And it's like, I thought for a minute about going out to the Palm Springs area, going out there. We have a spot out there, and it's like, nope, Angels are in town. Kids really want to go see the Angels, and they've won, 8 consecutive games. So it's kind of hard to say no at this point. They've got like a Stitch water bottle giveaway on Sunday. You're like, oh my gosh, how do they lock me in? I was going to go out and hang out with Richard Blade, who means you probably don't even know who that is unless you have Sirius XM, unless you grew up in Southern California and listen to K-Rock. But you know what? But it's great. The family's doing pretty good. They're, again, like you, winding down towards the end of their school year. So it feels like everybody's mailed it in. Like nobody's doing anything. Like they're like, yeah, whatever. We had open house on Thursday night. We got a couple of beach days coming up. We've got some other things happening, but for by and large, you get to this point of I was going to say the season. I still do this, like this point of the season for these kids. Nobody wants to do anything. They're pretty much resigned to the fact that like, we're not learning anymore. We're done. We've shut that part off. And now we're just playing kickball. I go around, I do pick up and drop off for both the kids. And like, I've noticed every afternoon now when I go to pick up the kids, and it's split. I got a 9-year-old daughter with a 6-year-old boy. Their drop off or their pickup times are different. It's an hour difference, and both of them though every day outside playing a sport. Like they're not even trying anymore, which is fine. I would be happy to take them off their hands. Like we got things we could do. I took them to the beach this evening. We went out, we had a good time, and but they're doing great, you know. So, and I get it, Josh. Like your daughter's reaching a milestone right now where she's like, hey, you know, and it is funny. Like I always like, okay, we're going from pre-K, like, oh, there's a ceremony from TK to K to first grade, sixth grade or whatever, however your school breaks out. Most traditionally go from fifth to sixth starts middle school. And you're like, we got to have a ceremony for everything. But it's important though to celebrate. Yeah, it's a cool milestone. Like you made it. Like, okay, you're going to high school. That's a big deal. But going to high school, it's a pretty big deal. I know it's not the high school graduation. Still pretty big. You know, the funnel's happening. You know, you're going from all these schools into one big high school. And so lavish the child with gifts. Go see the Stitch movie. Go do whatever it takes to go out there and have a good time. Celebrate that and enjoy it.
Yes, thank you for that. I honestly, I do have a 7-year-old. He's going in the second grade, but he's moving schools. So it's same thing for you. I have they're an hour pickup because I drop off and pick up as well. And it's like, you're right. They're doing nothing. I kept my kid out of school yesterday just because I had to go take him to the doctor. And I called the teacher. I'm like, so what are you guys doing today? It's like, should I pick up? Are we testing? Oh, no, we're watching PBS Kids today. Okay. It is cool if I keep him home, right? Yeah, he's not missing anything. So they definitely do. But they deserve it, man. These kids put in work at school these days. I'll tell you that.
It is. I agree. Some of the homework assignments have been pretty significant. And both my kids are in dual language immersion. So it was, you know, it's one of those things like they're learning. And it's funny because like my daughter, the oldest one, knows Spanish really well, but doesn't speak it around it. Like she doesn't want it to be a parlor trick where it's on command, like, you know, where Don Ramon's, and you're like, hey, order in Spanish. Like, no. She doesn't go down for that. But I caught her the other day helping her brother do homework. And you're like, oh my God, she knows so, like, she doesn't know that I'm listening in. And I'm like, you know so much Spanish. Like, oh my, it's incredible. So I'm not super upset that they are lounging a little bit, taking like extra hour of kickball. It's cool. Next week, actually, it's not next week, but it's a couple of weeks. June 11th, the Angels are playing a day game. And we've already like, we're going to pull them out of school early that day. They're going to go out there and watch. The Savannah Bananas are coming to town, I think a week from tonight or this morning or yesterday. Yesterday morning, I guess, week from Friday. So 6 days from now. Going to take them out. Like, I guess we don't have to worry about taking them out early or anything like that. But it's a good time of year, though. It is fun. And so, but the different pickups can be pretty tough because I don't know what you do, Josh. Like if there's do we go to Trader Joe's? Like, do you want to go? Like yesterday, 2 days ago, I'm a day behind. My son's like, let's go to Dick's Sporting Goods. I'm like, oh, dude, you want to go walk around Dick's Sporting? Like, yeah, like this is heaven. Like, let's walk around. Nothing. He just wanted to go pick up something, some bases, to use in the yard. And I'm like, yeah, we're on it. And it was a pretty good afternoon. But like, it's always difficult to figure out like what are we going to do in that hour when there's really nothing going on. He doesn't drink coffee, so it's not like we can't just go to Starbucks and hang out. And I just don't want to go and go get ice cream. Want to be somewhat responsible, but I would like to sit down and chill and talk about his day. But we make it work.
Yes, that 1 hour, Justin. When if you become a father, you got to figure out something to do because you're right. You can't just take him to Froyo every time.
Yeah, that gets old. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm being have this kid with diabetes or anything like that, where you're just like, hey, you know what? We got to slow down a little bit. Try to keep. He's active though. Thankfully, we've been trying to get some of his mates out there playing some football, soccer, kickball,
any sort of thing, like try to get them active and trying to get that, especially out here. I live in Southern California, for those of you who don't know. And it's like, yeah, you're not doing this thing where you're sitting outside, sitting inside all the time. Like, get outside, get active, do all that good stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I will never experience any of that. Famously, do not have kids. I have 2 dogs that I consider my kids, but they act like it sometimes. But no, I work at a college university, Butler University. I'm sure you've probably heard of that.
Of course.
In here in Indy, and we are in what we call Maycember, because there are 2 months of the year where so I'm staff. I work in IT, and there are 2 times a year where nobody's on campus, nothing happens, and it's the time that like you can take vacation time, but like it's a waste because like if you were working, you were doing nothing anyway. So we are in that time frame, and I'm taking all of like this next week because I have to burn the rest of my vacation because our year ends May 31st. So I'm like, well, I guess I'll just do a 24-hour stream. I don't know. I'll be crazy.
Why not? Yeah, this is the perfect time to
Make
do
some
it.
money, like get raise some money. So it's we're in Maycember is what we call it now, and which
It's
is
so
exactly what it sounds like for you guys.
It's funny too, because I used to, I had this, back in the day, I was working a couple of odd jobs, trying to piecemeal like all this, try to keep the dream alive. And you just take another job, like, or whatever. And I worked for this company covering actually, it was really interesting. I covered like restaurant, real estate development, and like hotel development. Like, it was kind of an interesting subject to get into. Obviously, a break from what we do. And they had they were like, really, it was funny because you had to go through the orientation and everything. Like, hey, we really want to foster, spending time with your family and all this stuff. So in between Christmas and New Year, we don't publish, and you're going to be off that week. You're like, oh, this is amazing. Like, that's really cool. And then they're like, well, you got to take the 5 vacation days. I'm like, oh, so you're not giving us the time off. We have to take. So you were forced to either take your 5, and they would give you 10 vacation days. So either taking 5 of them right there, and they did not give you the Friday off after Thanksgiving. So that was 6 vacation days to blow. Or you can, or else you just showed up and did nothing. And you're like, well, this is kind of a waste of time. Like, I'm here, or whatever. And clearly I did not, this was not a place that I spent a lot of time at. Even then I was like, I'm going to go broke. I'd rather just not eat, I think, than do this, work for this company. Can I go get a job at I was literally filling out an application for Costco and it was funny enough, the NFL was like, hey, we want you to work full time again. And you're like, okay. Super easy. Like, I could not have given, I'm like, you know what? Like, they're like, do you want to use your PTO, paid time off, to cover your 2 weeks off? And I'm like, yeah, if I can do that, I would love to. It was really weird. I'm sorry. That was a weird tangent, but you know what? It's 3 a.m. for you guys. I'm trying to fill. This is what I do. I come in and I fill. My stories have been a little long-winded already. That's what we're doing. This is how I operate. This is my gift, to try to help everybody. I don't know why Josh looks like he's been. Are you okay, Josh? Are you hanging in? You doing good?
So let me tell you something about me. 8:30. 8:30, I'm out, Adam. I'm just done. 8:30.
Once you said you had 2 kids, I'm like, how are you doing this? Like, I don't understand this at all.
He's been asleep. He woke up.
I did.
It's tough. Dude,
Yeah.
you don't understand what it's like. The kids take so much energy. Like, even the most well-behaved child, it takes a lot of energy. And and Justin, and listen, I don't want to diminish what you do with dogs and everything. Like, it's great. Dogs take a lot. Dogs take a lot out. I'm not diminishing that. But the dogs don't ask you the same question over and over again. The dogs never just said no. Like, whatever, like, my son's now in this thing where, like, whatever I'm saying is an automatic no. Do you like hot dogs? No. Like, what? Oh, yeah, I do. And you're like, he's not even like, it's an automatic response to where like he's not thinking about it. And then he's like, oh yeah, no, I do like that. But I have to say, I'm just saying no right now. So I'm feeling like it's
like,
tough. Now he's got in the 8th grade, an 8th grader. Like that is so much work. So I commend you, Josh. You're no disrespect to you, Justin, but Josh is really pulling it together.
We're
Like he's sort of the MVP here.
We live 3 hours away from my niece and nephew, so we don't see them all the time. But when we do, it's like for an entire weekend. And I will tell you, like by the end of the weekend, me and my wife are just like, thank God. Like that's not us. Like thank our my brother-in-law lives in like an old historic home, like turn of this 18th century home, like used to be the doctor's office, now it's his home. They're all on the 3rd floor. We slept in the basement, like in their kind of refinished basement. And we're like, okay, we're like 2 floors away from the kids. Like, this will be great. And starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, you just hear my nephew just screaming, Mom, Dad. I'm like, shut up. Like, I'm trying to sleep. And it's, every time we leave that house now, we're just like,
but you know
No,
what?
it's
though?
true. And the screaming and like, they will sit there and it's like Will Ferrell in Old School or no, Wedding Crashers. Like, Ma, meatloaf. And you're like, oh my gosh, you guys, like, can you not do anything? Can you just not get up and walk somewhere and just ask a question in a normal tone of voice? Like, no. Oh, I'll tell you the other day is my son, just for whatever reason, walks into my room and just starts off my day with a punch right in the midsection, but a little bit lower. And don't want to work too blue here. I'm like, what was that for? He's like, he's like, you didn't. We have this thing in our living room that has it's a ceiling fan, and I put in a rope light, and it's red. And if the Angels win, we turn it on. And so when my son wakes up, and my daughter, my daughter usually stays up late enough for the games, but he'll come down, see if the ring is lit, the halo, so to speak, and he knows, okay, Angels won. So one morning he got up. I forgot to turn. It was over this 8-game winning streak. I'd forgotten to turn it on, and so I don't know how he finds out. Like he's going to be in this business with us. He's gonna be joining us here in a number of years, but he finds out that the Angels had won. And so my punishment was to be woken up with a punch right to the, and it was just like, that's just what they do. Like just random punches. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's just wild.
Well, I watch pro wrestling, as I think Adam knows.
Yeah.
My son's starting to watch a little bit of pro wrestling. Huge weekend, by the way. Saturday Night Main Event. Can't wait for it. My son can't wait for it. I'll just be laying on the couch, talking to my wife, whatever. And he'll just go, elbow drop, like, and just hit me. Like what is happening from the top rope? So a little bit too much WWE over here. He's only 7. We play WWE 2K, and I'm like, dude, we can do it on 2K. Like, right? We can hit each other on 2K. It's fine. But don't elbow drop me like in the. That's what kids do, Justin, and it's nonstop, and they think it's funny, and it's fun.
It's not the same. But I do play with my dogs, and we'll throw toys and we'll rough house, and you'll have your legs a little spread out and whatnot, and then the next thing you know, that there is only one thing between the floor and their paws, and it has you rolling around on the floor for 5-10 minutes.
I knew that dog story was coming because I've had dogs too for most of my life, and but there's no malice with the dog. Like the dog's not doing. The dog doesn't know. What it's doing. It's a total accident. And when you yell, you're like and the dog feels bad.
Yeah,
the children do not feel bad. If anything, they laugh. I think it's funny. And I actually had to ban AEW from the house because my son's favorite professional wrestler was Darby Allen, or still is, and he would do coffin drops like on the kind. Like, oh my god, dude, like that. That is not a good one to do. Like we're not sitting here. Like I would be on the floor or something, and he'd be like coffin drop, and I'm like, oh my god, and like really do it. Like not like, and he's not bracing himself. He's really trusting me to catch him, and it ended poorly once because I wasn't expecting it. And that was the end of that. We had to like, you know what? Maybe you're not ready for wrestling. Although a Saturday night's main event coming up on Saturday, it is something that I always loved. For anybody who's ever listened to me talk about like me growing up, obviously people know that I love wrestling, but I really love Saturday Night Live and love Saturday. It was something my mom and I used to watch all the time. My dad was an early bird, so he would go to bed, and my mom and I were more nocturnal. And so I remember, and I love Saturday night's main event, but I remember how heated, because my mom loves Saturday Night Live too. She would get so heated when the Obsession by, or is that the song Obsession by Emotion starts playing, and she's like, oh criminy, it's wrestling. And she would be so mad, like, I'm just gonna go to bed and storm off. And I'll be like, I get 90 minutes of wrestling. So I think I'm going to let the boy watch Saturday night's main event, see how that goes.
Yes. Here in Tampa, by the way, dude, the prices are outrageous these days for WWE. I'm sure it's been well documented. They actually pulled out in New Orleans, WrestleMania. Did you hear about that, Adam?
What happened? What is the story about that? I saw Triple H announce today that they're getting Money in the Bank. You're like, okay, that's the same. Like, no, I will say this. Were either one of you, were you guys in New Orleans for the Super Bowl?
I was not.
Okay. So I was there. I was there the week of, I didn't go to the game, but I was there. I love New Orleans. I think it's a great place. 10 out of 10 recommend. Loved it so much. Had such a great time. Great place.
I was there about a month after the Super Bowl. But
I mean, it's great.
And the Super Bowl. Yeah, it was fun.
It's amazing, but like it feels like the Super Bowl has outgrown New Orleans. There just isn't enough room inventory to really take advantage of it, because similar to what happens with WrestleMania, in that, you know, it's not so much WrestleMania, it's the whole week and all the events, and it's WrestleCon and it's all these things. And the Super Bowl is very similar in this sense of like, people show up, like you have these conversations. We did Radio Row. My podcast did Radio Row 2 years ago when it was in Las Vegas. I was fortunate enough to get a game credential, and I'm like, I'm going to the game. Like it was obviously it was the 49ers and Chiefs. I don't cover either one of those teams, but I'm like, it's the Super Bowl. I'm going to the Super Bowl. If I am ever in a position in my life where I'm like, I don't want to go to the Super Bowl, then revoke every credential I ever have. I was actually on a bus going to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, listening to two old sports writers complain about like, we don't get to see the flyover, or I could cover this from my room. And I texted this kid that I'd met during the week, and I said, hey, listen to these guys' conversation. Don't ever be like that. And if you ever have a conversation like that, then go do something else. Go work at Walmart or whatever. Like, you should never do that. But this year I did not get a credential. So I'm like, okay, I'm leaving on Friday, which is one of the most gutting things of like walking through the New Orleans airport and watching all these people in Eagles and Chiefs gear, mostly Eagles fans, just coming in, just like so excited for the weekend. But it's just like New Orleans is great. Like it's a convention town. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they have conventions there. Justin, you said you were there a month afterwards. Like,
yeah, I was there for a conference, and everything was, it was literally Mardi Gras was supposed to be the weekend before, and it got postponed because of thunderstorms. So like Mardi Gras was kind of there while we were there, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, and it feels like, listen, there's like 3 hotels near the convention center, maybe 2, where it's like for those conventions, it's great. But the Super Bowl now in WrestleMania, I've got to imagine as well, are just like they take up so much hotel inventory. Like walking through the warehouse district, we were staying at like this Hampton Inn near the convention center, which is only like, and it was only like 6 stories. And it's just, I'm like, they literally need to go through city blocks here in the warehouse district and just start tearing places down and putting up these high-rise hotels just to get back and just get it. And so I'm curious if that's part of the reasoning why WrestleMania was pulling out. Like if they, because obviously they had such great success in Las Vegas and they sold those tickets for so much money. You sort of can't blame them for not going back to Las Vegas.
Yep, it was a money thing, according to the Wrestling Observer. Yeah, I'm a mark. It was more money, and they promised them a WrestleMania down the line. But if you promise them a WrestleMania down the line and you're getting more money, then are you going to do the same thing again next year or the year after? The year after, it's kind of. I heard, of course, that they're going to try to run Vegas more often for WrestleMania because they can, because it's TKO, it's Endeavor. It's not Vince McMahon anymore. It's a company. It's a world. The UFC is always in Vegas. They're always in Saudi. They're always doing the same venues. So it's probably going to be more like that, which is sad because I liked it when it came to Tampa. I liked it when it was in. I traveled to Detroit to watch John Cena versus Shawn Michaels. Like I like to travel to different cities to see WrestleMania. I don't want it to be in Vegas every year. Although I love Vegas. I just booked my Vegas trip for week 1 of the NFL. By the way, West Coast is a cheat code. If you haven't been to the West Coast, Justin, for football, such a cheat code. I went to Vegas for the first time in my life last year, and Sunday Night Football ended. I'm sitting at the roulette table at the Grand, actually, watching the Lions play. I'm like,
the Grand
it's over.
downtown?
Yeah, we stay downtown because it's cheaper and it's just
better, way better.
Yeah, way more
100%
fun.
recommend that.
Yep. So the Grand was one of my favorite places to go. We're watching the Lions game at the Grand. And I'm like, oh, it's over. Look at my watch. I'm like, let's go, baby. Like, let's go. Let's go to Circa. Like, let's keep on going. Here, East Coast, dad life, bro. 9 o'clock. I ain't watching that game. It's too hard.
I'm not even watching that game at 9 o'clock.
West Coast is such a cheat code, man. I love it out there. I can't wait to get back.
You know where all these big WWE events are coming though?
Indy.
Wild Shot in the Dark. Yeah, Indy.
Well, I mean,
Royal Rumble's already here. We're getting WrestleMania and SummerSlam soon. So that'll be
well, and it's interesting too because Indianapolis, for a someplace that hosts big events, like Indianapolis is really nice for that. And I remember, I'm surprised. I'm actually shocked the Super Bowl hasn't returned to Indianapolis because I thought when it was there, I thought it was pretty flawless. I thought that a couple of the days it was poor weather.
We had very good weather actually. A couple of days, but it was a warm February that year. I remember, which actually is really sad because when I was growing up, my dad was always like, if the Super Bowl ever comes to Indianapolis, we're going. And I just so happened to go to college in New England when that happened. So the year it was the Patriots versus the Giants. All my friends in college were Patriots and Giants fans because I was in Rhode Island. And so I was just like, well, if any of you guys know people that are going to the game, make sure you buy your alcohol before Sunday because they don't sell it there on Sundays at the time. So I never got to experience the Super Bowl in my own home city because I was where the teams are coming from, which is crazy. But have you been to the combine when it's been here?
You know what? Of all the NFL events, the combine is the one that I've never been to. And I've worked in the NFL for years, and for whatever, and the combine probably makes the most sense for me to go to. And I'm talking to the guys that we do the Sick podcast with. Obviously, we're going to go do Radio Row at the Super Bowl again. It's going to be in San Francisco. The next 2 years are San Francisco and Inglewood, or Los Angeles, whatever. So those are automatic. They're easy for me. They're like home games for me.
Yeah.
But we're like, we got to just start planning on the combine. And then 2 years ago, we actually got denied a credential for the combine, but we're back into it. I'm like, dude, even if we're not going to the combine, you still go to the Steak and Shake or St. Elmo's. What is it? St. Elmo's?
St. Elmo's, yeah.
And just hang out and just find people to to
You can go to
hobnob
Steak and
with.
Shake too downtown. Like that's also
Steak and Shake.
really
Yes.
great.
The
Cheap.
Ram is the Ram another one too.
Yeah, it is downtown. I've never been actually.
It's not bad.
There's a bunch of steakhouses downtown, but St. Elmo's is by far the most popular one, and that's coming from the guy that has worked at a competing steakhouse in the Indy area. But
Wait, which one did you work at?
I worked at Peterson's, which is on the north side, which actually currently has the chef that used to work at St. Elmo's for like 18 plus years. So
That's the low key one where like everybody, like when you go to New Orleans or place, like there was a place in New Orleans, like there's the Acme Oyster House, but people are like, no, go to the place across the street because it's way better and it's not crowded, it's easier to get in, whatever. Peterson's was probably still is, but like that was the low key of like, dude, let everybody go to St. Elmo's. We're just gonna go to Peterson's. Go to Peterson's. We went to the Slippery Noodle. We went to like all these other places. Actually, the last time I was there, I didn't even go to St. Elmo's. That's not true. No, I did go. I take that back. Somebody was paying, so I went. But I'm like, dude, yeah, we're just gonna go here. And it was if not better, it was as nice. And I would highly recommend for anybody.
I'm trying to get Josh to come up here for the combine because for the fan experience, it's free. I've gone the last like 4 years, I think, and it's been a great time just going as a fan. I working on getting the credentials and stuff to actually like go downstairs into Lucas Oil and stuff and talk to the players and stuff. But I mean, Josh, you got to get up here. I mean, literally, your bedroom is like 5 feet away from me right now. So
appreciate it. Yeah, I do want to get up there. I really do want to get up there for the combine. I've been to the Senior Bowl once. I got credentialed there once. It was fun. Great, good time. My first time ever covering, or not covering, I guess, just going there, seeing the practice. I'd never done that before. That was awesome. Do want to go to the combine just to get out. I love to travel. But usually my traveling events are for like with the family, so I'd have to bring them too. Can they come? Can the wife come? Can I bring my kids? Can they elbow drop you in the middle?
The combine? Yeah, dude.
You can bring the wife. The kids have to
just to Justin's house. They can stay and hang out with your wife and all.
Kids have to stay elsewhere.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask you, Adam. So you travel a lot, right? You go places. You go everywhere. Do you? Maybe no. What's your favorite?
I mean, it's Chicago, for obvious reasons.
Yep.
I went to Arizona last year for Bears, Cardinals, and then that actually made me cancel my trip up to Santa Clara to go there. But yeah, I will go. Yeah, I'm already planning on going to Chicago. I do like a couple of golf excursions and stuff like that. But yeah, so I get around. I guess I do get around.
Golf. Do you golf out here in Florida every once in a while?
No, I've never. That's the one thing I've never done it. We do this thing. I work with this company called the Hackers Paradise, and they work with something called the Dormy Network, which it's cool. It's a cool golf experience where you fly into some place and you stay on the property for 2 nights, and you play. I think it's 54 holes of golf, and it's incredible. But it's in places where we went last year. We went to Roanoke, Virginia, or outside of it. This year we're going to Grable in Nebraska, and they're in places that are not hotbeds of golf. Where you think of like Florida, Palm Springs, Arizona, places they don't have spots there. So you're seeing different parts of the country, which is kind of cool. I kind of enjoy that, but I do want to get down to Florida and play some. I mean, obviously, so many iconic places down in Florida. Would love to go at some point.
Yeah, I went through my golfing phase. I call it a phase because I just wasn't good at it. So I'm gonna call it a phase. I was awful, man. I couldn't break 100. So I just gave up. But yeah, golfing is very, very fun, very frustrating. I'm terrible. What do you shoot? What's your score? So I don't feel as bad.
It's funny is I shot a 95 today and almost quit because I was so mad. Just as like, this is so terrible. Why do I do this or whatever? I have a coach because I'm working with Golf Tech right now, I'm like, I can't hit my drive. I have a new driver, and it's like some holes it's brilliant, and in other holes you're like, I look like I've never swung a golf club before in my life. But yeah, so I'm trying to get under 80, which the first week we were doing like, hey, breaking 80. I actually shot an 82, and I'm like, oh, and I missed. I look back and you're like, well, I know 3 putts that I missed that kind of kept me from doing that. So I've shot like an 82, an 85, an 89, then an 80 something, and then a 95 today. I'm like, this game sucks. I don't know if but I got new golf clubs, and the guy at Golf Tech was like, because I went in for an initial evaluation, saw my friend, this guy Josh, and he's great, and like, okay, cool. And then like he sends me on my way. I'm getting new golf clubs, and the guy Alex, who's my coach now, who I tag on all the Instagram posts, he's like, oh, these are the clubs we picked out for you. Like, and I keep like hitting all my irons left, but the swing looks great, because like you see video and you're like, I can't figure it out. And he goes, it might be the clubs. So I'm gonna go out tomorrow. I saw my ZX5s, so I'm gonna go out and hit them. And I'm like, if I hit those straight, we'll see what happens. But it is frustrating, and it's it is one of those things. Like, it's so hard to break 100, and I've been very fortunate to do that, and getting into the the 80s, which is fun. Then you feel like, yeah, okay, and I understand too. Like there are times where you're like, I don't know, but I'm so obsessed because I went from like I'm quitting to like within an hour of being like practicing, like videotaping my swing, sending it off. Like, hey, am I going back correct? Am I getting enough height on this hands and stuff? So I'm like, I can't. And the cool part about it too, and not to be a shill for Golf Tech, but for anybody, for what we do, we love like next gen stats and all these things and metrics. Like they give you all these metrics that I become obsessed with, like shoulder turn. Oh my God. Cause I can, when I'm on video, like I can read it.
Mhm.
So obsessed with this stuff, getting the backspin on the ball. Like it's wild. Like it is so fun to put that part of, so kind of like what we do, but putting it on my own personal golf score. Like that's been kind of fun, and keeping stats like greens in regulation, fairways hit, and all that stuff, like advanced metrics. Like anybody who's playing fantasy would be like, I would never bet on rank because he doesn't hit enough green in regulations. His scores are not sustainable because he has too many one putts, which is like a real advanced metric. Like he has too many one putts, which is cool, but it's not sustainable because if he's not getting close enough to the green, the scores are going to go up like they did today. So that would have been very like some golf fantasy dork would have been like, nope, I'm not taking him today. The metrics say not to because he's not hitting enough greens in regulation.
We're taking the over on Adam ranking golf right now. The over 85.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bet right now. Yeah.
That's a really good bet for anyone. Dude, what I do now, because I do golf time to time. There's a cheap place down my street. I think everyone just has a cheap golf place around their place.
Yeah.
At least we do. Like $8. It's literally the cheapest ever. It's
amazing.
It's incredibly cheap, but the fairways and the greens and everything's all the same. There's no difference between anything. So you're just like, whatever, we're going. Hole 17 is an elevated green par 3. If there's no one behind it, there's no one bugging us about time or speed it up. There's nobody. It's nobody. Everyone knows when you go to this place, it's a free for all.
Yeah.
We'll just tee off for 30, 45 minutes on that hole until someone comes, and we'll just do it. We'll just have fun and see who can get a hole in one. I'm 0 for a million. I've never had but my friends have all sunk one, so I'm still the last one standing. One day I'll hit that hole in one.
How many yards is it? How long is it?
Adam, you're asking me questions I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this: it's
100 yards.
100. I would say 100. It's
Yeah.
literally, it's not far at all.
It's always interesting to me, like when people. This happened to JJ Watt a couple of years ago. He was playing a course very similar, executive golf course, maybe a par 60 or something like that. And he's like, hey, I made a hole in one. And people are like, that doesn't count. I'm like, Oh my God. That counts. If you were hitting, from a tee box onto a green, I know what you're describing. I've played places like that. There's a place by my house that's just like that. That counts. And when you sink one, Josh, I will celebrate with you, and I will say that absolutely counts as a hole in one.
I'm gonna equate it to this because I understand that analogy. I'm a bowler. Like I'm really good at bowling.
Oh, nice.
My family's like 300s. My cousins got multiple 300s. Like we're a bowling family.
No way. How cool.
Yeah. My dad.
What is your average? What are you carrying? What's your average?
198. It's nothing crazy. That's not. I'm the worst of my whole family. My cousin, 220. He can go pro if he wanted to. He just doesn't do it.
Why wouldn't he go pro? Well, what's holding him back?
The cost, the sponsorships, the cost to do it. We're not as he's not there. It costs a lot of money to go pro. He tried. Very good. If we bowl an open like 300, which has happened, don't count. Sorry, bro. It's open bowling. Like this ain't league. This ain't league play. This isn't on the record book. So I think I agree. Since I'm not a golfer, I go, okay, the hole in one counts. But as a bowler, if I see someone bowl 300 in open bowling on a random night, bro, you're bowling the lanes aren't oiled up correctly. It's not the right pattern. Like we take that stuff serious in my family, so I can see where he's coming from there. But are you a bowler?
I am a bowler.
Okay.
I would probably, when I'm in my peak, I would say that my average is somewhere around 160.
Okay.
So usually it's one of those things. Yeah. When we go out, people are like, hey, let's go bowling. You're like, okay. And I'm left-handed. So a lot of times, and it'll be, if it's not a synthetic lane, and you're like, oh, okay, at least the oil's not tweaked over here, or maybe it is, where it's like a cheat code where you're like, oh, all you got to do is hit this spot, and I'm gonna go well over 200. So, I got it, but now I'm so out of practice though because of my ball finally cracked and whatever.
Oh, really?
Man,
what do you use? What ball do you use?
I had one. It wasn't like a Brunswick. It wasn't like the generic Brunswick, but it was like a decent ball. I used to be, I think I was in a league where that's the first time we got into it. It was, what you got was a ball, but it was a higher end ball. It wasn't a Brunswick. We were playing for something pretty decent. This was something like both my parents bowled, like they were bowlers too, growing up in Illinois. They grew up in Illinois. I was there for 5 years. Everybody bowled, and they come out. Wherever we moved, my parents would always find the bowling alley, and we would go out there. My mom and I would play in all these, mommy and me leagues when I was younger, and everything like that. So it was really cool. But I'm like, I can't curve the ball as much anymore. Like I can't really get I got to go back. And then if I do, then but it's like the same thing of like getting frustrated of like, okay, wait, I got to go practice. Like we're going to go bowling. Like, let me go earlier. Let me go get my form down. How often do you bowl, Josh?
I bowl. I don't bowl anymore since retired since the kids, but I do bowl once in a while. My brother still bowls in leagues. At my peak, I was bowling 4 days a week.
Oh, wow.
And we would just go to this place called Oakfield Lanes here in Brandon, Florida. And we would just play low ball, where if you hit a gutter, strike. You would try to hit the lowest. So the goal is to hit the 10 pin and the 7 pin. That's the goal. And we would just do that for hours and hours and hours. Who cares about our score? We're practicing. That's the important, guys. It's so easy to hit your mark and to hit the pocket. It really is. The key is to get that 10 pin and that 7 pin down and to really focus on those. And a lot of people don't do that. They just go like an open practice, right? People are just throwing the pockets. Dude, how many ringing eights are we leaving out there? How many, standing 10 pins are we leaving out there because of either an alignment of the pins or the oil? So I really practice on my spares a lot. I love bowling. I wish I did it more. My brothers, again, still go on. It's really a family business. Like everyone, even my grandma, even my mom, like everyone bowls in my family. And it's kind of a pressure thing. My cousin, who is the best of our entire family, his dad was the best in our family by far. 800 series out the ass, all this stuff. Geez. and he'd be like berating my cousin as you only, you hit a 286 this game because you fucked up and whatever. It's like, dude, he was 12, bro. Chill. Like, so my cousin's really hard on himself. But he learned how to bowl with 2 hands. So he's one of those new age 2-handers where he's got the hand and kind of like, there's a guy who did it. I think it was Chris Barnes who did it first in the PBA. And then so he really followed that, and he's just a stud. And then our local alley, they changed the rules in league where if you use 2 hands, you can no longer have the thumb hole. No, you have to have the thumb. No, you have to have the thumb hole. You have to have the thumb hole because my cousin had it drilled where just the fingertips, no thumb hole. Now he's required to put his thumb in the hole in league play. Ridiculous. I don't think it's fair. I think you should be able to play the way you want to play.
Yeah. No, and you would see that. Yeah, you see that a lot with the people with the two fingers. Like, yeah, you should be able. Like, it's not like. I mean, I guess you see this in baseball, where the guys are using the torpedo bats and whatnot. It's like somewhat similar. Like, hey, like somebody figured out the science of this, and it's somewhere along the way somebody figured out the science of like, I don't need to put my thumb in the ball, and people buy balls, and if you never put your thumb in it, like, why would you have it? Yeah, I think that's pretty weak. I've seen the 2-ball people too. It's fascinating. Usually, especially during the summer, I'll go a lot with the kids, and it's just like it's very interesting to watch people in the lanes and go out there and do the thing. I will notice too, like, it was tripping me out. I was out in not Desert Hot Springs, but out in Indio, where Coachella is. And I was sitting there bowling in like 4 lanes, and there was a lefty on every lane. I'm like, look at us. Like, oh, and I'm very peculiar. I can't have somebody on my left. I'm like, I just can't do it. I think it comes from like baseball and always like, warming up in the bullpen or whatever. And you got to have the righty's got to be on this side of you, he can't be on the left. I just can't deal with it. So I have some trouble sometimes when I'm up there playing a little bit. Do you get frustrated when you're bowling and like people aren't using the etiquette and they're just,
oh my goodness.
So how mad does your family get when you're like hit an open lane and like,
I also want to preference this. I'm chill. Like, I'm not the competitive person.
Right.
I'm just never competitive. So I don't really get that upset. My brother, on the other hand, he will go up to if it's kids, he'll go up to the parents and go, hey, this is a bowling alley. Learn the rules. Like, it's embarrassing, but he's like on it and he doesn't care. He has no shame. So they take it very seriously, where I'm like the laid back, like black sheep of the family. We're like, bro, it's Saturday night or whatever it is, Sunday morning, it's open bowling, bro. We're chill. Like, it's not league. If it's league, then I kind of like, hey man, you should know we're league. You should know the rules. That's how I take things. And that's how I take things just in life. Like, if I'm playing college football, like I just did with Justin, where I whooped his ass, by the way, I'm not competitive.
You quit the game. It's fine. I finally scored a touchdown. You quit. It's fine.
We lost connection. But yeah, how are you big on etiquette? I mean, I like etiquette, but open bowling, I feel like it's house rules.
Yeah, it kind of goes out the window. I'm trying to think of like other sports, like how it lines up. Because my first thought was like, some of these people not behaving with the etiquette is sort of like, somebody parking their golf cart on the green where you're like, hey, what are you doing? But I don't think it's that severe. I think it's more of like, talking during somebody's backswing of like a thing like, hey, do you mind like not doing that? I try not to let it bother me, even though it does. And as a matter of fact, like, one of the things I used to play with this group of guys when we used to play golf, and there was a guy, nice enough person, like a nice guy, but he could really do some things that would annoy you. And I would sit there and describe like some of the things that he does. And it bothered my buddy Marty too. And he's like, why do we play with this guy? And I go, you know what? I like that he's somewhat annoying because I'm now able to try to focus in on blocking out the noise and like really honing in on it. So this is like a good preparation because we were playing one of those cheap courses, a par 30, par 31, like just, and it's just a great exercise of like, can I pull myself together, keep my composure? Because, you know, in some of these endeavors, I do get a little competitive, and it's not even like, and it's not like I'm never upset at somebody else. And I always try to make sure that like, I'm not ruining anybody else's good time. I missed a couple of putts today that I wish I would have made, but I'm still standing on the green. I don't storm off the green. And I want to make sure that the guys that are still putting, that I'm supporting them, be like, hey, you got it, you know, you got this, you're okay, like whatever. Because I just like competing against myself. So I think I would fall in between you and your brother, where it's like I might internally be pissed, but I'm not going to go up and say anything to somebody in an open environment like that, unless it's competitive. If we had money on it, or it was a league or something like that, then I would probably have to be like, hey, I'm a lefty. I know you're probably not thinking of this, but really irksome if you're running up on my left side, or if you're sitting there, you know, doing the gritty for an hour while I'm trying to go up here and bowl.
Yeah. I have thought about some things while you're talking about etiquette. There's two. Justin, don't worry. We're gonna get to fantasy football in like 5 seconds. Don't worry.
We're not. No. Listen, he's on for 24 hours.
I know.
You're gonna hear plenty of great content
one of my etiquettes
and great breakdown. Like I want the bowling etiquette. Let's deep dive this.
Well, we will deep dive that, but the example of etiquettes in sports, or sports themes, poker. Let's bring it back to Vegas. When you're in the live table, someone's heads up. They're in the middle of the hand. They're waiting for the turn to come. People talking about what they had. I had a 2-7. Poor etiquette. I saw it happen. I sat down at the Golden Nugget room. Sit down, right? Throw $100 on the table, thinking I'm a baller. These guys, I'm mid hand. These guys are like, man, I folded jacks. Man, I folded this.
I'd be so mad.
I was very upset. So I do get, because that's money on the line. That's big money on the line.
That's different. That's serious money.
Well, it changes odds too, because of like the person you're going up against is like, well, now I know those are out of the table, so it's just, I hate that. That's so stupid.
But back to the bowling situation over here. I love the dude who thinks it's his profession on the Thursday Night Men's League, where he's got the jacket, he's got the name on the back. That guy's a cool guy. He's really good. There's a guy in particular who he'll never see this. If he doesn't, if he misses a spare, this is no.
Let's
joke.
call him out. Let's do it.
What's his name?
His last name is Rogers. I'll just put his last name is Rogers. You know who you are. I play with your son, Chris Rogers. Son's awesome. Dad's not so awesome.
Right,
he's very famous for going outside. We have a lake outside of our bowling alley, a dock, and all that. Many bowling balls of his have been thrown into the lake. Many.
No way.
Like, bro, it's Thursday night men's league. We're having beers. We're pulling cards whenever we hit a mark. Let's chill. Like, he gets super competitive. He'll go to, like, I'll have a bad game. I'm streaky, man. Like, when I tell you my average is 198, I can easily throw 140. I can easily throw, 3 splits in a row and it ruins my game. Or I can easily put up 250, right? I'm kind of streaky. I'm the Jamar Chase of my league. Of my team. I'm like, I can get you double digit points, or I can get you a 40 point. Like, he calls you out. Oh, you threw a 150 last game. Were you sandbagging? Bro, my average is 198. My handicap is like barely there. What are you talking about sandbagging, dude? I had a bad game.
It's impossible, man. Your average is your average.
Yeah. So why would I be sandbagging? I scored 140. We lost that game. We lost game 1 because I threw a 140. Yeah. So what are you talking? Like, he gets. They make it unfun. Like, I think that when it's your life and you're there 5 days a week and you're bowling every single night, there are guys like that and gals. They really make it unfun. I wish we were all just happier. Seriously, like, celebrate each other. It is cool in league when someone's about to bowl a 300, at least where I am, the entire place stops and we all crowd around it. It's awesome, man. It's one of the coolest things.
So Josh, I got to throw this in here before I talk about why we're here. I googled Chris Rogers Tampa, Florida bowling, and one of the top stories was ATF agent shot in Riverview, which I know is like your
I'm in
area.
Riverview. Yep.
Maybe irreversible, and this was on December 30th, 2024, so a couple months ago. Agent Matthew Murray was shot in the neck when he tried to intervene in a fight at a bowling alley.
Oh no,
that's not true. That happened.
I will send you the article. It's from the Tampa Bay Times. So
I'm not aware of this.
now on the flip side, why are we here? Josh, Adam. So we're raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity foundation for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every dollar raised goes directly to the families that use the network, have to go to the hospitals, unfortunately. So that goes to research, funding, hospital bills, copays, lab fees, doctor fees, all the things that it takes to run a hospital to treat children that need it. So we are raising money for that. Our goal is 2,000. We're currently at 925. So hopefully we hit that, by tomorrow at some point. That'd be fantastic. But that is why I am going to be on for another 16 hours and 1 minute and 20 seconds. Not that I'm counting down, not that there's a timer.
No, not at all.
Down there in the corner. So Adam, I definitely appreciate you coming on and chatting about literally everything other than fantasy football, because that's all I've literally talked about for the hours of the show. So
this isn't, it's not my first rodeo, and I'm just trying to help out. And and again, when somebody's on the East Coast, I'm like, let me come on super late.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk. Like I said, how many guys are going to come out here and talk about Kyle Pitts? Like, good Lord. Like, I don't need to talk about this. We don't need to hear it. I had a great, this honestly was so much fun. Like, I really enjoyed this conversation. I love talking about Indianapolis, which great town. 10 out of 10 recommend. I honestly and I love New Orleans. I hope everybody understands how much I love New Orleans. I hold Indianapolis in a very similar esteem. So, I think it's a great place, and everybody should visit it and go to the combine. Yeah, I'm with you.
The Indy 500 is this weekend, which is and on the same day as the Indy 500 is Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals with the Pacers and Knicks. So it's a huge, plus Memorial Day on Monday. The Fever are in town on Saturday. It's a gigantic weekend for Indy right now. So it's a big time here. Again, definitely appreciate you being on here. This is for anybody watching currently. We are switching streams to part 2. So if you're wherever you're watching right now, just go to the live feeds. You'll switch to part 2 here shortly. But part of our Extra Life charity is we run a best ball league that has fab waivers and some special scoring and some special playoff scoring called Super League. It's our 3rd year running that. We're trying to get as many people as possible. But if you're watching, you can register at FantasyNowPlus.com/about, or there's a Super League tab at the top of our website, and you can also get the link down here in the description along with the donation link for Extra Life as well. So Adam, usually I ask every guest, what are you working on, what special cool thing are you doing? But I mean, it's just like the NFL Network and stuff like that. So nothing too big, right? I mean,
nothing too big, obviously, but I will plug, if anybody's a fan of the Chicago Bears, my podcast, a Sick Podcast with Adam Rank, is Bears focused. So if you're like, oh, I didn't know Rank did a Bears podcast, I would implore you to go check that out. And over the next week, there's going to be a new project that I'm going to be working on that I'm very excited about. Can't give details right now, but you'll probably hear about it in about a week. And when that happens, I hope everybody, that will be for people who not necessarily just Bears fans, but for anybody who loves sports, it'll be something you might enjoy. Who knows? But keep a lookout for that as well.
Awesome.
Thanks again. Seriously, thank you so much.
Thanks, man. I want to go to, you know what? I know that I was saying earlier that I wanted to go down and play golf. I want to go bowl in Florida now. I really want to go out there. Like, that's now what I want to do. And I want to be out there when Mr. Rogers is throwing balls into the lake, because that's got to be a thing.
Make sure it's not in Riverview. You might get shot in the neck, but
Well, you send me that article because I grew up with that person. Like, legitimately, my family knows those people well, and I am unaware of this. So I need to know what's going on in my community, Justin.
Yeah, I need to find out. I need to investigate this as well.
I'm throwing this in the private chat, the link to that article. So you can definitely read
There it
that.
is. Perfect.
But if you are currently watching on FinTalk Sports Network or Fantasy Now Plus, Fantasy Now Plus or Fantasy Now Plus Get Tilted or any of the other sites, be sure to check out part 2. It's the Jahmyr Gibbs thumbnail logo thing. So we will be on there, or I will be on there. We're about to actually start talking about the Last of Us TV series from HBO. So
Is somebody joining you for that?
I mean, I do. If you want to talk about The Last of Us also, I'll give you the link to that. We could talk
Send me
about
the link real quick. Let me come on and
All
talk
right.
about that for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I will send that to you. I will put that also in the private chat. And but guys, we're ending part 1. I'll see you on part 2.
Got it.
Oh, hi there. Time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.